Chapter 1917, Forest City Transaction. Zero Wing City, Zero Wing's residence. A large number of players crowded around the residence's entrance, applying to join Zero Wing. Many of these players were well-equipped, high-level experts, and quite a few were Tier 2 players. This scene surprised many passers-by. Tier 2 was currently the symbol of an expert. Even players that had only completed the normal mode promotion quest were considered experts. After all, the Tier 2 promotion quest was not easy to clear. It was impossible without reaching a certain standard. However, compared to the Tier 2 players outside of the residence, the adventurer teams in line truly dumbfounded the nearby spectators. Every adventurer team entering Zero Wing's residence possessed a certain degree of fame. Moreover, all of the team's representatives wore excellent equipment, with a few wearing level 50 fine gold equipment. There were also plenty of Tier 2 experts among these adventurer teams, and unlike the independent Tier 2 experts in line, the weakest among these adventurer team experts had completed the hard mode promotion quest. They had far more potential than the experts that had only completed the normal mode quest. With so many adventurer teams seeking to join Zero Wing's strength will quickly and significantly increase. Amazing! I've seen more than 20 adventurer teams entering the residence thus far. Combined, these adventurer teams have even more overall combat power than third-rate guilds. Hopefully Zero Wing doesn't accept too many. Otherwise, independent players like us will have a much slimmer chance of joining the guild. The independent players in line were excited and worried as they watched the various adventurer teams following after Zero Wing's representatives. Now that Zero Wing City had revealed its powerful defenses, countless players wanted to develop in the city. Zero Wing's future was clear. Even if the guild lost its position in the Or Empire, its standing in Star Moon Kingdom would be unshakable. To the general populace, Zero Wing was even stronger than a first-rate guild that occupied 2 or 3 kingdoms. A first-rate guild that occupied 2 or 3 kingdoms might have a lot of resources, but its development couldn't be considered stable. There was still a very high chance that other guilds would steal its resources. However, that was not the case for Zero Wing. As long as Zero Wing City stood, the guild's position in the kingdom would remain stable. With how powerful Zero Wing City's defenses were, it was very hard to imagine any power capturing or destroying the city. Even if a power were capable of doing so, it wouldn't likely be interested in a backwater country like Star Moon Kingdom. They'd definitely set their sights on better territories. While the crowd outside of the residence discussed Zero Wing's future, 2 women emerged from the residence. The moment these 2 women appeared, the crowd outside went into an uproar. This reaction wasn't due to the women's peerless beauty, but because of the guild emblems pinned to their armor. Not only did they wear mysterious iron guild emblems, but the emblems also radiated a dark purple glow. In Zero Wing, normal members didn't wear glowing guild emblems. Players would only get a glowing emblem once they became one of the guild's elites, their emblem emitting a light blue glow. The guild's core members wore guild emblems that gave off a light purple glow. Only the players who ranked in the top 10 of their class would wear a dark purple glowing emblem. Zero Wing's class rankings were determined by one's contribution to the guild and their combat power. Hence, the rankings were an incredibly reliable method of spotting an expert. The fact that these 2 women wore dark purple glowing guild emblems meant that they both had extremely high positions in Zero Wing. These 2 women were none other than Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. When Melody saw the commotion Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo caused just with their appearance alone, she could not help but marvel at the situation. She had only become acquainted with Thoughtful Rain after helping the woman in a neutral map. She had recognized Thoughtful Rain's strength and had thought of poaching the woman into 9th heaven. However, looking at it now, she found the idea laughable. "Rain, what did your guild leader say?" Melody anxiously asked as the woman approached. "Big sis Melody, don't worry. I've already talked to the guild leader. He says he is willing to hear you out," Thoughtful Rain said, smiling. "The guild leader is waiting for you in his office right now. I'll bring you to him." "Your guild leader is willing to talk?" Melody released a sigh of relief. Now that she understood how powerful Zero Wing was, she knew that it would be very difficult to secure a meeting with its guild leader, especially since her guild was merely an up-and-coming second-rate guild. Before seeking Thoughtful Rain's help, she had sought aid from several first-rate guilds, but when they had learned that her request was related to the Death God workshop, they had even refused to meet with her, much less negotiate. Only the Setting Sun Guild had been willing to hear her out. As the players in line watched, Thoughtful Rain led the Ninth Heaven trio into Zero Wings Guild Hall. The guild hall bustled with activity. Many of the guild's experts had returned to the residence in anticipation for the Otherworld Gates opening. Currently, over 200 Tier 2 experts loitered around the first-floor hall, stupefying Melody and her companions. Zero Wings Tier 2 experts easily outnumbered Ninth Heavens by many times. Moreover, this was only a portion of the guild's Tier 2 experts. Even first-rate guilds paled in comparison to Zero Wing. After a short moment, the group arrived before the guild leader's office on the guild hall's top floor. Currently, several dozen Tier 2 experts sat outside of the office, every one of which was level 56 or higher. These experts were all from the various adventurer teams applying to join Zero Wing. They would all be top-ranked players in any first-rate guild, but they sat quietly as if waiting for some kind of judgment. The hallway was deathly silent. However, Thoughtful Rain ignored these people as she led Melody's group into the guild leader's office. When Melody and the others entered the office, they felt an oppressive sensation overcome their bodies. This sensation didn't originate from Feng, who sat behind an office desk, but from Kola and the others who stood near their guild leader. When they saw Kola and his companions' levels, Melody's group was speechless. Including Kola, 4 of these people had reached level 60, while the rest were level 59. Right now, even the highest-leveled player in Forest City was only level 58. You're here. Rain has already told me about your situation. Zero Wing can help you with your problem, but in return, Zero Wing wants 2 shops in Forest City Central District. What are your thoughts on this condition? Feng said when he saw Melody entering the room. 2 Central District shops? Melody breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She had been afraid that Feng would try to take advantage of their predicament and rip them off, but he had simply asked for 1 more shop than she had initially prepared. That won't be a problem. However, may I know when Guild Leader Black Flame intends to deal with the matter regarding the Death God workshop? If the situation dragged on for too long, Ninth Heaven's losses would become increasingly severe. Unfortunately, dealing with an organization like the Death God workshop wasn't easy. Preparations had to be made. If Feng could give her a time frame, she would have an easier time coordinating with his guild. Once we sign a contract, I'll send Kola's group with you to Forest City to deal with the issue, Feng responded. Just them. One-Arm Rashoman's eyes widened in shock when he heard Feng's plan. Turning to Kola and the others, he could not help but feel that Feng was taking them too lightly. Either that or he had no idea of the Death God workshop's strength. The Death God workshop had several hundred members and every one of them was an expert. Moreover, the workshop constantly employed hit-and-run tactics, making its movements unpredictable. Stopping the Death God workshop with only the several players in Kola's party would be impossible. If the matter had been that simple, Ninth Heaven could have resolved it without help. Guild Leader Black Flame, the Death God workshop is quite powerful, adept at using guerrilla warfare against guilds. Even superpowers have to tolerate their antics. With so few people, I'm afraid that... Melody tried to warn Feng. Relax. Kola's group will be enough. If it isn't, I'll find another way to deal with this problem, Feng said, chuckling. If you have no other concerns, let's sign the contract. Melody could not help but sigh at Feng's response, but since he had agreed to help, demanding too much wouldn't benefit her. She could only see how this played out. If the problem persisted, Zero Wing would dispatch more experts to deal with the Death God workshop. Chapter 1918, Fairy Country. Once Feng and Melody had signed their contract, Kola and Fire Dance, whom Feng had tasked with leading a 20-man team, followed Melody's group to Forest City. When Feng had finished with the situation regarding Ninth Heaven, he selected a few adventurer teams to annex into Zero Wing. These adventurer teams had been relatively powerful during his previous life, although they had yet to reach their full potential. Fortunately, their experts were no weaker than those in large guilds. They only lacked resources and combat experience. Among the adventurer teams that had applied, the Purple Thorns Kingdom's Unbounded had truly surprised Feng. Even now, Unbounded ranked among the top 100 adventurer teams in its kingdom. Stubborn Bone, Unbounded's commander, had also been quite famous in the past. Not only had he developed Unbounded into a top adventurer team, but he had also become a Tier 4 berserker himself. Unfortunately, due to a lack of equipment, he had never reached Tier 5. There was also another Unbounded member who had reached Tier 4, the Archlight Sword Emperor, 7 Light. Although 7 Light had been slightly weaker than Stubborn Bone, the difference hadn't been related to their technique standards, but due to a lack of proper equipment and weapons. Meanwhile, due to the fact that Unbounded had 2 Tier 4 expert members, it had barely qualified as a top adventurer team in the Secret Pavilion's eyes. Even so, the feat was impressive. After all, top adventurer teams that earned the Secret Pavilion's recognition could even rival the best second-rate guilds, with some of the more powerful teams rivaling first-rate guilds. Now that Zero Wing had annexed Unbounded, this had guaranteed that Zero Wing would have 2 more peak experts in the future. Moreover, since Unbounded had focused its development in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the adventurer team had established a foundation in the kingdom. After annexing Unbounded, Zero Wing would have more influence in the kingdom, which would in turn make it easier to obtain resources unique to the kingdom. After Feng finished selecting adventurer teams, he made his way to the Candlelight trading firm and started to mass-produce all-round devices. He also instructed Melancholic Smile to arrange the production of advanced darkness resistance potions in preparation for his expedition to Kama Island. Meanwhile, in the second-floor hall of Zero Wing's Guild Hall, when the various adventurer team representatives waiting in the hall saw Aqua Rose, they all could not help but grow nervous. After researching your adventurer teams, we have decided that we will only fully welcome the teams on this list. For those not listed, Zero Wing will accept a portion of your members, Aqua Rose said as she passed a list to the various adventurer teams present. Also, every adventurer team that agrees to join will receive 20 internal member slots in Zero Wing. If you agree to these conditions, you may see me to sign a contract, becoming one of our guild members. Currently, more than 60 adventurer teams were interested in joining Zero Wing, but the guild could only afford to recruit a limited number of players. If Zero Wing recruited too many, it would only hinder the guild's development. Hence, including the adventurer teams Feng had handpicked, Aqua Rose had only decided to allow 11 adventurer teams to join Zero Wing, all of which had relatively strong Tier 2 experts and resources that would be crucial to Zero Wing's development. After checking the list, some of the adventurer teams celebrated while others were frustrated. Commander, this is great. Our adventurer team can join Zero Wing as a whole. 7 Light exclaimed after reading the list. After witnessing Feng's fight with the evil dragon, his desire to join the guild had grown. Despite being at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed, Feng had relied on his extraordinary techniques to render the evil dragon powerless. He had been utterly mesmerized. When he thought about how he might be able to seek guidance from Feng after joining the guild, he couldn't help his excitement. Good. For now, I'll go and apply to form a 1,000-man legion with Zero Wing while you head back and prepare our players to migrate to Zero Wing City. From now on, we'll operate out of this city. Stubborn Bone was just as elated. Even before applying to join Zero Wing, he had heard that Zero Wing offered amazing benefits to its players. When he had stepped into Zero Wing's residence, he had learned that the reality was even better than the rumors. Not only did Zero Wing's members have priority when using the battle arena's combat rooms, but they could also rent advanced combat rooms in exchange for GCPs. As long as they had enough GCPs, they could even learn all kinds of combat techniques. However, what surprised him the most was Zero Wing's guild warehouse. There were even level 55 and 60 dark gold weapons and equipment available for purchase. Of course, guild members had to have enough GCPs and sufficient status to buy these items. Only core members were allowed access to top-tier items. Even so, elite members could purchase level 55 and 60 fine gold weapons and equipment. Moreover, Zero Wing's members had a variety of methods to earn money. Not only were a ton of high-ranked quests available in the guild's various residences, but there were also plenty of guild transportation quests available in Silverwing City. These guild transportation quests awarded far better remuneration than the transportation firm's quests for non-guild members. With all of these resources, Stubborn Bone even had hope of becoming a peak expert in God's domain. However, he wanted to get Unbounded's member settled in Zero Wing City first. Then he would do everything he could to raise his position in the guild. He could only secure more resources to grow by doing so. All of the adventurer teams that joined Zero Wing would start as normal members, and commanders were no exception. Meanwhile, in the fairy country, a neutral map far away from Star Moon Kingdom. Under Melody's lead, Cola and the others finally arrived at the fairy country's forest city. This place is so prosperous. It seems like there are so many more players here than in Star Moon City. Shadow Sword was a little surprised to see half-beastmen and half-elves filling the streets. Fire Dance and the others nodded in agreement. In their opinion, very few players should choose to play as a neutral race, but Forest City streets were packed. Moreover, all of these players were very high-leveled, with most having passed level 55. Many of them had even reached level 57, which only expert players could do at this stage of the game. In fact, Forest City likely had more level 57 players than Zero Wing City. Forest City is the fairy country's capital. 1/3 of the country's half-beastmen and half-elves are here. Although it can't compare to an empire's imperial capital, it's more prosperous than an ordinary kingdom's capital. Fairy Country is a hub for players seeking individual strength. Players come here from various kingdoms and empires. If you gather all these players in a single location, it is only natural that you'd get a frightening number. Moreover, more players continue to flood into the city. This is why so many large guilds have set their sights on the fairy country. Some guilds have even converted all of their players into neutral races, Melody explained. There are as many as 5 first-rate guilds operating in Forest City, and everyone is competing over the position as the city's overlord. 5 first-rate guilds are competing over this city? Fire Dance was astonished. During the game's early stages, the competition in Star Moon Kingdom had been intense, but only 3 first-rate guilds had participated. However, 5 first-rate guilds fought over this single NPC city. Of course, Fire Dance recognized Forest City's value. Not long after Melody introduced Fire Dance and her team to the mesmerizing Forest City, she received a message. As she read it, Melody's expression darkened. "Has something happened?" Fire Dance asked when she noticed the change. "I've just received a report stating that the Death God Workshop has taken action yet again. Just some time ago, the workshop ambushed one of our 1,000-man teams while it raided a field boss," Melody said grimly. "The Death God Workshop?" Hearing Melody's words, a joyful smile lit up Fire Dance's face as she asked, "Can you take us there now?" "Now?" Melody was stunned for a moment. "We're pretty far from the ambush site. By the time we arrive, they will be gone. Moreover, the Death God Workshop only dispatched a 100-man team this time, and every member is an expert. With just the 20 of you, I'm afraid that..." "It's fine. Just lead us there to take a look," Fire Dance gently demanded with a calm smile. Chapter 1919, Battlefield of Monsters. Hearing Fire Dance's confident tone, Melody sent one-arm Rashomon to organize a team. While she understood that Fire Dance and the others were extraordinarily strong, the Death God Workshop was not a simple opponent otherwise. Forest City's various first-rate guilds wouldn't have such a massive headache over the workshop. It should be known that the Death God Workshop had ambushed those guilds' teams many times, but the workshop's members were quite cunning. Despite doing all they could to retaliate, their efforts had been wasted on a few small fries. They couldn't reach the Death God Workshop's core. This was also why only the super first-rate guild Setting Sun, of all the guilds she had reached out to, had been willing to help them. However, the Setting Sun's price was just vicious. Accepting Setting Sun's offer was no different than giving the guild, which she had gone to great lengths to develop, away. She would never agree to such a thing. Meanwhile, with how many members the Death God Workshop had mobilized to ambush Ninth Heaven's 1,000-man team, they'd suffer a massive loss if Fire Dance and her companions actually found the workshop's members. Hence, as a precaution, she had decided to take some of her people along. She couldn't afford to let Fire Dance and the others die so soon after reaching Forest City. It would be hard to explain to Zero Wing. Due to time constraints, one-arm Rashomon was only able to gather a little over 200 experts from the guild before Melody led Fire Dance and the team to Wisp Cemetery, a level 60 to 75 map some distance from Forest City. Dark clouds covered the sky above Wisp Cemetery throughout the year, and although lush forest occupied the area, It gave off an oppressive and gloomy aura. However, since this was a high-resource map, many guilds often grinded and collected resources here. Melody and her group carefully advanced down a forest path as they made their way towards the reported battlefield. Although not many monsters called Wisp Cemetery home, the wandering wisps in the area were incredibly troublesome. Once they spotted living creatures, they'd call upon a small force of undead creatures to eliminate the intruders. These little monsters could easily summon hundreds and thousands of undead creatures with its call. To make matters worse, not only did the undead creatures provide very little EXP, but they also almost never dropped good items. As a result, players grinding in the Wisp Cemetery tried to avoid the wandering wisps and undead creatures as often as possible. After traveling through the Wisp Cemetery for about half an hour, Melody's group finally reached the ambush site. The Death God Workshop had ambushed Ninth Heaven's players at the entrance of an underground tomb. The tomb contained a level 63 field boss, and the Death God Workshop had killed both Ninth Heaven's members and the field boss during its ambush. Traces of combat were evident in and outside of the tomb. It was clear that the recent battle had been intense. Players' blood had been scattered across the ground, filling the air with its stench. They must have executed the ambush during the boss fight. They must have stationed some players outside of the tomb to stop anyone from escaping. Were there any survivors from the 1,000-man team? Thoughtful Rain turned to ask Melody after observing the bloodstains. Not one person managed to escape. The Death God Workshop always operates this way. Whenever the workshop launches an ambush, it uses a magic scroll to seal the area, preventing players from using instantaneous movement scrolls and return scrolls, Melody said, gnashing her teeth. Although the ambush team wasn't the guild's main force, it was an elite team led by expert players. Losing the entire team had incurred significant losses. Not only had every player died, but they had also all lost a piece of equipment. The lost weapons and equipment were far more of a problem than the lost levels. Big Sis Fire, too much time has passed since the end of the battle. The players from the workshop have already left the area, and their tracks have faded. I'm afraid that chasing after them is impossible, Flying Shadow said after getting no results from his tracking skill. Your Tier 1 tracking skill isn't enough. Fortunately, I recently learned Mana Perception, a rare Tier 2 tracking skill. I can now perceive traces that aren't visible to the naked eye. To put it simply, I can see the mana fluctuations players leave behind. It's been less than 3 hours since the battle ended, so the Death God Workshop players are still within my perception range. Not even a Tier 1 anti-tracking skill will have any effect against my skill, Fire Dance said, smiling faintly. Why else do you think the guild leader sent me? Hearing Fire Dance's words, Flying Shadow grew a little excited. He had thought this job would be difficult, but it seemed that they'd be able to complete the task quickly with Fire Dance's new skill. Fire Dance then proceeded to use Mana Perception, tracking the ambushing players. If the Death God Workshop members had used a return scroll to leave the area, she wouldn't have been able to track them. However, she'd find them as long as they simply walked away. These people haven't left using a return scroll. After lingering here for some time, they headed north, Fire Dance said as she watched the mana fluctuations lead into the forest. Hurriedly, she said, they only left about an hour ago. We still have hope of catching up to them. Let's move out. Saying so, Fire Dance took the lead and followed the mana fluctuations with her teammates close behind. She found them. Melody could not help her growing excitement. Hurriedly, she and the 200+ experts from her guild followed after Fire Dance. She had never thought that Fire Dance was so amazing to locate a trail that was more than an hour old. Ordinary tracking skills were impressive enough if they could find 30-minute-old traces. If the target had an anti-tracking skill, finding them would be even more difficult. After following the trail for about half an hour, the group finally arrived before an ancient temple nestled in a thick grove of trees. At a glance, over 500 players were gathered before the temple's entrance. However, these players were a part of two different groups, a 60-man team and a 500-man team. All of the 500 wore uniform equipment of relatively high quality, and they were all level 56 or above. This was obviously a guild team. Isn't that East Crow's troubled madness? Melody, who had hidden behind a tree, wondered aloud when she saw a righteous man among the 500-man team. The man wore aqua-blue mage robes and held a staff embedded with 3 resplendent gemstones. Why is he here? Troubled Madness was a vice guild leader from East Crow, a first-rate guild. In terms of individual strength, he ranked among the top in his guild. He was also one of the top-ranking elementalists in Forest City, and he wasn't any weaker than she was. East Crow's 500-man team had surrounded the Death God Workshop's 60 members. It was evident that East Crow had located the troublesome players before her group. How fortunate! I had never thought that I'd get to meet 2 of the Death God Workshop's famous commanders, Frost Rain and Chopped Axe, at the same time. You have been challenging to track down. Now it's time to pay for your past transgressions. Troubled Madness snarled as he glared at a man and a woman amidst the Death God Workshop's group. The middle-aged man that had a scholarly look was a level 58, Tier 2 swordsman, while the tall woman exuding a wild aura was a level 58, Tier 2 berserker. Frost, what do you think we did to East Crow? The tall woman asked as she considered the situation. It seemed as if she were trying to remember what she had done to this first-rate guild. I don't remember. We've done a lot of things. There's no way I can remember everything. Since we can't remember, it shouldn't have been important, Frost Rain, the scholarly man, said with a wave of his hand, expressing his lack of concern over such trivial matters. A mere workshop dares to mock East Crow. We already have you surrounded. None of you should think of leaving this place alive. Troubled Madness bellowed in rage. East Crow's other members went into a frenzy, killing intent flooding from them as they charged at the Death God Workshop players. The workshop's players had previously killed their guild leader in the fields and stole an important epic weapon, yet they acted as if the incident meant nothing. Why wouldn't this enrage East Crow's players? Countless spells and arrows rained down on the Death God Workshop's members as East Crow's MTs and melee players tightened their circle. All of these guild players were experts and their coordination was seamless. After so much talk, you still attack us? Chopped Axe, the tall woman, exclaimed. I haven't had my fill yet, so let's see how far you East Crow players can go. After saying so, Chopped Axe charged into the shrinking wall of players. Frost Rain, however, showed no interest in the battle. He yawned with boredom, further inciting guild players' fury. The MTs and melee players on the front line began to employ their specialty moves, meeting Chopped Axe in battle. Elated, Chopped Axe raised the excessively large axe in her hands and brandished it at the approaching players. Ping. As the two sides clashed, the level 56+ shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, swordsmen and assassins were sent flying, their HPs plummeting. Not even their healers could keep up with the damage. In less than 30 seconds, Chopped Axe had carved a hole in East Crow's encirclement. Seeing this, the Death God Workshop members surged through the gap and assaulted the guild's ranged players. In less than a minute after the battle had begun, only half of East Crow's 500-man team remained alive, yet the workshop's team had only suffered a few casualties. The guild players' screams filled the battlefield, and to make matters worse, not a single player lasted more than 5 moves against Chopped Axe. Even Tier 2 MTs fell after 4 of her attacks. She was unstoppable on the battlefield. Is she a monster? Troubled Madness was dazed as he watched the woman's rampant slaughter, his fighting spirit fizzling out. How boring. You're giving up already? Chopped Axe clicked her tongue when she noticed the fear in Troubled Madness's eyes, clearly disappointed. Alright Axe, that's enough. We don't have time to play with these people. We need to get into the temple quickly. Frost Rain, who hadn't made a single move, reminded his comrade as he gestured to the temple before him. He completely ignored the 200+ East Crow members that were still alive. Chapter 1920 Zero Wing vs. Death God. As Troubled Madness and the other East Crow members lost their fighting spirit, they started to pull away from the Death God Workshop's team, trying to avoid the axe-wielding Chopped Axe in particular. Fear overwhelmed the guild players. No matter how they looked at it, this one-sided battle felt like a nightmare. They were all experts from East Crow, a first-rate guild, but they were nothing more than powerless children before the workshop's players. If they retold this tale in Forest City, no one would believe them. As neutral race players, their Tier 2 promotion quests were more difficult than human players. Of course, after completing their Tier 2 promotion, their racial traits were boosted as well. They were even stronger than ordinary Tier 2 classes. But despite so many Tier 2 players on their team, they had no hope of resisting Chopped Axe. Moreover, the female berserker hadn't used a single skill, relying on her techniques in this battle. As East Crow's members retreated, Death God Workshop's members lost interest in the fight. They didn't even bother to chase down the guild players. Instead they turned and walked toward the temple. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? A Tier 2 cleric asked Troubled Madness when he realized that the workshop's players were ignoring their guild. There's nothing we can do. These people are monsters. Chopped Axe, in particular, has the strength of a 1,000-man legion. We have no chance against her. Most likely, only Setting Sun, which is interested in Forest City, can stop them now, Troubled Madness said as he balled his fists, fear and frustration filling his heart. Although he was a powerful expert, he could only take on 24 experts at the same time. Against a 100-man expert team, even he would have to flee. In contrast, Chopped Axe had just rendered a 500 expert team powerless. With such strength, it would take 1,000 experts to defeat the woman. In other words, Chopped Axe had the strength to single-handedly change the outcome of a battle of several thousand players. Be an absolute nightmare in the fields. Meanwhile, Melody and the other Ninth Heaven members wore grim expressions after watching the battle from their hiding spot in the forest near the temple. How can the Death God Workshop have such a powerful expert? Melody watched Chopped Axe in a daze. Although the Death God Workshop members her guild had encountered were impressive, there hadn't been anyone as strong as Chopped Axe among the group. East Crow's experts were much stronger than independent experts. And while independent players would be considered experts after reaching the early stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor, East Crow's experts had reached the 5th floor's late stage at the very least. And still those experts were helpless against Chopped Axe. Although she had brought a little over 200 guild experts with her, these players' overall strength couldn't compare to Troubled Madness's 500-man team. Moreover, Troubled Madness was just as strong as she was. So, they're the Death God Workshop's members? Fire Dance asked Melody. They are. Melody nodded. It seems this trip wasn't a complete waste of time after all, Fire Dance said as she watched the group of players approach the mysterious temple. She then turned to her guildmates and announced, "All right, time to get to work." Saying so, Fire Dance emerged from the grove of trees and approached the players from the Death God Workshop. "We're getting to work." Cola and the other Zero Wing members grinned before following after Fire Dance. "What are you doing?" Melody's anxiety peaked as she watched Fire Dance and her companions leave their hiding place. "Didn't you just see how powerful those players are? With our current team we won't even serve as a warm-up. We should return and organize a stronger team." The Death God Workshop's commanders were its strongest players. She had assumed that while these commanders might be strong, they shouldn't be much stronger than the workshop's other players, but it seemed that she had been gravely mistaken. Moreover, this Death God Workshop team was led by 2 commander-level existences. When she considered the possibility of the scholarly man Frost Rain being as powerful as Chopped Axe, she shuddered. Fighting the 2 Death God Workshop commanders at the same time would be suicidal. However, despite Melody's advice, Fire Dance stepped out of the forest's cover as if she hadn't heard Melody at all. "Guild leader, what should we do?" Scarlet Heart asked nervously. "We have no choice, we have to follow them. We are responsible for requesting Zero Wing's help. We can't sit here and do nothing while they fight." Melody sighed as she and her guild members followed Zero Wing's team. The temple's entrance was an empty clearing void of any obstructions. The moment Fire Dance and her team appeared, they attracted the attention of East Crow's members. "Who are they?" "They're human." "Why are humans here?" East Crow's members softly discussed the approaching players. Aside from merchant players, human players were rare in the fairy country. Naturally, spotting a group of 20 human players would be odd. Shortly after Zero Wing's members left the forest, Ninth Heaven's players revealed themselves. Since Ninth Heaven was a local first-rate guild, East Crow's members recognized the expert players, especially Melody. For a time, a commotion erupted among East Crow's members. What is Ninth Heaven's guild leader doing here? Did she come to take revenge for the Death God Workshop's recent ambush? That shouldn't be the case, right? Didn't she see the fight just now? Even with our numbers we were no match. and she only has around 200 experts with her. With so few players, they won't even be a warm-up for chopped axe. They must have missed it. Why else would they make such a foolish move? East Crow's members were shocked as they watched Ninth Heaven's team approach the Death God Workshop members. They could not figure out what Melody was trying to do. Troubled Madness agreed that Melody must have lost her mind. Even if she hadn't seen the battle, she should at least notice the corpses littering the clearing. Oh, aren't you from Ninth Heaven? Chopped Axe recognized Melody's group immediately. Smiling, she asked, "What? You want revenge for the trash we killed just now? Feel free to try. I can use this chance to stretch before going into the temple." Guild leader Melody don't mind Chopped Axe. He's just joking. Don't take her seriously, Frost Rain, who stood beside Chopped Axe, said, smiling at Melody. If Ninth Heaven is willing to hand the item over, the Death God Workshop will stop targeting your members. I hope that you have carefully considered the matter. Don't even think about it. I will never hand it over to you. Melody growled, rage burning in her gaze. It seems Guild leader Melody still doesn't understand us. Since you're here, then I'll show you the difference between us personally, Frost Rain said. Turning to his team members, he said, "Go. Remove these players but leave Guild leader Melody alive." Hearing Frost Rain's command, the several dozen Death God Workshop members pounced on Ninth Heaven's members like wild beasts. They treated the 200-plus experts before them like prey awaiting slaughter. "Everyone prepare for battle. Do not fight alone," Melody said, her expression grim as she glared at the 50-plus players charging towards her. Although these Death God Workshop members were not as monstrous as Chopped Axe, they were extraordinarily powerful. She knew from watching the previous battle that they were far stronger than ordinary experts. Just before the workshop's players reached Ninth Heaven's members, a black-clad figure appeared before one of the level 57, Tier 2 Guardian Knights leading the charge. This figure then transformed into a shadow as it pierced through the Guardian Knight. Without time to utter a scream, the Tier 2 Guardian Knight collapsed to the ground, his HP bar drained to nothing. The workshop's players slid to a halt after seeing the shocking attack, turning towards the figure. "Who are you?" the Death God Workshop members demanded as they watched the figure, afraid. "I am Zero Wings Fire Dance." Fire Dance introduced herself as she sheathed 1,000 transformations. Sweeping a glance over the Death God Workshop's members, she calmly stated, "I'm here to bury you." Chapter 1921, Duel of Strength. The Death God Workshop's members shot Fire Dance chilling expressions after hearing her statement. "You're here to bury us? How bold. This woman must be dreaming." Although Fire Dance's level 60 was surprising, a 2 or 3 level difference was nothing to experts like them. They were merely on alert due to her successfully ambushing and killing a Tier 2 metric tons. However, Fire Dance was dearly mistaken if she thought that she could slay them all. Several melee experts immediately charged at the assassin, striking with axes, spears and greatswords simultaneously. These experts' coordination blocked all paths of retreat available. However, Fire Dance did not remain idle. Unsheathing 1,000 transformations once more, she met the approaching weapons with her fragmented legendary sword. When the weapons collided, something astonishing occurred. The impact threw the several charging melee players, and despite all of them being Tier 2 experts, they felt their arms numb from the force, their weapons trembling violently. How can an assassin have so much strength? The several Death God Workshop members that had attacked stared at Fire Dance as she charged towards them in horror. Their movements were still stiff, so their mobility was limited. They couldn't even defend themselves. Realizing that something was amiss, the workshop's ranged players hurriedly launched attacks at the darting assassin. Countless spells and arrows rained down on Fire Dance, covering enough area that she couldn't avoid all of the attacks in time. However, just before the attack struck Fire Dance, a giant of a figure appeared before her. It was none other than Kola, who was more than eager to join the fray. With his shield raised, a barrier of light formed before him, preventing any ranged attacks from reaching his comrade. Even after taking a beating from the ranged attacks, the light barrier remained intact. Meanwhile, Fire Dance arrived before the several stiffened melee players. Executing Absolute Strike and Shadow Turmoil, she killed 2 of them instantly. This turn of events made the Death God Workshop members frown deeply. When Fire Dance had ambushed and killed the Tier 2 metric tons, they hadn't gotten a clear view of the assassin's combat standards, but after this clash they knew that both Fire Dance and Cola were extremely powerful experts. Their grasp on timing and their coordination were incredible. So strong. Troubled Madness, who watched the battle from a safe distance, gasped when Fire Dance had instantly eliminated 2 players. After fighting the Death God Workshop earlier, he had learned how powerful the workshop's Tier 2 experts were. Even in a one-on-one, he was not confident of defeating those experts decisively, let alone several of them at once. It seems you're not all talk after all. I finally get to have some fun. Chopped Axe licked the corner of her lips before raising her gigantic battle axe and charging at the human assassin. Although Chopped Axe was a berserker, her movement speed was even higher than ordinary assassins. Fully displaying the benefit of being a tigerkin, she left afterimages wherever she passed. By the time Fire Dance had killed her 4th Death God Workshop member, Chopped Axe had appeared before the female assassin. Raising her battle axe with a single hand, she sent a powerful chop at Fire Dance. As the weapon descended, space around its blade showed faint signs of crumbling. Tier 2 skill Spatial Quake. Not only did Spatial Quake temporarily increase her strength, but it also dealt damage in a 5 by 15 yard area before her. It was one of the few AoE skills the Berserker class possessed. Not one to fall behind, Fire Dance used the Tier 2 skill Shadow Edge. Unlike the earlier clashes, neither player had been thrown when Fire Dance's short sword met Chopped Axe's colossal weapon. However, the resulting impact was so powerful that space around them cracked. The women looked at each other in astonishment. How is this possible? How can a human assassin have so much strength? I'm a tigerkin, for God's sake. This berserker's strength is actually a match for mine. The outcome even surprised the Death God Workshop's Frost Rain and Zero Wings members. Chopped Axe was a tigerkin. Her body's innate strength far surpassed that of a human. She had also learned super rare passive skills and wielded a special legacy. Moreover, her weapon was an epic battle axe. Her strength was even unrivaled within the Death God Workshop. The unexpected outcome put Chopped Axe in a very bad mood. She, someone famed for her strength, had failed to defeat a human assassin in a duel of the attribute. This was unforgivable. As for Cola and the others, they were fully aware of just how powerful Fire Dance was. Not only did she wear multiple pieces of epic equipment, but she also wielded 1,000 transformations. Since Cola had his own fragmented legendary item, he could guess that her short sword was the same rank. If that were the case, only Sure Feng and Gentle Snow could likely surpass Fire Dance's strength. Yet despite being so powerful, Fire Dance's clash with the Tigerkin Berserker had ended in a tie. While everyone was still shocked by the collision, neither Fire Dance nor Chopped Axe gave their opponent an opportunity as they continued to launch frenzied attacks. For a time, afterimages of Fire Dance's short sword and Chopped Axe's axe filled the battlefield. Chopped Axe had better techniques than Fire Dance, and it was evident that she had reached the flowing water realm. She could perceive Fire Dance's attacks as soon as the human assassin began to execute them. However, Fire Dance was an assassin. Strength wasn't her forte. Her true power lay in her speed, so even though the Berserker could read her movements, she still had an advantage with her movement speed, making up for her weaker combat standard. Despite such a thrilling battle, where her life would be forfeit if she made a single mistake, Fire Dance very much enjoyed this moment. Throughout this battle, she recognized many of her deficiencies and perfected her techniques. Fortunately, the same could not be said for Chopped Axe. She could only watch, displeased, as the human assassin continued to improve as they dueled. You dare use me as a grinding stone? Do you think I will give you enough time to grow stronger? Chopped Axe immediately activated her berserk skill, Savage God's Power, her muscles rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. At the same time, an extra crimson battle axe had appeared in her hand, radiating waves of bone-chilling mana. You are the first person in the fairy country to force me to use this move. Now go to hell. Chopped Axe then swung her blades in a powerful downward slash towards Fire Dance. Tier 2 taboo skill Meteoric Annihilation. Suddenly, over a dozen crimson axes descended from the sky, each carrying the weight of a mountain. In response, Fire Dance activated Power of Darkness before brandishing 1,000 transformations, sending countless water whips at the falling axe blades. Domain Skill Water Binding. Chapter 1922, Painful Lesson. When the two powerful skills clashed, an intense shockwave shook the ground and the surrounding players. At the same time, the ground at the epicenter of the collision shattered and crumbled, a huge crater forming around the two women. Shockingly huge cracks spread out from the crater. There simply was no comparison between this clash and the numerous exchanges the two had before. As the attacks of meteoric annihilation and water binding disappeared, Fire Dance's and Chopped Axe's figures emerged, standing quietly inside the crater. Although both sides remained completely unscathed, the expressions both women wore were completely different, one of them incomparably excited and the other astonished. This assassin actually stopped my strongest skill? At this moment, Chopped Axe's complexion turned ashen as she looked at Fire Dance, her earlier sense of ease gone. Meteoric Annihilation was a Tier 2 taboo skill. Combined with her Berserk skill, she could send even a Grand Lord of the same level stumbling back. She was extremely confident in this move of hers and believed that no player could receive it head-on. Yet, despite Fire Dance being only an assassin, not only did the female assassin manage to stop her attack without receiving any damage, but she had even done so without using Vanish, a well-known life-saving skill of the assassin class. This was definitely an outcome that Chopped Axe could neither accept nor tolerate. However, after Chopped Axe's skill came to an end, Fire Dance's water binding was still in effect. The assassin immediately sent water whips at Chopped Axe, one after another, each whip containing strength surpassing Fire Dance's own. In the blink of an eye, 6 whips lashed at Chopped Axe from multiple directions, attacking so fast that the Tigerkin Berserker was forced to use her battle axe to defend herself. For a time, Chopped Axe actually fell into a disadvantage and could only focus on defending herself. Amazing! She is actually suppressing Chopped Axe all by herself? Melody was filled with an indescribable sense of surprise as she watched the battle between Fire Dance and Chopped Axe. She never thought that Fire Dance was this strong. Meanwhile, Troubled Madness, who was spectating the battle from afar, was goggling in shock. He simply could not bring himself to believe that Chopped Axe, the person who had freely slaughtered East Crow's members before, could only focus on defense now. Moreover, at this moment, Chopped Axe wasn't the only person at a disadvantage. The other Death God Workshop members were also engaged in a bitter battle with the other Zero Wing members. Despite the Death God Workshop members' numerical advantage, they were no match for their opponents at all, dying one after another. Shortly after Fire Dance started suppressing Chopped Axe, the half-elf Frost Rain finally made his move. After activating his Berserk skill, he began chanting an incantation and drawing line after line of divine runes. A moment later, ice swords appeared in the sky one after another, easily numbering more than 20. These ice swords then descended on Fire Dance. At the same time, a thick wall of dirt formed around the female assassin, preventing her from escaping the ice swords' AoE. Due to the ice swords, Fire Dance gave up on attacking Chopped Axe. Instead, she had her water whips circulate around herself, forming a defensive barrier that kept the ice swords away from herself. However, Chopped Axe did not idle around during this time either, continuously swinging her 2 battle axes against Fire Dance's water barrier, the might of her axes tearing a gap through it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Frost Rain redirected some of his ice swords towards this gap. Despite seeing the approaching attacks, Fire Dance showed no intention of dodging whatsoever. Instead, she brandished 1,000 transformations and struck down the ice swords one after another. Due to Frost Rain's participation in the battle, Fire Dance became busy. "Aren't you all going to help her?" Melody asked anxiously as she turned to look at alluring Summer and Violet Cloud, who had not moved at all thus far. It might have been fine for these two women not to take action before, since Zero Wing's dozen or so players were more than enough to suppress the 40-plus members of the Death God Workshop. However, now that Chopped Axe and Frost Rain had teamed up to deal with Fire Dance, if alluring Summer and Violet Cloud still insisted on standing aside, then Fire Dance really would be in trouble. After all, both Chopped Axe and Frost Rain were commanders in the Death God Workshop. Frost Rain's combat power was not the least bit inferior to Chopped Axe's. With the two of them working together, their combat power increased exponentially. The slightest gap in Fire Dance's defense would get her killed instantly. However, all Melody's question did was earn her confused looks from Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud. Why should we ruin such a rare opportunity for Fire? Fire is perfecting her techniques right now. Can't you see how happy she is? But those two are commanders of the Death God Workshop, the strongest experts in the workshop. Either of them can go up against a legion of 1,000 experts on their own. Even if Fire Dance is stronger than either one, dealing with both at the same time is. Melody fell speechless at the serious expressions Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud had. Fire Dance was obviously at a disadvantage right now, forced into constant defense. She would be killed if she made even the smallest mistake. While the loss of EXP might not be a big problem, it would be a huge loss if Chopped Axe or Frost Rain managed to loot the weapon or equipment Fire Dance dropped. After all, the fact that Fire Dance boasted such frightening strength and speed proved that her weapons and equipment were extraordinary. Two commanders from the Death God Workshop? Violet Cloud giggled involuntarily at Melody's words. If 4 or 5 commanders went at Big Sis Fire together, this battle might be a little more interesting. 4 or 5 commanders? This comment stunned Melody. She felt that Violet Cloud was a little too overconfident in Fire Dance's abilities. After all, the Death God Workshop was an adventurer team that even super guilds chose to ignore. Melody had long heard that every one of the workshop's commanders could rival the peak experts of super guilds in terms of combat power. Despite that, Violet Cloud was actually saying that Fire Dance could handle 4 or 5 of such commanders. While Melody was conversing with Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud, Chopped Axes and Frost Rain's attacks grew even fiercer. Frost Rain ceaselessly bombarded Fire Dance with spells, giving her no chance to catch a breath. Once he noticed a gap in the assassin's defense, he would immediately strike at it. Meanwhile, Chopped Axe kept creating gaps in Fire Dance's defense. Occasionally she even moved into melee range and traded blow for blow with Fire Dance. After the trio continued this struggle for a short while, Fire Dance's HP finally started decreasing. Although the assassin had the protection of her armor, just a graze from Chopped Axe's battle axes inflicted a heavy impact. Blood was even leaking from her mouth now. Fortunately, the physical injuries she sustained thus far were still not at a point where they would affect her combat power. Of course, Chopped Axe wasn't having a good time either. Trading blows with Fire Dance had opened cuts and cracks on the berserker's armor, the impacts so heavy that the Tigerkin would spit out mouthfuls of blood, her HP decreasing by chunks. That weapon really is amazing. It even cuts through my dark gold armor. Chopped Axe was shocked as she took in her damaged armor. She then turned to look at the distant Frost Rain and said, "We can't continue like this. Let's use the combination attack." Nodding in response, Frost Rain promptly changed his attack method and started double speed casting. Meanwhile, Chopped Axe stored her epic battle axe and gripped the crimson battle axe with both hands. Her dark gray irises then turned silvery white as 6 small magic arrays appeared around her. She then charged straight at Fire Dance. When Chopped Axe got within 15 yards of Fire Dance, she suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, 6 doppelgangers of the female berserker appeared around Fire Dance, all 6 leaping into the air and chopping down at the female assassin. At this time, Frost Rain finished casting his spells. Immediately, frost barriers appeared around Fire Dance one after another, the ground she stood on also giving off a crimson glow as if something was about to spew out from the ground. Combination skill, Frostfire Annihilation. It's over. When Melody saw this scene, she deeply felt death looming over her. Now she was certain that Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud were overconfident about Fire Dance's abilities. As expected of the famous Death God Workshop, this trip really isn't a waste. A touch of joy appeared on Fire Dance's face when she looked at the combination skill her 2 opponents were executing. She promptly cancelled water binding and activated the Petrified Thorns petrification domain. Die! The 6 Chopped Axes yelled simultaneously just as they were about to hit Fire Dance. The 6 doppelgangers possessed 100% of the main body's strength. Meanwhile, the axes of all 6 covered the entire area Fire Dance stood in. When all 6 axes landed, the power they carried was so great that even space itself showed signs of shattering. Boom. At the same time as the axes landed, the ground beneath Fire Dance burst apart. A towering pillar of fire emerged from the ground, enveloping fire dance completely. As the fire pillar dissipated, a lava field could be seen replacing the ground fire dance originally stood on. Meanwhile, surrounding the lava was an ice field. Seen from afar, this scene was spectacular. She's finally dead? Chopped Axe heaved a deep sigh of relief when she saw Fire Dance's corpse starting to disintegrate in the lava field. The petrification domain Fire Dance activated had struck both Frost Rain and Chopped Axe. Although their combination skill had mitigated a portion of the damage, they still had very little HP remaining after receiving that attack. Just as Chopped Axe was about to turn around and leave, a yell suddenly entered her ears. "Careful!" This voice originated from the distant Frost Rain. However, before Chopped Axe could figure out what was going on, a stinging sensation came from her chest. When she looked down, she noticed the tip of a short sword emerging from her chest. Meanwhile, this short sword was none other than Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations. "How? Weren't you?" Chopped Axe turned around, her eyes filled with confusion. After all, Fire Dance, who should have been dead, was currently standing right behind her. Moreover, the female assassin's HP bar was actually full. Instead of replying immediately, Fire Dance pulled out 1,000 transformations from Chopped Axe, leaving a fountain of blood to pour out of the female berserker's chest. As she watched Chopped Axe's HP plummet, she said in a quiet tone, "Your combination attack really is impressive. You two actually forced me to waste one life." When Fire Dance was done speaking, Chopped Axe's HP zeroed out. The berserker's body then collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment appearing beside her corpse. Meanwhile, upon seeing this scene, Frost Rain hurriedly took out an ancient magic scroll from his bag and activated it, destroying the seal on the battlefield and disappearing before everyone's eyes. As for the other Death God Workshop members, they all fell into a panic at Chopped Axe and Frost Rain's defeat. As a result, Zero Wings members took only a short while to finish them off. At this moment, the Death God Workshop, which had been giving the various large guilds of the fairy country a headache all this time, finally sustained a severe loss for the first time in God's domain. Of the two commanders that fought against Zero Wing, one died while the other fled. As for the other 50+ experts, they suffered annihilation. Chapter 1923, Fame spreading across the fairy country. After the Death God Workshop members' annihilation, varying expressions appeared on the faces of Ninth Heavens and East Crow's members. "Big Sis Melody, that Fire Dance is amazing. She actually defeated 2 of the Death God Workshop's commanders all by herself. If the rest of the Death God Workshop find out about this, they'll definitely start keeping a low profile when taking action." Scarlet Heart exclaimed excitedly as she watched Fire Dance going through the loot dropped by the Death God Workshop members. The large guilds operating in the fairy country were all powerless to do anything against the Death God Workshop, largely because the Death God Workshop had too many experts. If the guilds dispatched too small of a team to deal with the workshop, their teams would simply end up getting the tables turned on them. But if they sent too large of one, their movements would get noticed very easily, making a successful ambush on the workshop impossible. Take East Crow for example. Had East Crow dispatched an army of several thousand players instead of just a 500-man team this time, Chopped Axe and Frost Rain's team would have most likely received news about the guild's movements and had long since fled to another map. They wouldn't have given East Crow any opportunity to meet them at all. At this stage of the game, only a superpower which possessed plenty of experts and resources would be capable of putting the Death God Workshop in its place. However, the various superpowers had plenty of territories that they needed capable people to manage. They simply couldn't afford a protracted battle with the Death God Workshop without hampering their own development. As a result, the superpowers had no choice but to ignore the antics of the Death God Workshop so long as the workshop did not cross their bottom lines. However, Zero Wing was different from the various superpowers. The guild possessed experts that were capable of defeating the Death God Workshop's commanders and also had amazing tracking abilities. Even without expending a large amount of manpower and resources, Zero Wing could deal with the Death God Workshop. That's right. After this battle, the Death God Workshop will most likely keep its head down for some time. Melody nodded in agreement. She had never imagined that Zero Wing actually had such frightening strength. The strength the guild had displayed thus far greatly exceeded her expectations. quickly spread the news that Zero Wing has already agreed to help Ninth Heaven in combating the Death God Workshop. Originally, she had expected Zero Wing to give the Death God Workshop pause at most, and force the workshop into a stalemate. If that happened, Ninth Heaven would have room to develop. Everything would be fine so long as the guild was not pushed to the brink of collapse. However, the situation was different now. Not only did Zero Wing possess the strength to suppress the Death God Workshop, but Zero Wing also had the ability to ambush the workshop's teams. This outcome was far better than what she initially expected. Once the Death God Workshop learned that Ninth Heaven had partnered with Zero Wing, the workshop would naturally stop seeking trouble with Ninth Heaven out of fear of Zero Wing. "I'll spread the message right away." Upon hearing Melody's words, Scarlet Heart immediately understood Melody's intentions. She also could not help but anticipate the impact the news of the Death God Workshop's defeat would have on the fairy country. The Death God Workshop was akin to a plague to the fairy country. Just the mention of its name would give the various major powers of the country a headache. Following which, Scarlet Heart compiled the information of the battle and published it on the fairy country's official forums. She also had some of her subordinates talk it up in the country's various cities. Meanwhile, Troubled Madness, who stood some distance away from Zero Wing and Ninth Heaven's group, wore an incredulous expression on his face as he looked at Fire Dance and the others. "Who are those people? Why haven't I heard of a guild named Zero Wing before?" At this moment, an indescribable sense of shock filled Troubled Madness's heart. Both Chopped Axe and Frost Rain were monster-like existences, yet despite working together, they were still no match for Fire Dance. Had Troubled Madness heard about this situation from someone else, he would have most likely dismissed their words as a joke. However, having personally witnessed this battle, he had no choice but to believe it. The final exchange was especially astonishing. He had clearly seen Fire Dance getting killed, yet the female assassin had still managed to mysteriously appear behind Chopped Axe. This was definitely his first time coming across such a strange situation. However, unlike Ninth Heaven's and East Crow's members, Zero Wing's members did not feel particularly surprised by the outcome of Fire Dance's battle with Chopped Axe and Frost Rain. Although Fire Dance did not reveal the details of Thousand Transformations to anyone else, they still knew that Fire Dance possessed the true illusion skill, as they had seen it at work while they were out grinding monsters and bosses. True illusion granted Fire Dance one additional life, though the skill could be used only once every 48 hours. Due to this skill, with the exception of dungeons, Fire Dance had never truly died even once until now. Among Zero Wing's core members, Fire Dance held the nickname of Phoenix due to this skill, as well as the envy of many players. Vice Guild Leader, we just found out some information about Zero Wing. It is an up-and-coming guild that was established at the start of God's domain. Although it doesn't have any background, its strength is not the slightest bit weaker than a first-rate guild's, one of East Crow's members reported hurriedly. The guild's strength rivals a first-rate guild's? Troubled Madness rolled his eyes at his subordinate, feeling that this information was greatly mistaken. After all, the first-rate guilds of the fairy country were utterly helpless against the Death God Workshop, yet Zero Wing, a guild capable of dealing with said workshop, was labeled as a guild that only rivaled first-rate guilds. What did that make the fairy country's 5 first-rate guilds then? Second-rate guilds. Of course, there was also a huge difference between first-rate guilds. For example, with the combat power Zero Wing had displayed thus far, it should at least be able to rival the best among first-rate guilds. It definitely wasn't an existence that ordinary first-rate guilds like East Crow could compare to. Notify your subordinates to look into the relationship between Ninth Heaven and Zero Wing immediately. Also, before we get a clear picture of their relationship, notify everyone in the guild not to come into conflict with Ninth Heaven's members. Troubled Madness instructed. Although he did not know the full extent of Zero Wing's strength, based on the experts the guild had revealed today, Zero Wing definitely wasn't a guild to be underestimated. It would not be a laughing matter if these experts of Zero Wing made trouble for East Crow out in the fields. Meanwhile, on Fire Dance's side, after they finished going through the loot dropped by the Death God Workshop members, they immediately returned to Forest City to rest. While waiting for the Death God Workshop to make another move, they surveyed the area around the 2 shops Melody promised, as well as gained a deeper understanding of Forest City's situation. This was also one of the tasks Feng had assigned them. After all, as the capital city of a neutral country, its growth potential was limitless. There were also plenty of resources unique to the fairy country. By the time Fire Dance and the others returned to Forest City, Scarlet Heart had long since spread the news of the Death God Workshop's defeat throughout the fairy country. For a time the entire country was in an uproar. This is a lie, right? That's the Death God Workshop we're talking about. How can anyone possibly ambush the workshop successfully? It's no lie. There is even a video recording uploaded with the forum post. Although the video only shows snippets of the battle, the ones that got defeated are indeed the commanders and members of the Death God Workshop. Moreover, the Death God Workshop hasn't issued any denials up to now, so it must be true. Zero Wing is amazing. It is actually able to ambush and defeat the Death God Workshop's members. I wonder what kind of guild Zero Wing is. Why haven't I heard about it before this incident? It should be a new guild created by some major corporation. Otherwise, how could it possibly be so strong? I wonder if Zero Wing is recruiting neutral players like us. At this point, everyone in the fairy country was talking about the Death God Workshop's defeat and growing curious about Zero Wing's identity. After all, the Death God Workshop was one of the fairy country's overlords. A guild capable of suppressing the workshop definitely wasn't ordinary. Zero Wing's fame quickly spread throughout the fairy country. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion in Forest City. When Frost Rain entered the reception room of this mansion and saw the gentle old man sitting on one of the sofas there, his expression immediately tensed up in anxiety. Meanwhile, standing beside this old man were 6 people, all of them radiating a frightening aura. Similar to Frost Rain, these 6 people were commanders of the Death God Workshop. Only their internal ranks were much higher than Frost Rain's. "You've returned." Sending a glance at Frost Rain, the old man asked calmly, "Well? Out with it. What happened over there?" Chapter 1924, Foundation Investigation. Frost Rain suddenly felt a chill enveloping his entire body at the old man's words. He immediately retold the battle, careful not to miss out on even the slightest detail. "I see." The old man narrowed his eyes as he caressed his white beard. "A guild from Starmoon Kingdom, is it? An outside guild dares meddle in the matters of our Death God Workshop. Chief, why don't I bring a team to take care of them?" A 2.5-meter-tall bearkin berserker said suddenly. The bearkin's suggestion stunned the other commanders present. Among the 8 commanders of the Death God Workshop, the bearkin berserker ranked number 1. Titled the Heavenly Spear by the Secret Pavilion, he was one of the 2 true pillars of the Death God Workshop. While others might not know, it was entirely due to the first commander and chief commander's existence that the various superpowers chose to ignore the Death God Workshop's antics. Otherwise, with the strength the various superpowers possessed, they would have long since taken care of the Death God Workshop. Yet now one of the Death God Workshop's pillars was proposing to take action himself. The other commanders present were naturally surprised by this situation. "Forget it. We'll stop harassing Ninth Heaven temporarily. We'll decide how we should proceed after we have conducted a thorough investigation of Zero Wing," the old man said, shaking his head. "Moreover, even if we don't take action, Zero Wing will still encounter a lot of trouble from this point onward. The waters of the fairy country are much deeper than they think." Meanwhile, the Death God Workshop's lack of response to its crushing defeat fueled Zero Wing's fame to greater heights in Forest City. In just one day, a large number of players already wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, as Zero Wing had no intention to establish a branch guild in Forest City at the moment, these interested players could not help but sigh in disappointment. However, the businesses Zero Wing had set up in the 2 shops Melody had traded were booming with popularity. Many of the potions and engineering tools sold by the Candlelight trading firm were very much welcomed by Forest City's players. For example, the exotic stamina potion. As there weren't many towns and cities in the fairy country, there were very few teleportation points. Meanwhile, with the guilds occupying most of the nearby resource areas, independent players had no choice but to grind in distant maps. Due to these factors, independent players had to expend a lot of stamina just on travel, a situation that further increased the demand for the exotic stamina potion. In addition, as Zero Wing held exclusive rights to the exotic stamina potion, Candlelight's shops were the only source of the potion, which the independent players and guild players of Forest City were frantically purchasing. As for the selling price, it was much higher than that of the potions sold in Starmoon Kingdom. In just one day after deducting material costs and labor costs, the two shops set up in Forest City earned 0 wing over 5,000 gold. Candlelight's shops here were much more profitable than those in White River City. Melody also found the exotic stamina potion very tempting, hence she asked to purchase the potion in bulk from 0 wing. However, as the Candlelight trading firm could produce only a limited number of exotic stamina potions each day, even if 0 wing wished to sell the potions in bulk, it couldn't. In the end, after Ninth Heaven negotiated with melancholic smile, it was decided that the Candlelight trading firm would supply the guild with a fixed number of exotic stamina potions each day. In exchange, Ninth Heaven would supply 0 wing with materials unique to the fairy country. A few examples of materials unique to the fairy country were fairy fruit and fairy wood. Both were extremely rare materials. Fairy fruit could be used to make all kinds of beverages. Not only could fairy fruits enhance the taste of a beverage, but they also provided a sobering effect, which allowed players to focus better when working. To lifestyle players, beverages made using fairy fruit were akin to wonder drugs. Fairy wood was even more special. It could be used to make furniture and ships. Furniture made using fairy wood carried mana, which in turn increased the mana density of the furniture's surroundings. Meanwhile, when used to produce ships, fairy wood would increase the ship's durability. These two materials might not be particularly useful to current players and guilds, but as players reached higher levels, these two materials would likewise appreciate in value. This was especially true for furniture made using fairy wood, which was something all lifestyle players sought. Although such furniture would not improve the production success rate, the increased mana density would help lifestyle players concentrate better. This was also the main reason why Feng had tasked Fire Dance and the others with setting up shops in Forest City, to purchase a large amount of fairy fruits and fairy wood. Now that 0 wing had Ninth Heaven's help as well, the collection of these materials would proceed even faster. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked players suddenly arrived in Starmoon Kingdom's 0 wing city. These cloaked players had thoroughly hidden their appearances. However, the fierce aura they radiated still made other players avoid them like the plague. If a player with a high-ranking identification skill were to inspect these players, they would definitely be very surprised because these cloaked players were not part of the human race but of neutral races. In total, there were 50 players in this group, every one of them a Tier 2 player. This was almost as many Tier 2 players as a first-rate guild possessed at this stage of the game. The one leading this group of neutral players was a level 58, Tier 2 Tigerkin Ranger. Meanwhile, moving alongside him were a male half-elf and a female Tigerkin. The latter two were none other than Frost Rain and Chopped Axe, commanders of the Death God Workshop. So, this place is 0 Wing City. The mana density here is so high. Why are there so many players here? The Death God Workshop's members were filled with surprise as they observed the crowded streets of the city. Although they had seen NPC cities with much higher player populations, this was their first time seeing a guild town or city with so many players. Moreover, a considerable portion of these players were experts. There were also plenty of Tier 2 players roaming about the city. The situation here was completely different from any guild town they had visited before. However, the most surprising aspect of 0 Wing City was still its mana density, which greatly surpassed even the fairy country's most mana-dense area. Alright, enough sightseeing. Our goal here isn't to tour 0 Wing City, the Tigerkin Ranger said in a cold voice. We only have one goal this time, and that is to get a clear idea of 0 Wing's strength. The chief commander has also stated that, if need be, we should exhibit a portion of our strength to let 0 Wing know that the Death God Workshop's reputation is not for show. Frost and Axe, that goes double for you too. If you don't perform well, you should know what kind of person the chief commander is. When Frost Rain and Chopped Axe heard the ranger's words and thought about the chief commander's means of doing things, their bodies shuddered involuntarily. They couldn't offer any rebuttals to Light Cloud, the Tigerkin Ranger. While part of the reason for this was the intense aura he gave off, another part was him being the second-ranked commander in the Death God Workshop. In terms of combat standards, Light Cloud far surpassed the two of them. The other Death God Workshop members also nodded silently and sorted out their emotions. They immediately followed Light Cloud to investigate Zero Wing's residence. When the group arrived on the top floor of a high-class restaurant adjacent to Zero Wing's residence, Light Cloud used a high-ranking identification skill to observe the situation inside the residence. However, the moment Light Cloud did so, he fell into a daze. This was because 500 Tier 2 players stood in the residence's front courtyard at this moment. Meanwhile, even the weakest piece of equipment these players wore was level 50 fine gold rank, while the majority of these players sported level 50 dark gold equipment. Currently, these 500 Tier 2 players were standing at attention before a man. When Light Cloud tried identifying this man, he could not see any information about him aside from his name, Black Flame. Even so, he could distinctly feel an indescribable sense of danger from the man even from several hundred yards away. Cloud. What's the situation inside Zero Wing's residence? Frost Rain and Chopped Axe could not help but ask curiously after Light Cloud remained silent for a long time. Chapter 1925, Frightening Numbers. Despite hearing Frost Rain and Chopped Axe's question, Light Cloud remained completely silent as he stared at the rows of Tier 2 players inside Zero Wing's residence. How is this possible? Is Zero Wing really just equal to a first-rate guild? This thought echoed continuously in Light Cloud's mind. 500 Tier 2 players. To the current first-rate guilds, this number was beyond impossible to achieve. Even the Death God Workshop had only a little over 60 Tier 2 players right now. If the workshop started a fight against Zero Wing, just the numerical advantage alone would let the guild run roughshod over the Death God Workshop. In the Fairy Country, although the various first-rate guilds each had more Tier 2 players than the Death God Workshop, the difference wasn't much. Hence, the Death God Workshop was not afraid of conducting guerrilla warfare against them. Including experts like the 8 commanders, the workshop held a considerable advantage when fighting out in the fields. However, the methods the Death God Workshop employed against these first-rate guilds would be absolutely useless against Zero Wing. After all, the disparity in the number of Tier 2 players each organization possessed was nearly tenfold. Even if Zero Wing divided its Tier 2 experts, the guild could still form sizable groups that would pose a formidable fighting force. Not to mention, unlike the various first-rate guilds, Zero Wing had experts that could rival the commanders of the Death God Workshop. If the Death God Workshop really started fighting against Zero Wing in the Fairy Country, even with the home ground advantage, the workshop wouldn't have it easy. Frost Axe, you two stay here with me. Everyone else, return to base, Light Cloud commanded after giving the matter some more thought. Only the 3 of us are staying behind? Frost Rain was confused as he looked at Light Cloud. The chief commander specifically sent these people to help us. If all of them return, what can the 3 of us possibly achieve here? Aside from scouting out Zero Wing's strength, the chief commander had also implicitly suggested they make trouble for Zero Wing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dispatched so many Tier 2 experts for a simple reconnaissance operation. The other Death God Workshop members agreed with Frost Rain's words. They all expressed their confusion over Light Cloud's decision, unable to understand why they had to return to base shortly after arriving in Zero Wing City. With their group of Tier 2 experts, they could cause even more destruction than a large guild's 1,000-man expert legion. Do you know how many Tier 2 experts are currently in Zero Wing's residence? Light Cloud asked as he shifted his gaze to Frost Rain. Tier 2 experts? Seeing as this is Zero Wing's main headquarters, there should be a couple of dozen, I guess? Frost Rain replied after giving the matter some thought. Currently, even first-rate guilds had only a little over 100 Tier 2 experts. Meanwhile, having half of this number stationed in the guild's main headquarters could already be considered excessive. A couple of dozen? Light Cloud stared at Frost Rain in disdain upon hearing this answer. If there were only a couple of dozen, do you think I'd order a retreat? Could there be over 100? Chopped Axe asked, somewhat surprised. Wrong. It's 500. Light Cloud replied as he spread his right hand wide. 500? How can that be possible? Isn't Zero Wing just an equal of first-rate guilds? Did you see wrong? Frost Rain instinctively rejected Light Cloud's statement. This number was no laughing matter. If Zero Wing really had 500 Tier 2 experts, it could already rival some of the weaker superpowers. I wish I had seen wrong, Light Cloud said, a bitter smile appearing on his face. However, I have already used my identification skill to double-check several times. All 500 of them are indeed Tier 2. Didn't they say that Zero Wing doesn't have any backers? Chopdak said, horrified. If Zero Wing had 500 Tier 2 experts, then taking care of their team of 50 Tier 2 players would be child's play. Most likely, aside from the 3 commanders present, everyone else would die if they tried fighting against 500 Tier 2 experts. She found it truly hard to believe that Ninth Heaven, a second-rate guild that had no backers whatsoever, had managed to partner up with a titan like Zero Wing. With this, the Death God Workshop really had to consider carefully whether to continue targeting Ninth Heaven or not. We're changing plans. From now on, the 3 of us will continue scouting out Zero Wing. Try to avoid butting heads with Zero Wing as much as possible, Light Cloud said. I'll also personally report this matter to the Chief Commander, so everyone else should return to base now. Obedient to Light Cloud's instructions, the other Death God Workshop members scattered and returned to the fairy country. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion in Forest City, Silent Autumn, the Death God Workshop's chief commander, who was currently holding a meeting with the workshop's various commanders, received a report from Light Cloud. 500 Tier 2 players? Silent Autumn, who was caressing his beard, froze when he read the contents of the report. Although he had long since expected Zero Wing to be extraordinary since the guild dared to intervene in the Death God Workshop's affairs, he had never thought that the guild would be extraordinary to such an extent. It seems we'll have to shelve our plans for the moment. Chief Commander, what about our partnership with those people? The several commanders seated before Silent Autumn asked worriedly. Those people won't stop their plans just because of us. If we miss out on this opportunity, there is always money to be made. However, oftentimes one wrong move could potentially end our lives. Silent Autumn replied, waving his hand. He still decided to play the spectator in this matter for the moment. Notify the ones below to maintain a low profile for now. We can also use this opportunity to determine whether Zero Wing has the ability to set foot into our territory. I believe it won't be long before we find out one way or another. There's no need for us to grow anxious. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, Feng remained ignorant of the fact that his gathering 500 Tier 2 members to raid Kama Island had prompted the Death God Workshop to abandon the thought of taking revenge on Zero Wing and even some of its development plans. Guild Leader, all manpower and resources are gathered. On Thunder Island's side, the Phoenix Pavilion has already made all the necessary arrangements. We can set off at any time, Aqua Rose reported as she approached Feng. Nodding, Feng said, all right. Have everyone teleport to Thunder Island now. Traveling to Kama Island was not an easy task. The island's location in the Sea of Death's inner area meant players would come across many dangers on the way there. Even a small mistake could be fatal. Moreover, although Feng knew that Kama Island housed a manatite vein, he had very little understanding in regard to everything else. Hence, he needed Phoenix Rain's forces to guide him there. After all, Phoenix Rain had been operating in the Sea of Death all this time. Her familiarity with the Sea of Death was definitely superior to his. She would help him avoid many unnecessary dangers. Following which, Zero Wing's members started teleporting to Thunder Island using a guild transfer scroll. Upon arriving in the city on Thunder Island, Zero Wing's members could not help but gasp in shock. Their reaction was because the city on Thunder Island was like heaven on earth. Not only was the scenery here mesmerizing, but there was also a frightening number of players in the streets of the city. Even imperial capitals could not compete with this city in prosperity. Level 56 players and above could be seen roaming all around. Many players here had even reached level 58 already. Even Feng was somewhat surprised by this situation. He had never thought that Thunder Island had already developed to such an extent. Meanwhile, under Blue Phoenix's guidance, Zero Wing's members soon arrived at Thunder Island's harbor. Currently, thousands of speedboats and warships could be seen docked there, the scene simply jaw-dropping. Just as Blue Phoenix was about to bring Zero Wing's members to the speedboats she had prepared for the trip to the Sea of Death's inner area, a Dragon Phoenix Pavilion member suddenly ran over. Big Sis Blue, bad news. The Pavilion Master found the legacy left behind on Savage God Island, but information about it got out somehow, and her team ended up surrounded by Miracle's forces. Currently, Miracle has already blocked off the entire island. Although we immediately tried to deploy reinforcements, 9 Dragons Emperor's people are deliberately making trouble for us, preventing us from using the guild's warship to save the pavilion master. Damn it! 9 Dragons Emperor must have leaked the information to Miracle to spoil our plans. Upon hearing her subordinate's report, Blue Phoenix could not help but frown in anxiety. The terrain on Savage God Island was slightly unusual. Players could use neither return scrolls nor instantaneous movement scrolls on the island. Meanwhile, entry to the island was possible only by ship. If the entire island was blocked off, the only way out was by carving a path of blood. Meanwhile, the members Phoenix Rain had brought to Savage God Island this time were all experts of the Phoenix Pavilion. Their annihilation would deal a severe blow to the Phoenix Pavilion. Guild leader Black Flame, due to this emergency I'll have to postpone our trip for now. I need to quickly organize a fleet and head over to Savage God Island. I hope that you can understand, Blue Phoenix said anxiously as she looked at Feng. Something happened on Savage God Island? Feng was startled by Blue Phoenix's words. As far as he remembered, Savage God Island was not something that should appear at this stage of the game. He nodded and said, since the Phoenix Pavilion Master is in trouble, it is only natural to postpone this matter. As allies, is there anything we can do to help? Chapter 1926. Hell has no doors. Guild leader Black Flame is willing to help us? Wonderful. Blue Phoenix rejoiced when she heard Feng's offer. Although Zero Wing had not focused on its development on Thunder Island and had only conducted some business there, the naval forces the guild possessed still should not be underestimated. The one-horn sailboat, in particular a bronze small sailboat that Zero Wing revealed during the struggle for Thunder Island, was something that the various superpowers still sought to obtain even now. After all, although the superpowers' naval forces had improved a lot since the struggle of Thunder Island, the one-horn sailboat remained a force to be reckoned with. Following which, while organizing a fleet to head towards Savage God Island, Blue Phoenix filled Feng in on their rescue operation this time. In order to monopolize the legacy ruin on Savage God Island, Miracle had dispatched 3 of its fleets, each of which had over 100 ships. With the 3 fleets, Miracle was able to surround Savage God Island and seal off all possible exit points. Originally, with the naval forces the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had developed during this period, it would have been very easy to break through a blockade like this. However, due to 9 Dragons Emperor's interference, Phoenix Rain couldn't mobilize the common warship the pavilion had recently acquired after much difficulty. Although warships were no match for speedboats and sailboats in terms of speed, they were specialized for combat, their combat power far superior to even that of sailboats out at sea. This warship was the reason why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion succeeded in stabilizing its position on Thunder Island. With the current predicament happening so suddenly, most of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's fleets were out of position, off doing their own quests very far away from Savage God Island. Even if these fleets were to head over to Savage God Island now, by the time they arrived Phoenix Rain's group would have long since been killed by Miracle. The only fleet they could mobilize was the one the pavilion had stationed to garrison Thunder Island. Guild leader Black Flame, I hope that you can help us distract a part of Miracle's forces. You don't have to fight them head-on. It is fine so long as you can distract 1 fleet's worth of ships. With that, my side will be able to break through the encirclement and rescue the Pavilion Master's group. Blue Phoenix briefed Feng on the plan as she took out a sea map. As long as they could group up with Phoenix Rain's forces, Miracle would have a hard time doing anything against them. Then all they would have to do was buy time until the pavilion's other fleets arrived. At which point, Miracle would naturally give up on targeting Phoenix Rain. After all, if the fleets of their 2 superpowers truly started a fight with each other, all they would achieve was harm to themselves, benefiting the other superpowers occupying Thunder Island. My side only needs to split one of their fleets away? After giving the matter some thought, Feng nodded and said, that won't be a problem. We'll do our best to keep them busy for as long as possible. The appearance of Savage God Island was a huge event. He naturally had to go and take a look. During his previous life he had only heard about Savage God Island. Savage God Island was both a secret land and a drifting island. Rumor had it that there were legacies and treasures left behind on the island. Reality had indeed proven these claims true. Regardless if it were legacies or treasures, Both could allow a guild's strength to skyrocket. However, Savage God Island had only appeared for a short period in the past. By the time the various large guilds had shifted their focus to the sea, Savage God Island had long since become a legend. In the end, only the superpowers back then had managed to gain some harvest from it. "I'll have to trouble guild leader Black Flame then," Blue Phoenix said sincerely. By the time Blue Phoenix was done hashing out a rescue plan, her fleet was also ready to set off. She immediately commanded her fleet to depart for Savage God Island. The appearance of Blue Phoenix's fleet stunned many of the adventurer teams that had recently arrived on Thunder Island. Her fleet had 100 ships in total. Among them, more than 50 were advanced speedboats, 8 were bronze speedboats, 2 were mysterious iron speedboats, and 2 were common small sailboats. A very powerful fleet even in the Sea of Death. Compared to the fleets the adventurer teams normally came across, the difference was like heaven and earth. The usual fleets only had 5 or 6 bronze speedboats and 30 or so advanced speedboats, with the rest being ordinary speedboats. In reality, the adventurer teams that had recently arrived on Thunder Island weren't the only ones surprised by the fleet Blue Phoenix prepared. Even Feng was surprised at this sight. He had never thought that Phoenix Rain had already expanded her naval forces to such a level. Moreover, this was only one of several fleets under Phoenix Rain's command. Of course, a fleet used to garrison Thunder Island naturally needed to be excellent, as this was a show of the guild's strength. At the same time, this garrison fleet could be used during emergencies. Even so, from looking at Blue Phoenix's fleet, Feng could already tell just how frightening the naval forces Phoenix Rain currently possessed. Upon seeing Blue Phoenix's fleet leave the harbor, Feng took out the Swift Dragon speedboat, 2 bronze speedboats, over a dozen advanced speedboats, 1 common sailboat, and the one-horn sailboat to ferry the 500 Zero-Wing members he brought with him. Although the number of ships in his fleet was far from a match for Blue Phoenix's fleet, his fleet's overall combat power was still enough to make the various adventurer teams wandering around the harbor gawk at his fleet enviously. "Zero-Wing's fleet is amazing. Big Sis Blue, this is wonderful. With our strength and Zero-Wings, we'll have no problem breaking through Miracle's encirclement." A level 57, Tier 2 female cleric on one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's common sailboats exclaimed in surprise and joy when she saw Zero-Wing's fleet. This is only natural. Back during the struggle for Thunder Island, Zero-Wing's fleet was already something that the various superpowers envied. Although Zero-Wing is currently unable to focus on its naval development due to a bunch of matters, its naval strength is still not to be underestimated. Blue Phoenix nodded. This was also the reason why she was so happy that Feng was willing to help them out. After traveling for a little over 3 hours, Blue Phoenix and Feng's group finally saw an island enveloped by dark fog on the horizon. This island was none other than Savage God Island. Currently, the entirety of Savage God Island was surrounded by a large number of ships. However, after Blue Phoenix took a rough glance at these ships, her complexion darkened immediately. How is this possible? Her expression turned incomparably gloomy when she saw the ships anchored at Savage God Island. Miracle only dispatched 3 fleets? That was an outright lie. At this moment, there were more than 500 ships around Savage God Island. In other words, a total of 5 fleets were present. Moreover, just the small sailboats she could see from this distance numbered as many as 7, with mysterious, iron speedboats numbering more than 10. Even Miracle's Pride, the giant crocodile warship, was here. Meanwhile, after noticing the appearance of Blue Phoenix's and Feng's fleets, these ships quickly went into action and started forming an encirclement around the 2 fleets. Vice Guild Leader Miles, just like you guessed, the fleet the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion used to garrison Thunder Island has arrived. However, according to the report we received, it would seem that Zero-Wing's fleet is also participating in the rescue operation this time. Zero-Wing's fleet has 2 sailboats and several excellent speedboats. A Tier 2 ranger, the captain of one of Miracle's small sailboats, reported as he looked at Feng's fleet. "Should we alter our original plans?" Zero-Wing. Thousand Miles smiled when he heard this. "This is interesting. Originally, I only planned on damaging and plundering Phoenix Rain's first fleet, but since Zero-Wing has also joined the fray, we'll take Zero-Wing's ships too. Notify the Water Ghost Legion to start the assault." He was very familiar with Zero-Wing's one-horn sailboat. However, after the Thunder Island event, Zero Wing no longer operated in the Sea of Death. As a result, the one-horned sailboat also disappeared from everyone's eyes. Now that the one-horned sailboat reappeared, he could use this opportunity to take it for himself. Zero Wing's naval strength might have been frightening during the struggle on Thunder Island, but times had changed. The one-horned sailboat's combat power was no longer a threat to Miracle. Understood, the Ranger captain said excitedly, his eyes shining with greed as he looked at Blue Phoenix's and Feng's fleets. The operation this time was a huge jackpot. In anticipation of this moment, the Water Ghost Legion he led had been constantly honing itself in secret. Unlike legions that operated on land, the Water Ghost Legion specialized in naval combat. Every member of the Legion had acquired a sea-based legacy. Their combat power far surpassed normal players when at sea. Before them, a ship was no different from a stationary target, including the firepower of 5 fleets worth of ships. Annihilating an expert fleet was a piece of cake. Retreat. Everyone leave this sea zone as quickly as possible. Blue Phoenix commanded hurriedly upon seeing Miracle's fleet mobilizing. The difference in strength between the two sides was clear for all to see. Fighting against a fleet of such a size and caliber was simply suicidal. The only thing they could do now was retreat. However, in terms of speed, Miracle's ships obviously had the upper hand. Very quickly, Miracle's ships completed their encirclement of Blue Phoenix's and Feng's fleets. Shortly after, a gigantic dark gray warship stopped a short distance from the sailboat Blue Phoenix rode. The level 58 Tier 2 Ranger standing on this warship's deck smiled as he looked at Blue Phoenix and said, "Blue Phoenix, long time no see. Although I lost to you in our previous battle, this time I'll have you hand over all your ships to me. Or do you want me to slaughter every one of your men before taking your ships? I'm fine either way." Blue Phoenix's expression turned even uglier when she saw this level 58, Tier 2 Ranger. The man's name was Wild Aggression, and he was the commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions. Recently, Wild Aggression had obtained a sea-based advanced legacy. Now his strength out at sea was far stronger than his strength on land. His appearance here also meant that their chances of defeating Miracle's forces this time had become even smaller. "Since you're not willing to make a decision, I'll choose for you." Sending a glance at the Water Ghost Legion members behind him, Wild Aggression pointed forward and said, "Go. Kill them all. But make sure not to damage my new ships. As for the items they drop, finders keepers." Chapter 1927, King of the Seas. Retreat. All ships maintain a distance from the enemy and break through the encirclement with everything you have. Absolutely do not let enemy ships close in on you. Blue Phoenix commanded hurriedly when she saw the approaching bronze and mysterious iron speedboats. The attacks of ships had very long cooldowns. Moreover, while these attacks were effective against sea monsters, they were not as effective against players. After all, the attacks of ships were very monotonous with long preparation times. Expert players could easily avoid them. Hence, if a ship allowed enemy players to get close, it would no longer be able to exert its might. Then the outcome of the fight would be decided by a fight between the players of both sides. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had received a report stating that Miracle had obtained a secret sea-based legacy and had used said legacy to nurture a large group of experts specialized in naval combat, which was very likely to be the Legion Wild Aggression led. Otherwise, Wild Aggression would have no reason to close the distance between their two guilds' fleets and waste time on a battle between players. Rather than risk dying to random cannon fire, it would be much better for Miracle's ships to simply bombard them with their own cannons. Although doing so would damage the pavilion's ships and reduce the harvest Miracle could gain, this method was comparatively safer. Under Blue Phoenix's command, the pavilion's ships maintained a steady bombardment while simultaneously keeping their distance from Miracle's ships. For a time, the Water Ghost Legion's speedboats couldn't approach the pavilion's ships at all. What a bunch of slippery eels. You sure know how to run away. Whenever the Water Ghost Legion's speedboats got too close, Blue Phoenix's ships would accurately launch a round of attacks that forced the Legion's speedboats to either reduce their speed or swerve to avoid the attacks. This, in turn, opened the distance between the two fleets. You wish to escape? Try it if you can. We have long since set up a magic barrier around this area. Not a single one of you should think of leaving this place alive. Wild Aggression bellowed in rage when he saw that the distance between their two guilds' fleets was not shortening at all. Activate the magic array, Following Wild Aggression's command, walls of ice suddenly started emerging from the ocean surface, blocking off the direction Blue Phoenix's and Feng's fleets were heading. The ice walls were over a dozen meters tall and several meters thick. Moreover, they kept expanding into the surroundings. It was simply impossible for the ships to break through this barrier. The glacier seal? Feng felt a little surprised when he saw the gigantic ice barrier forming a distance away from his fleet. The glacier seal was the product of the glacier orb, a rare magical tool meant for naval combat. However, activating the glacier seal required 100 glacier orbs. Moreover, each activation cost 10,000 magic crystals. Once activated, the glacier seal would lock down a 5,000-yard radius for 30 minutes. Only small sailboats ranked secret silver or higher and warships at mysterious iron and above could break through the glacier seal. All ships gather together. Do not engage the enemy by yourself. Make sure to operate in 2-man units or more. Blue Phoenix understood that escape was already impossible. Now that they had been cornered, the only thing they could do was concentrate their forces and hope for the best. Moreover, players could not use return scrolls while on a ship. Only after jumping into the ocean could they use one. However, return scrolls had very long activation times. If they tried something like that, miracle ships would shoot them like fish in a barrel. Hence their only choice was to fight to the death. Guild leader Black Flame, I am truly sorry for this, Blue Phoenix said, looking at Feng apologetically. Later on, my fleet will delay Miracle for as long as possible, so you should store away a portion of your ships. Once the ice barrier is gone, you can try to use those remaining ships to flee this place. At that time, Miracle will most likely not bother to give chase. After saying so, Blue Phoenix quickly had her ships fall into a defensive formation, separating Miracle's fleet from Zero Wing's fleet entirely. With this, if Miracle wanted to target Zero Wing, it would have to go through her ships first. Do you think our Water Ghost Legion will let Zero Wing's members escape? A level 57 Tier 2 Berserker who was a team leader from the Water Ghost Legion sneered. Use instantaneous movement scrolls to break through the defensive line. Prioritize killing all of Zero Wing's members. Let's see what the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can do about it. After this team leader said so, a 100-man team from the Water Ghost Legion immediately used instantaneous movement scrolls after arriving at a location a short distance away from Blue Phoenix's ships. In the blink of an eye, this 100-man team broke through the defensive perimeter Blue Phoenix erected and appeared above Zero Wing's one-horned sailboat drawing their weapons. These Water Ghost Legion members revealed sinister smiles. Meanwhile, the Berserker team leader unsheathed the blood-stained greatsword slung on his back. When he did so, a faint layer of water vapor appeared around it. This was none other than the power of the sea-based legacy he had acquired. Tier 2 passive skill Flowing Water Blade. So long as the owner of this skill was in a sea zone, the skill would increase their strength by 30%, attack speed by 40% and attack range by 50%. Zero Wing. It's time to put an end to your game of friendship with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Who'll be the first to die to my blade? The Tier 2 Berserker Spirit Ox said, grinning sinisterly as he glanced at the Zero Wing members before him. However, just as the Water Ghost Legion members thought that they would get to watch their team leader start a slaughter and were about to let out a cheer, a faint blue streak of light suddenly passed through the space where Spirit Ox stood. In the next moment, his tall and muscular body split in half, the top half sliding smoothly into the ocean below and disappearing with a splash of seawater. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had frozen over as silence filled the battlefield. The Water Ghost Legion members standing on the one-horned sailboat's deck couldn't utter a single word as they gaped at their team leader's bisected body, their eyes as wide as saucers. Even the level 50 fine gold chest armor their team leader was proud of had been cut through cleanly, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. A short moment later, blood started spewing out from the lower half of Spirit Ox's body, dyeing the entire deck he stood on in crimson. You people sure speak a lot of nonsense. Didn't you want to fight? Come at me together then. Aqua Rose, who was clad in dark blue robes and held an aqua blue crystalline staff, said with an indifferent expression. Team leader Ox got instant killed. Is she a monster? I didn't even see her chant an incantation. How did she cast such a powerful spell? Everyone, don't be afraid. That kind of spell must be a sure kill spell. She should not be able to use it again within a short while. Besides, even if she is a monster, we're out at sea right now. This is our playing field. If we work together, there is no way we'll lose to one person. Right. Even sea monsters are no match for us. Kill. Let Zero Wing know the might of the Water Ghost Legion. The Water Ghost Legion members present were all experts of miracle. Moreover, they had all obtained a sea-based legacy. Setting aside their combat power on land, they were confident that they could contend against even peak experts with ordinary classes when fighting out at sea. After regaining their fighting spirit, over a dozen ranged players bombarded Aqua Rose with attacks. Immediately, spells and arrows flew at Aqua Rose one after another, every one of these attacks containing power at the peak of Tier 2. A Tier 2 metric tons of the same level would not survive such a bombardment easily, not to mention a Magicka class player. As long as an attack landed, Aqua Rose would sustain heavy injuries, even if she did not die. At the same time, over a dozen melee players started moving toward Aqua Rose from two different sides. If she tried to dodge the ranged attacks, her defense would definitely lapse. They could then take advantage of that opening to kill her. However, Aqua Rose held her ground and simply watched quietly as the numerous spells and arrows flew toward her. Is she suicidal? Doesn't she know that these spells and arrows are buffed by the ocean's power? Just as the approaching melee players were wondering why Aqua Rose was not reacting to the incoming attacks, the spells and arrows actually started disappearing after getting within half a yard of her. It looked as if something was devouring these attacks one after another. A magic barrier. Impossible. The power of those attacks is at the peak of Tier 2. Even if she used a Tier 2 magic barrier, there is no way she can stop all those attacks without suffering any damage. Just as the Water Ghost Legion members were wondering what was going on, Aqua Rose tapped the butt of her staff on the deck. The water barrier surrounding her promptly expanded, transforming instantly into a 10-meter-tall tsunami, which then devoured every Water Ghost Legion member standing on the one-horned sailboat. Even Tier 2 MTs were utterly powerless in the face of the tsunami. After getting devoured by the towering wave, everyone's HP fell to zero in no more than 2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, all 100 Water Ghost Legion members were killed, leaving behind a bunch of ownerless weapons and equipment on the deck. Chapter 1928, Tier 3 Combat Power. When the Water Ghost Legion members on the one-horned sailboat were annihilated, the other Water Ghost Legion members who were fighting Blue Phoenix's forces could not help but gasp. Isn't the opponent only a single person? How did they get killed so easily? She must have used a powerful spell. Even Tier 2 MTs didn't survive her attack. Did she use some kind of over-tier spell? Questions flooded the Water Ghost Legion members' minds as they looked at Aqua Rose. Due to their sea-based legacies, both their attack power and defense were greatly enhanced when fighting at sea. In addition, their combat standards were superior to ordinary experts. Overall, their Tier 2 members should be able to contend against peak experts. However, Aqua Rose had still killed the several Tier 2 members, who were part of the 100-man assault team instantly. What are you all afraid of? The enemy is just one person. Since fighting her at close range is impossible, then switch to ranged attacks. She is bound to run out of mana and stamina sooner or later. Wild Aggression barked strictly, a slight frown forming on his face. While Aqua Rose's strength did indeed make it more difficult for them to wipe out Zero Wing's forces, they still had an absolute advantage in numbers. The outcome of this battle wouldn't change just because of one person. After Wild Aggression finished speaking, another 100-man team from the Water Ghost Legion teleported to the one-horned sailboat. Obedient to Wild Aggression's command, several dozen ranged players started attacking Aqua Rose from a distance. Although Aqua Rose's spells were powerful, she would have difficulty retaliating when targeted by so many attacks. Moreover, with such a great distance between them, dodging her single-target spells would be much easier. Suddenly, over 100 projectiles flew at Aqua Rose from multiple directions. At this time, however, Aqua Rose completed incanting a spell. Opening her eyes, she said, "Go." Following which, a gigantic ball of water formed above her head, then shot out countless jets of water that struck down every projectile sent at her. Dozens of water jets also flew at the Water Ghost Legion members. The water jets were so fast that they even broke the sound barrier. In the blink of an eye, the jets arrived before the Water Ghost Legion members. Tier 2 spell Rising Flow. Shio. Although the Water God Legion members tried to block or dodge the water jets as soon as they noticed the attacks, the water jets were simply too fast. In addition, the water jets were so powerful that they even pierced through the ice walls, which a few elementalists had managed to erect in time, and the players standing behind the ice walls. Players struck by the water jets died instantly. When the few surviving Water Ghost Legion members who managed to dodge the water jets in time saw their companions collapsing, fear surfaced in their eyes. However, while these Water Ghost Legion members were in a daze, Aqua Rose launched another wave of attacks at them. This time, though, she controlled the movements of the water jets, so they no longer attacked in a monotonous pattern. Facing water jets that came at them from multiple directions, the Water Ghost Legion members had no choice but to defend themselves, as evasion was no longer possible. However, the power of the water jets easily penetrated whatever defenses they raised. In the blink of an eye, the second 100-man team the Water Ghost Legion sent to deal with Zero Wing was annihilated. How is that possible? The other Water Ghost Legion members who were watching the battle from afar grew fearful and anxious as they looked at Aqua Rose. In the short span of time since the battle began, 200 members of Miracle's prided Naval Legion had gotten killed already, which was simply a nightmare. Moreover, this nightmare still showed no signs of ending anytime soon, as Aqua Rose used an instantaneous movement scroll and teleported herself between the Water Ghost Legions and Blue Phoenix's clashing forces after killing the second 100-man team. She then promptly started casting a spell. Do you really think you're invincible in naval combat? Wild Aggression could no longer sit still after seeing Aqua Rose appear boldly before him. He swiftly retrieved the aqua blue longbow slung on his back and simultaneously fired several dozen icy blue arrows at her. Die. Every arrow carried power at the peak of Tier 2. Several dozen of them intertwined could heavily injure even a great lord of the same level. Moreover, the arrows also moved faster when intertwined. Like a lightning bolt, they crossed the distance of 80 yards or so almost instantly. When the other Water Ghost Legion members saw this move, they breathed out an involuntary sigh of relief. Their commander was finally taking action. This move was originally only a Tier 2 skill. However, when used at sea, its power would be enhanced significantly. Moreover, Wild Aggression had combined a combat technique with the skill, increasing the skill's power even further. Even Tier 2 MTs of the same level would be killed instantly if they tried stopping this attack head-on. However, just as the arrows were about to land on Aqua Rose, a 3-layered water barrier suddenly appeared before her like a blooming lotus flower. Boom! When the arrows struck the water barrier, they tore through the first layer easily. However, when they reached the second layer, they stopped cold. Along with the appearance of the water barrier, 12 angry water serpents had also surfaced from the ocean around Aqua Rose, each serpent over a dozen meters tall. Like rampaging sea monsters, they let loose a deafening roar. Immediately, the players near Aqua Rose felt an indescribable pressure weighing on their bodies, both their attributes and physique decreasing continuously. Who are you? Wild Aggression's eyes were wide with astonishment when he saw that Aqua Rose remained completely unharmed after receiving his attack. That was a skill enhanced by the power of the sea. How can a Tier 2 player like you possibly stop it? Enhanced by the sea? Indifferently, Aqua Rose said, "Do you think you're the only one who managed to obtain a sea-based legacy? So that's the case. It's no wonder you're so strong." Wild Aggression immediately came to a realization. Licking his lips in excitement and anticipation, he continued, "Originally, I thought that this would be a boring job. But since you are also an expert with a sea-based legacy, I will finally get a chance to stretch my body properly." After saying so, Wild Aggression activated a berserk skill, his aura skyrocketing in intensity. The increased mana flow around his body also roiled the ocean's surface. At this moment, the vibe the ranger gave off made it seem as if he was a primordial sea monster that had just awoken from its slumber, inspiring an indescribable sense of fear in others. The boss is finally getting serious. With this, both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing are dead for sure. The Water Ghost Legion members grew excited when they saw the change in Wild Aggression's aura. The Berserk skill Wild Aggression had just activated was a legacy Berserk skill. Although its duration was very short, When used at sea, the effects of the berserk skill greatly surpassed those of ordinary berserk skills. At this moment, the ranger was not the slightest bit weaker than a grand lord of the same level in terms of basic attributes. Not good. Wild aggression is getting serious. When Blue Phoenix saw wild aggression walking on the surface of the ocean, her complexion darkened significantly. Immediately she called Feng and said, "Guild leader Black Flame, we need to go help her quickly." Out at sea, wild aggression is even scarier than some of Miracle's old monsters. She was well aware that wild aggression had obtained a sea-based advanced legacy. When he used his legacy berserk skill out on the open ocean, he was truly invincible against players of the same level. "No need. Just leave it to Aqua," Feng replied, shaking his head as he looked at Blue Phoenix's anxious expression. Trying to help Aqua Rose out at sea was simply unnecessary. After all, in a maritime environment, Aqua Rose's combat power was superior to even his own. Moreover, he had given both the Void Robe and Void Gloves dropped by the Void Serpent to her. If it really came down to a battle out at sea against Aqua Rose, even he would have to flee. Right now her combat power was solidly at Tier 3. Including the effects of the Sea Dragon Staff, a growth-type staff exclusive for Aqua Rose's Sea God's Legacy, her combat power was already at the peak of Tier 3, even without activating a berserk skill. Hence for Tier 2 players, picking a fight with Aqua Rose right now was no different from suicide. While Feng was saying so, wild aggression made his move, firing an arrow straight into the sky. Following which, a twofold magic array appeared overhead and rained countless aqua blue arrows onto Aqua Rose. Tier 2 taboo skill Heavenfall. As for Aqua Rose, she controlled the water serpents to greet these arrows. Boom. When the attacks of both sides clashed, the resulting shockwave formed a depression in the ocean's surface and shook the surrounding ships. Meanwhile, when the splashes dissipated, the gigantic water serpents still towered proudly above the ocean surface, their bodies entirely unscathed. Chapter 1929. Sea God's Wrath. She blocked it? Wild Aggression's eyes twitched when he saw the sea serpents unharmed. Before Wild Aggression could shake off his shock, Aqua Rose waved her staff once more and sent a water serpent snapping its jaws at the ranger. However, Wild Aggression reacted to the attack quickly. Just as the water serpent was about to bite down on him, he leaped out of harm's way. The water serpent's gigantic body made its single-target attack look like an AoE spell. When it crashed into the ocean's surface, the impact created a whirlpool 8 yards in radius and more than 10 meters deep. The power of the serpent's attack had the Miracle members present gulping involuntarily. If they were struck by that attack, they would undoubtedly die. Meanwhile, after Wild Aggression dodged the water serpent's attack, he started firing arrow after arrow at Aqua Rose from midair. While this water serpent of yours is good in a melee fight, but it is far from enough to deal with me. As a veteran expert, Wild Aggression quickly understood Aqua Rose's weaknesses after clashing with her for just a short time. While the water serpent was indeed strong, it was considerably slow. All he needed to do to win this fight was avoid the water serpent and focus on attacking Aqua Rose herself. Like shooting stars, the arrows Wild Aggression launched moved so quickly that others could see only streaks of light. For a time, dozens of light blue streaks of light bombarded the water barrier protecting Aqua Rose, raising splashes of water one after another. However, no matter how many arrows struck Aqua Rose's barrier, they got through only the first layer at most. They weren't able to pierce the second layer even in the slightest, much less damage Aqua Rose. The boss still hasn't broken through that barrier even after attacking so many times. She really is a monster. Even if the commander can't harm her, she can't harm the commander either. With the commander's combat standard and speed, that slow water serpent won't be able to touch even a strand of the commander's hair. The players observing the battle between Wild Aggression and Aqua Rose from a distance were mesmerized. The battle between these two players did not look like a battle between players at all, but more like a territorial struggle between two monsters of equal strength. No matter how many times these two monsters attacked each other, they failed to inflict any harm on one another. One is not enough? Raising her brow at Wild Aggression, Aqua Rose pointed her free hand at the ranger. Immediately, the remaining 11 water serpents all joined in on the attack. How can she control so many serpents? Wild Aggression's expression turned serious when he saw the approaching water serpents. Dealing with one water serpent was easy enough, as its attacks were somewhat monotonous. However, if all 12 water serpents were to attack simultaneously, the standard of the attack would undergo a qualitative transformation. Originally, Wild Aggression had thought that Aqua Rose could control only one water serpent properly. In that case, he could take advantage of the water serpent's slow attack speed to counterattack her. However, with all 12 water serpents attacking him now, he could only evade. He had no opportunity to attack Aqua Rose whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, Wild Aggression was placed in an absolute disadvantage. However, the thing that made him truly fearful was the fact that Aqua Rose's control over the water serpents improved as the battle went on, making it increasingly difficult for him to evade their attacks. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the serpents devoured him. Fire the warship's cannons and kill her. It doesn't matter even if you destroy the ship she is standing on. Wild Aggression commanded, his eyes becoming bloodshot when he saw his depleting HP. Hearing Wild Aggression's order, the Miracle members controlling the giant crocodile warships sprang into action. After they aimed the warship's main cannon at Aqua Rose's position, the cannon started gathering a frightening amount of mana. The shot from the giant crocodile warship's main cannon was the warship's strongest attack. One hit from the main cannon could heavily injure even a Grand Lord-ranked sea monster or instantly obliterate an advanced speedboat. Sensing the dense mana converging on the giant crocodile warship, Aqua Rose immediately grew serious, activating her Legacy Berserk skill before chanting an incantation. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield felt strong winds blowing at them. At the same time, gigantic whirlpools formed on the ocean's surface one after another. Over 100 whirlpools appeared in the blink of an eye, swaying every one of Miracle's ships violently. Attack! Wild Aggression shouted hurriedly when he sensed that the situation was amiss. Following the Ranger's command, a black-white beam of light shot out from the giant crocodile warship, tearing apart the space around it as it sped to devour Aqua Rose. Go! At the same time as the light beam appeared, Aqua Rose raised her staff into the air. Immediately, the whirlpools erupted and transformed into gigantic waterspouts that moved to intercept the magic beam. Sea God's Wrath. This move was the strongest spell Aqua Rose currently possessed and was a curse that could be used only when she had her Legacy Berserk skill activated. Suddenly, over 100 waterspouts clashed with the magic beam, the intense shockwave resulting from the clash causing the ocean's surface to sink. The clash between the magic beam and the waterspouts continued for several seconds. Then the energy reserves for the attack finally ran out. In the next moment, the light beam dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a bunch of intact waterspouts. How is this possible? Wild Aggression's mind blanked out when he saw the giant crocodile warship's magic beam disappear without achieving anything. However, before the Ranger could snap out of his daze, one of the waterspouts had already devoured him entirely. The waterspouts then extended their reach toward the distant giant crocodile warship. When the duration of Sea God's Wrath ended, aside from the giant crocodile warship, every one of Miracle's advanced and ordinary speedboats caught within range of the spell was destroyed. This outcome had the Water Ghost Legion members, who were fighting against Blue Phoenix's forces, gaping in shock. One attack had destroyed several dozen speedboats. This attack was even more frightening than any large-scale destruction spell they had seen before. I'm not fighting anymore. That woman's practically a king-class sea monster. I'm not going to die a pointless death here. Let's escape together. Right. Let's escape together. That way the higher-ups won't be able to pin the blame on us. After a moment of silence, Miracle's members could no longer withstand the pressure they felt from Aqua Rose. Immediately, every one of Miracle's ships turned around and fled the battlefield, further stupefying the Water Ghost Legion members. How were they supposed to leave the battlefield without any ships? They would simply be live targets if they jumped into the ocean. Moreover, swimming in the ocean consumed a lot of stamina. We don't have any other choice but to try it. Realizing their current predicament, some of the Water Ghost Legion members chose to dive into the sea. Although the sea monsters were extremely dangerous, their chances of survival with the sea monsters were much better than if they stayed to fight against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, where death would be certain. As for the rest of the Water Ghost Legion members, they desperately tried using instantaneous movement scrolls to teleport onto the fleeing ships. However, Aqua Rose did not give these players any opportunity to escape whatsoever. Her combat power was originally already at the peak of Tier 3. After activating her Berserk skill, she could easily slaughter the Tier 1 and Tier 2 Water Ghost Legion members, needing only one hit per person. After just a short moment, the corpses of nearly 300 Water Ghost Legion members could be seen floating on the ocean. Meanwhile, as Aqua Rose was conducting her massacre, the distant Miracle members vanished without a trace. Even the glacier seal placed on the battlefield had disappeared. The sudden reversal of the battle thoroughly dumbfounded Blue Phoenix's forces. This situation overturned the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members' understanding of naval combat. They had never thought that one person's strength would be enough to change the outcome of a near-hopeless battle. Moreover, Aqua Rose had even defeated the Water Ghost Legion with relative ease. Only Feng found this situation normal. The first reason for this shocking outcome was the extreme weakness of the ships that players currently possessed. While these ships might be useful against low-tiered players, against players at Tier 3 and above, their effects would be negligible. The second reason was Aqua Rose having the Sea God's Legacy, one of the strongest sea-based legacies in the game. In the past, it was precisely because of this legacy that the Freedom Alliance had managed to become an overlord of the seas. Otherwise, with the Freedom Alliance's strength, it would have long since been devoured by the various superpowers. Following which, Feng started going through the spoils of war. In the meantime, everyone else rested and prepared to enter Savage God Island. Meanwhile, inside one of the dark canyons on Savage God Island, a 1,000-man legion from Miracle was currently searching for Phoenix Rain's group with everything they had. At this time, 1,000 Miles, the leader of the legion, suddenly received a message from one of the Water Ghost Legion members that had successfully fled the battlefield. "We lost." 1,000 Miles's complexion darkened when he read the message. He simply could not believe it. Chapter 1930 Legacy Treasure. 1,000 Miles's expression sank even further after watching the battle video the Water Ghost Legion member sent him. How is she so powerful? The battle video showed Aqua Rose blocking the giant crocodile warship's main cannon all by herself. Moreover, she had even managed to damage the giant crocodile warship severely, as well as destroy several dozen speedboats. To make matters worse, she had done all these things with only one spell. Even large-scale destruction spells weren't capable of such a feat after all. Every speedboat had a certain amount of magic resistance. They were also made of very tough materials to be able to fight sea monsters. Nevertheless, Aqua Rose still managed to destroy the speedboats in one hit. This proved that her attack dealt additional damage to ships. Vice Guild Leader, did something happen? Silent March, who was currently dressed in a set of grey robes and had an aura of death surrounding her body, asked curiously when she noticed the grim expression on 1,000 Miles's face. Wild's ambush failed, 1,000 Miles replied as he forwarded the message he received to her. Moreover, it was a rout this time. Over 70% of the Water Ghost Legion's members died in battle. Several dozen ordinary and advanced speedboats also got destroyed, and 6 bronze speedboats and 1 mysterious iron speedboat got captured by the enemy. How is that possible? Silent March found 1,000 Miles's words incredible. Could the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion have come prepared this time and mobilized every one of its fleets for this battle? The 5 fleets Wild Aggression led were all expert fleets of Miracle. There was also the Water Ghost Legion. Unless the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion mobilized every one of its fleets, she couldn't imagine how Wild Aggression could suffer such a heavy blow. No. All of this is due to just one person, 1,000 Miles said, shaking his head. One person. Silent March could not help but be stunned. Emichung. Enviously, 1,000 Miles said, even Wild Aggression with his advanced legacy was no match for her. I suspect that she must have obtained a sea-based peak legacy, as well as weapons and equipment unique to her class. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so powerful. Sea-based legacies were things that the various superpowers were currently scrambling to acquire. When the various superpowers clashed with each other out at sea, the battle would normally be between players only. Ships were mainly used to deal with sea monsters as they were not as effective against players. Meanwhile, just obtaining a sea-based basic legacy could increase a player's combat power out at sea by at least 50%. As for advanced legacies, the improvements provided were even more exaggerated. Miracle had exhausted a lot of manpower and resources just to obtain one sea-based advanced legacy. However, 1,000 Miles had to admit that the return was worth the losses incurred. After gaining the advanced legacy, Wild Aggression's combat power out at sea was simply frightening. Whether the ranger was going up against sea monsters or players, his advanced legacy provided significant help. Now that it seemed that Aqua Rose had acquired a sea-based peak legacy, how could 1,000 Miles not feel envious of it? Moreover, watching this battle had also reaffirmed for him the importance of sea-based legacies. Then what should we do now? I'm afraid it won't be long before the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reinforcements arrive. Once that happens, we'll have a harder time killing Phoenix Rain, Silent March said worriedly. Since reinforcements have already arrived, there's no need for us to waste time here any longer. In any case, we have already obtained the legacy treasure and achieved our initial goal. Have everyone retreat. 1,000 Miles replied, smiling. We'll let Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing have their fun for now. Once we obtain this legacy, the entire Sea of Death will be Miracle's territory. When Blue Phoenix received news about Miracle's ambush on Phoenix Rain, they had already fought a battle with Phoenix Rain's team on Savage God Island. Meanwhile, by the time Blue Phoenix's fleet arrived, the battle had long since ended. Although they did not manage to steal everything from Phoenix Rain's group, they had still obtained the most important legacy treasure. If they had not wanted to obtain the remaining treasures, they wouldn't have bothered wasting time playing cat and mouse on the island with Phoenix Rain. Although the losses they suffered to Zero Wing were indeed unexpected, compared to the legacy treasure, these losses were negligible. Understood. I'll have everyone retreat from the island right away. Silent March started contacting the members scattered across Savage God Island and had everyone swiftly withdraw from the island. Pavilion Master, something strange is going on with Miracle's members. They're actually leaving the canyon, a level 57 Tier 2 ranger using eagle eyes reported when she noticed that the Miracle members searching for them had started pulling out of Savage God Island. They've stopped chasing us? Phoenix Rain, who was currently recovering her stamina beneath a tree, asked curiously. Has Blue arrived? That's not right. With 1,000 Miles' personality, he wouldn't give up so easily. Did something unexpected happen to Miracle's forces? She knew very clearly what kind of strength Blue Phoenix's impromptu fleet possessed. It would be fortunate if Blue Phoenix's fleet could break through Miracle's blockade of Savage God Island. Even after Blue Phoenix's forces grouped up with her team, all they would be able to do was buy time for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's other fleets to arrive. 1,000 Miles should know this as well, so how could he possibly give up on this excellent opportunity to deal her a blow? Pavilion Master, something changed. An assassin hiding at the shore of Savage God Island reported suddenly. Miracle's ships stationed around the island are withdrawing. Miracle even removed the lockdown on the island? Phoenix Rain grew even more curious after hearing this report. Just what is 1,000 Miles planning? It was precisely Miracle's blockade that prevented her team from escaping. Meanwhile, now that it was gone, they could leave at any time. However, Phoenix Rain could not understand why 1,000 Miles would give up on such a good opportunity. Pavilion Master, another update. Miracle's giant crocodile warship is approaching the island. However, by the looks of it, the warship seems to have sustained heavy damage. 2 of its mainsails are in tatters. Moreover, the fleets following behind the warship seem to have lost a lot of ships. They must have just experienced a great battle. The Miracle members on the island seem to be preparing to board the warship and leave the island, the assassin said, shocked as he eyed the gigantic warship that had anchored close to the beach and the Miracle members approaching the warship. After hearing this assassin's report, Phoenix Rain grew even more confused. She could not make heads or tails of the situation at all. Miracle's giant crocodile warship was no laughing matter. It was much more powerful than even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's warship, akin to a mobile seaborne fortress. Hence, she found it truly hard to imagine that Miracle's prided warship would suffer heavy damage. Moreover, Miracle had even decided to abandon Savage God Island and retreat right after suffering such a humiliation. Everyone, get yourselves ready. We're going to leave the island now. Phoenix Rain decided after giving the matter some more thought. Pavilion Master, could this be Miracle's trap? Maybe they're pretending to retreat to get us to lower our guard, a female cleric said. With how strange this situation was, they had to be especially careful in their decisions. That shouldn't be the case. That's the giant crocodile warship we're talking about. Miracle doesn't need to damage its prized warship to such an extent just to deal with us. Miracle must have fought some other superpower and ended up eating a loss, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. While she had indeed considered the possibility of this being a ploy by Miracle, the likelihood was very low. Warships could not be repaired in ordinary repair yards. It would be utterly foolish for Miracle to damage its core combat power just to deal with her team. A short moment later, Phoenix Rain led the survivors of her team out of the canyon they were hiding in and carefully approached the shore of Savage God Island. Their journey there was incomparably peaceful. They did not encounter a single member of Miracle. Just which superpower started a fight with Miracle? Phoenix Rain could not help but wonder as she thought back to the uneventful journey her team just made. As far as she knew, there were no naval superpowers capable of forcing Miracle to make such a decisive retreat. Pavilion Master, look. It's Blue Phoenix's fleet. A Tier 2 ranger said as she waved excitedly at the ships approaching the shore they stood on. When Phoenix Rain turned to the direction the female ranger indicated, confusion covered Phoenix Rain's face. It was indeed Blue Phoenix's fleet that arriving. However, Miracle's ships currently surrounded Blue Phoenix's fleet, yet for some reason, none of Miracle's ships dared approach Blue Phoenix's fleet. They only watched the fleet edge up to the shore from afar as if they were afraid of something. When Blue Phoenix's fleet got closer, Phoenix Rain suddenly noticed the presence of sailboats and speedboats that were both unfamiliar yet familiar to her. This was especially true for the sailboat at the lead. Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain was filled with an indescribable sense of shock when she saw Feng and his guild members standing at the bow of the one-horned sailboat. Could it be their doing? Chapter 1931, Savage God's Treasure. Sea of Death on the giant crocodile warship off Savage God Island. Vice Guild Leader, the results of our investigation are in. According to our spies, Black Flame is personally leading Zero Wing's team this time. As for why Zero Wing is here, we still aren't certain, Silent March reported as she pointed toward Zero Wing's members, who had just set foot ashore. Black Flame. Thousand Miles smiled upon hearing this. We're quite lucky this time. Since the guild leader of Zero Wing has personally come to a remote place like the Sea of Death, Zero Wing must be conducting a big operation. Although Zero Wing had ruined his plans, it would seem that he was soon going to earn back his losses. I'll have 5 assassin parties secretly tail them, Silent March said, a smile likewise appearing on her face. She then started arranging for the necessary manpower. In God's domain, guild leaders of large guilds generally wouldn't lead a team of their own. However, when they did, it would definitely be an important operation. If one stalked such a team and properly took advantage of the opportunity, one could deal damage to the targeted guild and steal said guild's harvest. Only, it was very difficult to track the guild leaders of the various large guilds as they would generally take preventive measures to cover their traces. Make sure Zero Wing's members don't detect them, no matter what. Thousand Miles reminded. Vice Guild Leader, rest assured the parties I sent are the best. I'm certain they will not be discovered. Silent March nodded. Meanwhile on Savage God Island. After Blue Phoenix informed Phoenix Rain about the battle between Aqua Rose and the Water Ghost Legion, Phoenix Rain could not help but sigh ruefully. She had gone to great lengths to secure a clue leading to a sea-based legacy, yet before she could get the legacy, Miracle stole it from under her. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had somehow obtained a sea-based peak legacy without anyone noticing. With this peak legacy, even the naval overlords would not dare to casually start a war with Zero Wing. Big Sis Rain, does that mean the legacy treasure fell into Miracle's hands? When Blue Phoenix heard about Phoenix Rain's battle on Savage God Island, her originally happy mood instantly vanished. If not for Nine Dragons Emperor leaking information, you wouldn't have met such an ambush. Big Sis Rain, why don't we report this matter to the Great Pavilion Master? If we do so, Nine Dragons Emperor will definitely get his just deserts. The clue regarding the legacy treasure was something they had discovered in the Savage Wildland. Now, however, their efforts had ended up profiting Miracle instead. It's useless. We don't have any evidence. The Great Pavilion Master won't believe a unilateral claim. Not to mention the competition is already at a crucial point. Nine Dragons Emperor might even be hoping I'll complain to the Great Pavilion Master, to use it to lower my standing, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. In the next moment, however, the corners of her lips curled up as she added, however, unfortunately for Nine Dragons Emperor, while it is indeed true that 1,000 Miles has stolen the legacy treasure, our side obtained the Savage God's treasure. The Savage God's treasure? Feng, who stood before Phoenix Rain, muttered in surprise. He had never imagined that Savage God Island would really have both the Savage God's legacy and treasure. In the past he had only heard of these two things' existence, nothing more. When no additional information was revealed, many people took the news as fake. After all, both these two things were left behind by a god. How could there be absolutely no news about them after players acquired them? That's right. Phoenix Rain smiled. She then retrieved an ancient book from her bag and said, "This is the treasure left behind by the Savage God, a divine tome." The moment Phoenix Rain took out the divine tome, everyone present felt their perception vanish as the large book sucked the ambient mana completely dry. Impossible. A divine tome. Feng goggled at the book in Phoenix Rain's hands reflexively, an indescribable sense of shock flooding his heart. Current players would not have any accurate knowledge regarding divine tomes. However, Feng, who had played God's Domain for more than a decade, knew just how valuable a divine tome was. It was no exaggeration to say that it was worth more than a fragmented legendary item. Its value to lifestyle players could even rival a legendary item. This is a treasure that allows lifestyle players to enter the divine library and learn the recipes and designs left behind by ancient gods, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. Although there are only 2 entry slots available, if used properly, generating a fortune is definitely possible. While the legacy treasure could grant players frightening combat power, the Savage God's treasure allowed players to gain frightening wealth. After all, those recipes and designs were left behind by ancient gods. The items that could be created using those recipes and designs were undoubtedly amazing. Earning a fortune with those items would be very easy. Meanwhile, money just so happened to be the thing she lacked the most right now. She had invested practically every coin she earned into developing her naval forces. However, despite doing so, her naval forces were still significantly weaker than Miracle's. If she wished to surpass Miracle, then she required more funds. Moreover, while Miracle had indeed stolen the legacy treasure from her, obtaining the legacy itself was impossible in the short term. The player Miracle selected for the legacy would need sufficient strength. Meanwhile, in order to guarantee success, Miracle would definitely have to make a lot of preparations. Guild leader Black Flame, it is all thanks to you that Blue and her forces were able to escape tragedy this time. At the same time, you also saved my life. I hope that you can accept one of these 2 slots, Phoenix Rain said sincerely as she looked at Feng. While having allies was a good thing, not all allies would be willing to lend a helping hand during critical moments. Most of them would take action only after weighing their potential gains and losses. The fact that Zero Wings stepped forward when she faced danger was invaluable. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you are making too much of it. I only helped out as an ally. However, I am indeed very interested in this Divine Tome entry slot. While I will be accepting your goodwill, I cannot just take it for free, Feng said. He immediately took out 6 bronze speedboats and traded them to Phoenix Rain. Each entry slot to the Divine Library was worth roughly 1 fragmented legendary item. Definitely far more than the help he provided this time. As for the bronze speedboats, these things currently weren't of much use to Zero Wing, as the guild was not particularly active in the Sea of Death right now. However, they were worth a lot to Phoenix Rain, who operated mainly in the Sea of Death. With a look at the trade window, Phoenix Rain understood that, like herself, Feng did not like owing favors. Hence, she simply nodded and accepted the 6 bronze speedboats. Using the Divine Tome, Phoenix Rain left a mark on Feng's palm. With this, he could either use the mark himself or transfer it to someone else. However, it could be used only once. Once the transaction was completed, Phoenix Rain decided against lingering on Savage God Island, as she still had a lot of work awaiting her. After instructing Blue Phoenix's group to continue guiding Feng to Kama Island, Phoenix Rain herself returned to Thunder Island. Feng headed deeper into the Sea of Death on the one-horned sailboat. While resting inside a cabin in the sailboat, Feng fell into deep thought as he looked at the mark on his palm. In the end, he decided to be the one to use this mark. Although there were other lifestyle masters in the candlelight trading firm, acquiring a recipe or design from the divine library required one to possess sufficient combat power as well. Otherwise, one would not gain anything. Meanwhile, if he waited until Melancholic Smile or Cream Cocoa became combat experts, it would be months or years before he could reap the benefits of the divine library. Following which, Feng activated the mark on his palm. Suddenly, the mana inside the cabin stirred. Shortly after, a spatial tear appeared behind Feng and sucked him into it. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the room, leaving behind only a silver magic array on the floor where he had been standing. Chapter 1932, Divine Library. After getting sucked into the spatial tear, Feng arrived in a dark and chaotic space. Standing at the center of this space was a majestic shrine that gave off such pressure that even the chaotic airflow actively avoided it. The moment Feng appeared before the shrine, he could feel a stifling suppression of his strength. The frightening divine might the shrine exuded also made his movements extremely sluggish. This pressure really is amazing. It's no wonder they said that players couldn't enter the divine library without having a certain degree of strength. Feng felt a little surprised as he moved his body tentatively. Right now, his body's physique and basic attributes weren't even at the standard of a Tier 1 player. His perception of his surroundings had also become non-existent. If he were to fight in such a state, he might have difficulty going up against a chieftain of the same level. If any other Tier 2 player were in his position right now, one could easily imagine how much weaker they would become, not to mention lifestyle players. After familiarizing himself with the environment, Feng approached the shrine, which was over a kilometer tall. Countless divine runes and magic arrays were engraved into the shrine's exterior, radiating a golden glow that gave the shrine a sacred ambience. Meanwhile, standing before the main entrance was a stalwart statue wearing leather armor and a helmet made out of dragon bones, the helmet exposing only a set of eyes. The statue also held an axe in each hand. The pressure the statue gave off was so powerful that Feng had extreme difficulty approaching it. When he got within 100 yards of the statue, his body refused to move even a step closer. What kind of statue is this? It's clearly an inanimate object, yet it still has such a powerful pressure. Most likely, even Tier 4 players can't walk up to its feet looking at this 10-meter-tall statue. Feng could feel that the pressure it gave off would increase exponentially the closer one got to it. After bypassing the statue, Feng quickly arrived at the shrine's main entrance. The entrance was so massive that even monsters over 10 meters tall could walk through it easily. As Feng approached the golden set of doors, the doors slowly parted, a blinding glow escaping through the gap between the doors. By the time the golden doors were fully opened and the intense light had dissipated, a sea of books appeared before Feng. Rows of bookshelves filled the hall before him with patrol squads of stone guards wandering all around the chamber. Similar to Feng, these stone guards were all level 69. As for their ranks, there were elites, special elites and chieftains. Although the HPs of these stone guards were not as high as that of ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, the elites still had over 1 million HP, while the chieftain-ranked squad captains had 5 million HP. If Feng were to come across these monsters in the outside world, he wouldn't even have paid attention to them. However, in his current state he had no choice but to take the many stone guards in the hall seriously. The chieftain-ranked stone guards were especially dangerous to him. While Feng was carefully observing the movements and habits of the stone guards, an armored, middle-aged man, whose body was translucent like a ghost, suddenly appeared at the center of the hall. Even when Feng tried using omniscient eyes on him, aside from finding out that the man was named Bernard, he did not get any other information. Adventurer of the human race, I am Bernard, the manager of the Divine Library. Since you have gained an entry slot from a divine tome, you may pick out one book from the Divine Library. However, the books here are not easy to acquire. They will not be given to people who lack ability, Bernard said after appearing before Feng. Like an emotionless machine, Bernard continued indifferently, there are a total of 5 floors in the Divine Library, and the higher you go, the fewer the books available. In return, however, their value will also increase. Even ancient gods would covet the books found on the top floor. There are a large number of guards on every floor. Your task will be to obtain the book you want from these guards. Once you get a book, I will send you back immediately. If you are killed by the guards, you will similarly be sent away. If you wish to reap a harvest in the divine library, you must not be greedy. Tread within the limit of your abilities." After saying so, Bernard vanished. Sure enough, this place is the same as the rumors made it out to be. Feng possessed a certain degree of understanding of the divine library due to its great fame in God's domain. Countless superpowers had fought desperately to acquire a divine tome in the past. Stored inside the divine library were various recipes and designs for lifestyle classes. There were even designs for powerful war weapons, defensive constructions and magic arrays. Just like Bernard had said, even after reaching Tier 6, players would still lust for the divine library's contents. In the past, the most famous story involving the divine library had a Tier 6 god-ranked player obtaining a design for a war fortress from the divine library's 4th floor. The war fortress built using this design could resist even Tier 6 gods. Its deterrent force easily surpassed that of a Tier 6 player. The guild that acquired this war fortress also gained great assistance from it. God's domain had many forbidden lands that were so inhospitable that guild towns couldn't be set up within them no matter what. However, the war fortress could. Due to this reason, countless superpowers had tried desperately to obtain a divine tome so that they could acquire an amazing war fortress design themselves. With such a war fortress, they too could develop in the various forbidden regions and reap the bountiful resources and treasures there. Of course, while Feng also wished to obtain a war fortress design right now with his current strength, reaching the 4th floor was utterly impossible. The difficulty of each floor in the divine library increased exponentially. A Tier 2 player would be fortunate to obtain a book from the 1st floor. Even the best among Tier 2 players would get only as far as the 2nd floor. However, although the books on the 1st and 2nd floor were not as valuable as a war fortress design, they were already precious. "Let's try out these guards," Feng thought as he looked at the patrolling guards. He then used Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger test the waters. He had not been given a time limit for picking a book. Although his doppelganger was not as strong as his main body, even if it died he wouldn't lose anything. At most he would just have to wait a few minutes for the skill's cooldown to end. As Feng controlled his doppelganger to approach one of the patrol squads, the guards in the entire hall went into a frenzy, all of them surging toward his doppelganger. Although this situation surprised Feng a little, he still managed to have his doppelganger charge forward and cut at one of the squad captains. Ping! Before the doppelganger could even land a hit, however, Feng suddenly saw a flash stabbing at his doppelganger's body. The doppelganger went flying, its HP decreasing by 1/9. So strong. Feng could not help his surprise as he looked at the squad captain. Not only did the squad captain's attack contain great strength, but the way it moved its spear was absolutely flawless, without any excess action whatsoever. The squad captain's combat standard was already very close to rivaling refinement realm experts. All the captain lacked was a little bit of intellect. Before Feng's doppelganger could stand up, several squad captains nearby had already arrived before it, their spears stabbing the doppelganger one time after another. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, the squad captains had the upper hand. Despite activating its life-saving skills, Feng's doppelganger still did not last more than 10 seconds before getting killed. It did not even get to touch the first row of bookshelves. Chapter 1933, Book Acquired. The 1st floor's difficulty is already so high? Astonishment flashed across Feng's eyes as he watched his doppelganger's body dissipate into nothingness. Although he did not focus on getting his doppelganger to reach the bookshelves and simply had it fight, from the moment the doppelganger attacked the first stone guard until it died, less than 10 seconds had passed in total. If an ordinary Tier 2 expert had attempted the same thing, they most likely would have died an even more miserable death. At this moment, Feng felt very fortunate that he had not sent one of the other lifestyle masters of the candlelight trading firm to the divine library. Otherwise, this entry slot would have been wasted. After waiting for several minutes, Feng summoned his doppelganger again for another experiment. This time, instead of fighting the stone guards, Feng had his doppelganger focus on moving as far as possible into the hall. However, when Feng's doppelganger was still 30 yards away from the first row of bookshelves, the patrolling guards noticed his doppelganger. By the time the doppelganger was 20 yards away from the bookshelves, more than 30 stone guards had already surrounded it, blocking off its path forward completely. What a rapid response! Feng was surprised as he watched the stone guards rushing toward his doppelganger. However, while the movement speed of the stone guards was indeed very fast, the doppelganger was not slow either. Immediately, Feng had his doppelganger use Wind Blade, its movement speed skyrocketing. The doppelganger then skirted the blockade and dashed for the bookshelves. Whenever the stone guards launched an attack at his doppelganger, Feng would have the doppelganger deflect the attack using its two swords. While it barely managed with the chieftain's attacks, it had no problem with the elites and special elites attacks. Leveraging this knowledge, Feng controlled his doppelganger to surround itself with elites and special elites, using them as shields to hinder the chieftains as much as possible. A short moment later, Feng's doppelganger arrived before the first row of bookshelves. The first row of bookshelves contained advanced recipes and designs, all of which came from ancient times, so they could be considered unique in the current god's domain. The sight of these recipes and designs tempted Feng greatly. However, he also understood very clearly that the deeper the bookshelves were located, the more valuable the books they held. Hence, he had his doppelganger continue deeper without hesitation. Second row. Third row. The deeper Feng traveled into the hall, the more effort he had to expend to get even further. The first reason for this was the continuous increase in the number of stone guards. The second reason was the elites and special elites taking the initiative to give way to allow the chieftain-ranked squad captains to attack. After Feng expended every skill his doppelganger possessed, the doppelganger ended up dying in the middle of the first floor hall. So that's how it is. It's no wonder so many experts failed to obtain anything from the divine library in the past. Feng took in a deep breath as he mentally replayed the scenes of his doppelganger's attempt. There were several hundred stone guards on the first floor hall, including over 50 chieftains. The deeper one traveled into the hall, the more chieftains one would encounter. Moreover, if players took the initiative to attack even one of the stone guards, every stone guard in the hall would swarm over to attack them, making it almost impossible for players to locate a book of their preference. In addition, the combat standard of the chieftain-ranked squad captains bordered on the refinement realm. A Tier 2 refinement realm expert would be fortunate to obtain a book from the first row of bookshelves. Experts that hadn't reached the refinement realm wouldn't even be able to touch the bookshelves. Moreover, players' greed would also play an important role when selecting a book. The further one proceeded into the library, the more valuable the books they would see. Hence, players that visited the Divine Library would definitely try to push themselves to their very limits. However, after they truly reached their limits, they would not have any opportunities to reach for a book on the shelves, as the patrol guards would have already surrounded them. Even if they did still have some energy left to grab a book, it would be nearly impossible to accurately grab a book suited to their own needs. Now that I've already grasped the basic movement patterns of the guards, it's about time I made a move myself. After Feng simulated the battle on the first floor hall in his mind several times, he focused his gaze on the closest patrol squad. If he tried to advance into the hall by sneaking through the gaps between patrol squads, once he got discovered, multiple patrol squads would charge at him and quickly surround him. However, if he were to charge straight at the nearest patrol squad, it would take the other patrol squads some more time to reach him. In other words, for a certain period he would have to deal with only one patrol squad. He wouldn't have to deal with the encirclement of multiple patrol squads right off the bat, which would, in turn, slow down his advance and allow more patrol squads to gather around him. After Feng was done planning, he immediately charged at the nearest patrol squad. Intruder die. After noticing Feng's approach, the 10-man patrol squad quickly moved to surround him. Upon seeing this, Feng executed Purgatory Pentaslash without hesitation. In terms of basic attributes, he was significantly superior to his doppelganger. Moreover, unlike his doppelganger, he had the assistance of the 7 Luminaries' Rings Aura of Wind to increase his movement speed by a significant margin. After sending 5 elite stone guards flying, Feng used Wind Blade and rushed past the squad captain, bolting for the depths of the hall. In the middle section of the hall, more than 10 patrol squads managed to surround Feng. Faced with such a situation, even Feng felt that he was close to reaching his limits, his HP rapidly decreasing. He immediately activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength skyrocketing, then executed sword's orbit to send the approaching stone guards flying. The boost in strength allowed Feng to advance with great ease. Only after he neared the staircase leading to the second-floor hall did he start feeling some pressure. Currently, dozens of squad captains surrounded him. Even though he had an advantage in strength, the squad captains charged at him without fear. Unlike before when squad captains only tried to hinder his movements and buy time, they now recklessly traded blow for blow, fully intent on reaping his life at all costs. Hence, even though he had superior strength, advancing still took him a lot of effort. In the end, Feng decided to use 9 Dragon's Slash against the overwhelming number of attacks. With the help of the 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, he finally managed to get through the first floor and reach the second floor. Unlike the first floor, the guards on the second floor did not give Feng any time to prepare at all. The moment he appeared on the floor, the guards were already swarming toward him. Meanwhile, the guards on the second floor had clearly received a qualitative improvement, as even the weakest guards were chieftains, while the squad captains were high lords whose combat standard was at the refinement realm. Compared to the guards on the first floor, the guards here also coordinated much better with each other. To make matters worse, even with Heavenly Dragon's power activated, Feng was actually inferior to the High Lords in strength. By the time Feng arrived at the first row of bookshelves, he already felt himself close to reaching his limits. Right now he didn't even have any energy to spare for grabbing a book. Sure enough, the second floor isn't a place Tier 2 players can casually visit. Feng could not help but reveal a bitter smile when he noticed 3 more patrol squads approaching. It seems I have no choice but to give it my all. He activated Blade Liberation, allowing his strength to skyrocket once more. With the activation of twofold Berserk, his strength rivaled that of the High Lord ranked squad captains. Following which he stabbed the Abyssal Blade into the ground. Shadows then spread out from the magic weapon. Abyssal Curse. All the guards within a 50-yard radius were instantly immobilized. Next, Feng activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger transform into a black dragon. He then split up with his doppelganger and took independent action. After Feng left, the pressure on him decreased visibly. Even after he reached the second floor's middle section, only 6 patrol squads were chasing him. In comparison, the black dragon had attracted the attention of over a dozen patrol squads. Lightning Slash. Shadow Blade. Although he had repelled a few squad captains with his skills, even more squad captains quickly took their place, the High Lords launching attacks at his defensive blind spots. Even though Feng perceived the attacks ahead of time, there were simply too many of them. There was a limit to the number of attacks he could deflect. As a result, he steadily incurred damage time after time. When he activated Void Shield, the shield's energy depleted rapidly. 80%, 50%, 20%. Just when his Void Shield was about to shatter, Feng gritted his teeth and activated Divine Steps. Immediately, he and his 10 new doppelgangers scattered, dashing in different directions, forcing the patrol squads to split up. By constantly switching positions with his doppelgangers, he managed to advance a considerable distance into the hall. Is this my limit? When Feng saw the 20-plus patrol squads charging at him from the hall's rear section, he understood that entering the rear section would be impossible. Moreover, his twofold berserk was about to lapse. Risking getting hit, he dashed for a dark gray bookshelf nearby. Just as he was about to look at the books there, however, an angry bellow entered his ears. Intruder, die. When the squad captains saw Feng approaching a bookshelf, they went berserk. Suddenly, over a dozen squad captains raised their spears and hurled their weapons at him. Shio, shio, shio. The spears created sonic booms as they flew at Feng. It was evident that the power contained within those spears was already at the Tier 3 standard. Seeing this scene, Feng no longer dared to inspect the books. Sensing the lethality of those spears, he grabbed one of the 3 books displayed on the bookshelf. The moment Feng took the book off the bookshelf, he disappeared from the hall. As for the dozen or so spears, they harmlessly passed through his former location and crashed into the magic barrier protecting the dark gray bookshelf, the magic barrier trembling slightly from the spear's might. Chapter 1934, Basic Combat Device. Sea of Death. In one of the one-horned sailboat's cabins. The silver magic array carved on the floorboards suddenly lit with a brilliant glow. Feng's figure then emerged from the array. That was close. Feng looked down at the tome in his hands, ecstatic. He had very nearly lost his life back there. He never thought that the stone guards could go berserk. The power of their spears had undoubtedly been at the Tier 3 standard, and if every one of those dozen or so spears had struck him, he would have died instantly. But despite his near-death experience, he couldn't help but excitedly inspect his new treasure. All of the Divine Library's books were precious treasures. First-rate guilds would even drool over the tomes on the first floor, not to mention those on the subsequent floors. Feng tapped to open the tome's attribute panel, and the system displayed its information before him. As expected of the Divine Library, even something like this was on the second floor? The corners of Feng's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the tome's name, all flashing in his eyes. The tome he had obtained from the Divine Library was the production design for the basic combat device. The combat device was a special item that was similar to the strengthening device, which was a tool that increased equipment durability. The combat device, however, increased players' combat power. This increase to combat power was extraordinary. Rather than increasing its user's basic attributes, the combat device relied on powerful mana to improve its user's life rating forcibly. The ancient gods had created this magic tool, but since the combat device's production method had been lost to time, players could only find these devices in ancient ruins. Moreover, very few were generally hidden in such locations. The various large guilds in the past had treated the combat devices they had found like their own children. Now that he held the combat device's design, why wouldn't Feng be shocked? Even though it was only the basic combat device design, it was still enough to drive the various superpowers crazy. The basic combat device increased players' life ratings at Tier 3 and below by 1 rank. Although the improvement wouldn't boost normal players to the archaic species standard, it was still a formidable improvement, on par with upgrading a lord to High Lord rank. When equipped, players would become boss-like existences among their peers. If an ordinary player equipped the combat device, their strength could rival an expert player of the same level and tier. If ordinary expert players used the device, although they would not be a match for peak experts, they would become slightly stronger than refinement realm experts. The combat device's only downside was that it couldn't be used in dungeons, even regional dungeons. In dungeons, equipping the device would have no effect. Even so, many players still dreamed of using the combat device. A basic combat device had sold for around 200 gold in the past, yet many players had fought over every device available on the market. If I can mass-produce these devices, I won't have to worry about a lack of experts in Zero Wing. Although the basic combat device design required precious materials, the total cost for producing each device was only around 60 gold. Unfortunately, the design required mana stones, which amounted to a large portion of the production cost. Fortunately, obtaining mana stones was no trouble for him since he had a 100% success rate when synthesizing them with the Philosopher's Stone. Zero Wing wasn't far from having as many elite and expert players as a true first-rate guild. Some first-rate guilds even had fewer elites and experts than Zero Wing. Only the range of Zero Wing's influence was inferior to these guilds, but that couldn't be helped since Zero Wing had started in God's domain with nothing. However, if he could mass-produce the combat devices, Zero Wing could expand its influence quickly without worrying about a lack of sufficient manpower to manage the guild's additional territory. Thinking up to this point, Feng's desire to obtain Kama Island's Manatite Island grew. Despite Zero Wing's recent developmental achievements, its magic crystal income had seen very little improvement. After all, there was a limit to the magic crystals a single area could produce. If the guild wanted to increase this income significantly, it had to occupy an ore vein that generated magic crystals. Returning his focus to the tome in his hands, Feng clicked to learn the basic combat device's production method. Only the player that obtained a book from the Divine Library could learn from it. They could not be traded. Hence, the various large guilds in the past had generally sent lifestyle players to the library since they could only put the books to good use by doing so. However, some guilds had dispatched powerful experts to retrieve the more valuable tomes. Those guilds had then invested a ton of resources in nurturing these expert players in the required subclass required to produce the book's items. Fortunately, Feng had gotten quite lucky since the book he had claimed contained a forging design. Had he chosen an engineering design or alchemy recipe, he would have had to invest in developing a new subclass. After learning the production method, Feng began to practice the required magic arrays for the combat device while he waited for the one-horned sailboat to reach Kama Island. Time passed quickly. Under Blue Phoenix's lead, Zero Wings' fleet avoided many unnecessary fights with sea monsters. Finally, after more than 10 hours, the fleet arrived before an island enveloped in death energy. Kama Island's twin peaks were intertwined, and from afar the island resembled some kind of massive howling beast. From time to time, deafening roars rose from the island, echoing in the nearby players' minds. Even from afar, plenty of sea monsters were visible as they explored the island's surroundings. All of these sea monsters were level 60 or higher. Just docking on the island would be challenging. Guild leader Black Flame, we've reached Kama Island. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Blue Phoenix said. She couldn't help her confusion. Her gaze wandered to the island. She didn't understand why Feng wanted to visit an island doused in death energy and void of mana, but it wasn't her place to question him. God's domain had many secrets after all, and for all she knew, Feng might have come here for some high-ranked quest. Thank you, Feng said sincerely. If not for Blue Phoenix's familiarity with the Sea of Death's inner area, Zero Wings' fleet would have seen a lot of trouble on the way to Kama Island. The one-horned sailboat had sustained considerable damage on the way here, even despite avoiding many battles. Without Blue Phoenix's guidance, Zero Wings' fleet might have been annihilated for carelessly entering a danger zone. Once Blue Phoenix and her subordinates had teleported away via return scrolls, Feng commanded his fleet to approach the island. Although many sea monsters surrounded Kama Island, Aqua Rose and the fleet's other players who wielded sea-based legacies easily removed the creatures from their path. In less than an hour, Zero Wings ships docked on Kama Island's shore. After seeing to the necessary preparations, an inexplicable fluctuation in space slammed into Feng as he set foot on the island. It had felt as if a sonic boom had radiated throughout the world. Just as suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached Feng's ears. God's Domain System announcement. Players have triggered the new expansion pack Return of the Survivors. The system will undergo a 24-hour update. Please prepare to log out of the game. Chapter 1935 God's Domain Shaken. Upon hearing the system announcement, Feng was stunned. Why has this happened so soon? Feng's expression darkened slightly as he read the system announcement. The Return of the Survivors was a massive expansion pack that affected the entirety of God's domain, but as far as he could remember, this expansion pack shouldn't have triggered until mainstream players had reached level 70. Most mainstream players were only level 50 right now. Most of the various large guilds didn't even have many Tier 2 players, yet the Return of Survivors expansion pack had just triggered. While this expansion pack was good news for the various major powers, the same couldn't be said for Zero Wing. Once the Return of the Survivors expansion pack activated, the ancient humans that had split away from God's domain's main continent due to the ancient war would return. Unlike the current human population in God's domain, these ancient humans retained some of the combat techniques and lifestyle techniques from ancient times. The return of these beings also meant the return of lost technologies. One could easily imagine the impact this change would have on current players. In addition to the return of the ancient humans, the Return of the Survivors expansion pack also reduced the teleportation fees between the continent's various countries. The price of guild transfer scrolls would also drop. Once the expansion pack took effect, both independent players and guild players would have a much easier time traveling between countries. As a result, competition within the various countries would become far more intense. However, these changes were only the tip of the iceberg. The expansion pack's real impact lay in the real world. When the Return of Survivors expansion pack activated, the main god system would also activate the mental assistance system, incorporating players' habitual movements and nerve reactions from the real world in the game. Players' control of their virtual bodies would become more comfortable due to this change, removing the disparity between players' virtual bodies and their physical forms. This latest expansion pack also introduced the EXP potion, the effects of which lasted for 6 hours and disappeared upon death to the game. The potion would help low-level players level up quickly, doubling their EXP gain from monster kills. Of course, the EXP potion would only be effective for players below the mainstream level, which the main god system determined. To acquire the EXP potion, players had to increase their reputation with the survivors until they were respected and complete a series of quests. Only then would players have the privilege of purchasing the EXP potions from the survivor NPCs at the low price of 1 silver per bottle. Due to the EXP potion, new players had an easier time of quickly catching up to mainstream players. This also allowed experts to arise at a much faster rate, which in turn allowed the various major corporations to develop rapidly. Many major corporations had only invested in God's domain after they had realized the game's potential. However, the game's top players had reached a considerably high level by then. As a result, these corporations' experts hadn't been able to exhibit their true strength, even though so many powerful real-world experts worked for these corporations. Fortunately for them, the EXP potion just so happened to mitigate this problem. In return, though, the EXP potion had increased the competition in God's domain by several times. Even the secret pavilion's God's domain experts list had changed so frequently that the experts in one edition would be gone in the next. Meanwhile, the return of the Survivors expansion pack thoroughly eliminated the small advantages Zero Wing had accumulated over the game's various powers. Guild leader, the forums are going crazy over this new expansion pack. The game's official website has even published some information about it. According to the game developers, once the new expansion pack takes effect, human survivors from ancient times will appear in the various NPC cities. These ancient survivors can teach players advanced combat methods for their classes, with each learning attempt only costing 3 silver, Aqua Rose said, surprised when she read the information on the official website. Before this, players had been forced to experiment on their own to learn the combat methods most suited to their classes. However, many elite players had only grasped a few basic combat methods. The various large guilds kept their advanced combat methods a secret, yet God's domain was about to sell such combat methods to players directly. Advanced combat methods were nearly on par with basic combat techniques. With this new feature, players' combat standards in God's domain would drastically improve. This feature would bridge the gap between independent players and guild players by a significant margin. And when the various large guilds obtained these system-approved advanced combat methods, it would bridge the gap between their elite and expert members. The minimum requirements to be considered an expert in God's domain would also change. I'll need to accelerate my plans, Feng thought as he read the Sea of Death's official forums. The majority of independent players eagerly anticipated this new expansion pack, since it would undoubtedly bridge certain gaps between players. Feng needed to improve Zero Wing's nurturing system before the rest of God's domain benefited from this expansion pack, and soon. Only by doing so could he guarantee Zero Wing's advantage. Meanwhile, in the Or Empire's Crimson Flame Fortress. Vice Guild Leader, although we don't yet know who triggered the new expansion pack, it has assured our guild's rise to glory. Previously, those super first-rate guilds and super guilds have relied on their long-standing foundations in the virtual gaming world to suppress us. But now that advanced combat methods will be available to everyone, the Blackwater Corporation's support will allow us to nurture a large number of experts in a short time. Snow Scar, who wore silver scale armor, reported to Wuxia as she sat in the guild leader's office. The new expansion pack was undoubtedly good news for the various major corporations, and the Blackwater Corporation would reap even greater benefits since it had so many real-world experts under its command. Now that Blackwater had access to system-approved combat methods, nurturing a large group of expert players would be a piece of cake. How are things conning along in the capital's armory? Wuxia asked the excited Snow Scar. Based on her indifferent expression, she didn't seem to think much of the new expansion pack. We have already moved past the outer area. Once we've prepared, we'll enter the armory's inner area. It would have taken us some time to secure the inner area, but with the expansion pack I doubt it will be long, Snow Scar said. Good. Once we have secured the armory, formulate a plan to assault Silverwing Town, Wuxia said. Looking at the map of the Or Empire before her, specifically Zero Wing's territory, disappointment flashed in her eyes as she muttered, I had thought that Zero Wing would be able to entertain me, but it seems that battle is over before it has even begun. What an uninteresting guild. Various large guilds and corporations also started to prepare to welcome the latest expansion pack. Meanwhile on Kama Island, when it was almost time for the system update to begin, Feng ordered his team to log out to rest. The moment Feng logged out himself, he began to prepare for the return of the Survivors expansion pack. He had Blackie significantly increase Zero Wing Workshop's recruitment efforts and try to recruit as many talented players as possible. With the EXP potions, new players would have a much easier time catching up to mainstream players after all. Previously he had been able to set recruitment aside, but with the latest expansion pack, other guilds would likely snatch up talented players before he got a chance if he didn't do so now. God's Domain's various major powers had yet to learn about the EXP potions. Even after this new expansion pack released, they'd only learn about the potions once players had accumulated enough reputation. To become respected, players would have to quest for at least 2 weeks. Feng needed to secure as many opportunities as possible during the next 2 weeks. Meanwhile, while Feng was busy recruiting internal members for the guild, Gentle Snow contacted him. Guild leader, good news. We've dealt with the training ground. The 5 companies have finally caved in and sold their shares. From now on, that training ground belongs fully to Zero Wing, Gentle Snow reported, smiling. Good. Wonderful. Feng was ecstatic to hear this. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. Finally, Zero Wing had its own training ground. After disconnecting the call with Gentle Snow, Feng contacted Blackie and had him gather the Zero Wing Workshop's members in the workshop's main hall. Chapter 1936, Moving House. Hundreds of Zero Wing members had gathered in the main hall of Zero Wing's workshop, making the space feel a little cramped. Boss Blackie, has something happened? Why have you suddenly gathered us here? Don't tell me the guild is trying to replace some of us. The Zero Wing members in the hall bombarded Blackie with questions. Some of them were curious while others were worried. Zero Wing had developed quite a bit recently. Not only did the guild's member count continue to increase, but the guild also ranked its internal members in various aspects. Competition between internal members was incredibly intense, and a large number of players arrived for interviews each day. The guild's workshop was only so large. There was a limit to how many internal members the guild could house. Hence, it wasn't unusual for the guild to cut off some of its present members for new recruits. After all, unlike other members of the guild, internal members received a significant salary. Stop making blind guesses. Even I don't know the meaning of this meeting, Blackie replied. But it should be something good. When the crowd heard Blackie's words, they relaxed. Shortly after the crowd had begun its discussion, Feng entered the hall. The crowd fell silent the moment they saw him, turning towards him with respectful gazes. The majority of Zero Wing's internal members didn't know that Feng was actually the guild leader, Black Flame. Very few of the upper echelons knew the secret. However, they were all aware that Feng was the Zero Wing Workshop's true manager. His position in the guild was the equivalent of first vice guild leader. Since everyone's here, let me explain why we've gathered you all. From today on, our workshop will be located elsewhere. We'll be moving to Ouroboros's main headquarters. This will become Zero Wing's branch workshop, and it will be responsible for recruiting talented players in Jinhai City. If no one has any questions, everyone should prepare for the move, Feng announced. We're moving to Ouroboros's main headquarters. What? Doesn't that mean our guild will have its own training ground like the other first-rate guilds? Amazing. I've heard that first-rate guilds generally use entire skyscrapers as their main headquarters. These skyscrapers are usually as large as a sports arena that can fit tens of thousands of people. We won't have to train in this cramped office anymore. That's not all. First-rate guilds' main headquarters are usually near or in the center of first-tier cities. And a lot of them come equipped with the latest facilities. Their rooms can even rival 4-star hotels. Some of the more impressive headquarters can even rival 5-star hotels. Does that mean we get to live in a first-tier city center? I'm not dreaming, am I? After listening to Feng's announcement, the crowd was elated. Even Fire Dance, Blackie, Yiwumian and Zero Wing's other upper echelons were stunned. Although they had known that Gentle Snow was working to acquire Ouroboros's training ground, The 5 companies that had supported the annexed guild had refused to budge. They had expected the matter to take a lot more time to deal with. They hadn't expected to secure the training ground so soon. Moving from a third-rate city like Jinhai City to a first-tier city was a matter worth celebrating for the guild's internal members. However, acquiring Ouroboros's main headquarters held a deeper meaning for the guild's upper echelons. Now that Zero Wing had its own training ground, the guild could nurture experts with more ease. Moreover, the guild would no longer be limited by the limited size of its workshop and could recruit more internal members. With this, Zero Wing's development speed would increase by several times. After Feng had informed his players of the move, he had Blackie arrange the group for the relocation. In reality, they didn't need to do a lot for the move since the facilities at Ouroboros's main headquarters were top-notch. Ouroboros's headquarters offered even more virtual gaming cabins and training facilities than Greenwater Villa, but first they needed to familiarize Zero Wing's internal members with the new training ground. As for the Greenwater Villa's facilities, they could transfer them at a later date. Naturally, the commotion at the Zero Wing workshop immediately attracted the Big Dipper group's attention. They're finally leaving? Xiao Yu, who currently sat in his office, could not help his rueful sigh when he received Liang Jing's latest report. Although he knew how extraordinary the Zero Wing workshop, which even had dealings with major corporations, was through Liang Jing's periodic reports, he hadn't expected the workshop to leave so soon. Moreover, the workshop had moved to a first-tier city, where talents gathered from throughout the country and competition was intense. He had dreamed of doing the same for many years, but even now the Big Dipper group was stuck in Jinhai City. The Big Dipper group wasn't stuck in the third-rate city due to a lack of funding, but because of a lack of fame and connections. If he tried to set up a training center in a first-tier city, stronger competitors would quickly target the center, and it would be forced to close its doors very quickly. Chairman Head Instructor Shi has said that Zero Wing is willing to partner with the Big Dipper Group. The Big Dipper Group can use Zero Wing's fame to recruit members for its dojo. Zero Wing will also assist in training the Big Dipper Dojo's members. However, in return, the dojo's talented members have to sign up to become internal members in Zero Wing, Liang Jing reported. Is that so? Xiao Yu could not help his growing excitement. He was no longer ignorant of God's domain. Through Liang Jing's reports and the game's growing popularity, he knew how famous Zero Wing had become. If he could utilize Zero Wing's fame to promote the Big Dipper Dojo, he'd be able to attract many martial artists to join. Chairman, my scheduled flight will soon board. I have to go, Liang Jing said. Go. Continue to work hard with Zero Wing. And you do not need to continue to report back to me. You're already one of Zero Wing's internal members. You'll have a much better future with Zero Wing than Big Dipper, Xiao Yu said, nodding. When he had first tasked Liang Jing to serve as Feng's assistant, he had done so to get a better understanding of the mysterious man. He had been confident in her capabilities, but he had never thought that Feng would poach such a talented employee. But the outcome wasn't so bad. After all, Liang Jing owed him a debt of gratitude. If she became one of Zero Wing's upper echelons in the future, the Big Dipper Group could benefit as well. Thank you, Chairman, Liang Jing said sincerely. Meanwhile, below Big Dipper Tower, as the dojo's many envious members watched, Zero Wing's internal members left for the airport on multiple high-class buses. After several hours of travel, Zero Wing's internal members finally arrived before the building that had previously served as Ouroboros's main headquarters. As they alighted from the buses, the towering skyscraper drew their gazes upward, over 100 stories tall, leaving them astounded. Welcome, Gentle Snow greeted as she and her assistant emerged from the building. The rooms and facilities inside are ready for your use. We have also updated the virtual training system. Everyone can begin training right away. Let's forget about training for today and let everyone adapt first, Feng said, smiling as he glanced at the excited crowd behind him. We'll focus on recruitment today. I have already sent people to advertise the matter. I doubt it will be long before independent experts and workshops seek us out, Gentle Snow said, nodding. She understood that starting everyone on their work after arriving was a little rushed. Moreover, losing one day of training wouldn't affect Zero Wing's development significantly. When Zero Wing's internal members heard that Feng and Gentle Snow had given them a day off, they were elated. They dashed into the building to explore the new training ground. The building that had served as Ouroboros's main headquarters had 133 floors. It had been divided into multiple areas, covering offices, training areas, entertainment areas, and rest areas. Every internal member would receive their own living space, and they wouldn't be nearly as cramped as they had been in the Greenwater Villa, where they had shared a room with several others. When Liang Jing had finished touring the building, she had been stupefied. Every facility in the building was state-of-the-art. Even the simplest accommodation was as luxurious as a 4-star hotel, whereas the top-level rooms and suites were on par with 5-star hotels. Standing in the top-floor suite of the building, excitement bubbled up in Feng as he gazed at the night view from the French windows. He found it hard to believe that such a magnificent building officially belonged to Zero Wing, now the guild's main headquarters. Meanwhile, under Gentle Snow's management, it took only a day for Zero Wing's internal members to get back on track. Moreover, the Zero Wing workshop had recruited 500 new internal members in that single day. Every one of these internal members was extraordinarily talented, either with combat, management, or lifestyle classes. Once God's domain system update had completed, these 500 people would be integrated in Zero Wing's operation. At 6 a.m. the next day, God's domain system update had finished. Laying down in the newly installed virtual gaming cabin in his luxury suite, Feng logged into God's domain. Chapter 1937, Rapid Expansion Sea of Death, Island. The mental assistance system has finally activated. As Feng stood on the death energy-saturated beach and stretched, he could feel a tangible change to his virtual body. Before this update, he had always felt as if he were moving in a body that wasn't his. Now, however, he felt as comfortable in his skin as he was in the real world. It felt as if he had been transported into another world, rather than enter a virtual world via a virtual body. When the other Zero Wing members logged into God's domain and similarly immersed themselves in this new sensation, excitement welled within them. They had felt as if they had been casting spells and using skills from a third-person perspective, but now they felt as if they used their abilities personally. It felt as if they had gained superpowers in the real world. Looking at the level 60+ demonic beasts on Island, the team eagerly charged at the monsters to test their new forms. Although the mana on Island was very thin, and the corrosive power of darkness lingered, with the help of the all-rounded device and darkness resistance potion, the team remained unaffected by the island's harsh environment. In just 8 minutes or so, the team had killed over 100 Lord-ranked demonic beasts. Guild leader, we've just received a report. Due to the system update, many players have begun to learn advanced combat methods from the ancient survivors. As a result, far fewer players are interested in joining Zero Wing, Aqua Rose reported. Then, in a quieter tone, she continued, moreover, the various large guilds have started mass recruiting members, and they've lowered their recruitment requirements significantly, especially Blackwater. Blackwater has improved the benefits it offers its elite members by a significant margin. Blackwater is now offering nearly 40% more than Zero Wing. Because of this, many of the players that had applied to join our guild at the Secret Stone Fortress and Silverwing Town have left to join Blackwater. Blackwater really is vicious. To think it would increase its benefit packages by so much. Aqua Rose's report astonished Feng a little, but once he gave the matter some thought, he wasn't overly surprised. The return of the Survivors expansion pack heralded a new area where every major power in the game would seek to recruit elite players. Currently, the Trial Tower was still used to determine players' combat standards. The higher a player climbed in the tower, the stronger combat standards they'd need to progress. Naturally, the fastest way to improve one's combat standards was by learning combat techniques. If players could grasp a single basic combat technique, they'd be almost guaranteed to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor, which would mean that the player had reached the realm of experts. With the ancient survivor's return, players only needed a small amount of money to learn advanced combat methods. Although these advanced combat methods might not be as helpful as a basic combat technique, they were close. In other words, elite players would have a high probability of reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor as long as they learned these advanced combat techniques. After all, the various large guilds' elite members on average could reach the 4th floor. The only real between elite players was their progress on the 4th floor. Oftentimes, a guild's strength was based on the number of experts it had, since high-difficulty dungeons and quests had very high combat standard requirements. These challenges usually required expert players. Thus, expert players comprised a guild's key support pillar. Now that the Return of the Survivors expansion pack had activated, it was only natural that all of God's domain had become so frantic. This expansion pack was particularly beneficial to wealthy guilds like Blackwater. Recruiting elite standard players was much cheaper than poaching experts, and now that elite standard independent players had a much easier time reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor, it was only natural that Blackwater spared no effort in recruiting them. Guild leader, should we lower our recruitment standards a little? Blackwater might steal the Or Empire's independent elite players otherwise. If that happens, contesting Blackwater will be quite difficult in the future, Aqua Rose said worriedly. The Or Empire wasn't like Starmoon Kingdom. It had become a hub for multiple kingdoms and empires. A large number of elite and expert players had gathered in the empire, so it was much easier to recruit players there than in other kingdoms and empires. Since Blackwater wants to claim the independent elite players, let it have them. Unlike Blackwater, we don't have the funds to play that game. Our recruitment standards will stay the same. Continue to prioritize the development of players with potential. We won't try to contest over the ready-made independent elite players, Feng said, smiling as he shook his head. While lowering the guild's recruitment standards would attract many elite players and increase the guild's overall strength, doing so without sufficient capital would yield the opposite effect. Most importantly, the standard of expert players would not stay the same forever. In the short term, mass recruiting independent elite players would boost a guild's expert count, but as more players learned advanced combat methods, the overall standard of God's Domain's players would rise, as would the benchmark for expert players. Nowadays, one was considered an expert as long as they reached the early stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor, but in the future they would have to reach the 5th floor's middle stage or beyond. One day players would have to reach the 6th floor to qualify as an expert. Rather than targeting the current elite players, Zero Wing would profit by setting its sights on low-level players with great talent. It wouldn't be long before leveling up was no longer a problem for newcomers. We're not going to compete with Blackwater? Aqua Rose was a little disappointed after hearing Feng's reply. However, when she thought about how Zero Wing had just acquired Ouroboros's main headquarters, which had drastically increased the guild's expenditures, she realized that Zero Wing didn't have much capital to spare. Hence, she had no choice but to give up on this opportunity and focus on recruiting players with strong potential. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's lack of action during this chaotic time confused the various powers and players that watched the guild. None of them understood what Zero Wing intended. The guild was dismissing such a golden opportunity to grow stronger. Are you kidding me? The various large guilds have clearly lowered their recruitment standards. Why hasn't Zero Wing? And I thought that I'd finally get to join the guild. In the end, I still can't meet their recruitment requirements. Why do you insist on joining Zero Wing? Blackwater is the best choice right now. Not only does it have full control of the Iron Empire, but the guild also controls the Crimson Flame Fortress, a vital path to the Or capital city. Moreover, Blackwater has announced that it is increasing its internal member count and that it will fill some of the slots with the guild's elite players. Now is the best time to join Blackwater. Sure enough, Zero Wing simply isn't a match for a superpower like Blackwater in terms of capital. The majority of the Or Empire's independent players sneered at Zero Wing's lack of response. For a time, applications to join Blackwater flooded the guild. However, Zero Wing hadn't fallen too far behind. Due to the increase in Zero Wing's internal member count, the guild's operating speed had skyrocketed. Because of this, the guild's management personnel, such as Gentle Snow, had a chance to relax and found more free time to tend to their own interests. In addition, Zero Wing's ability to investigate and recruit players with potential had improved substantially. For a time, the guild recruited many low-level players that lacked renown. Meanwhile, while God's Domain's various large guilds frantically snatched up elite players, Feng's group had arrived before a bottomless pit. Gray smoke filled the pit, robbing all life from the earth around it. Moreover, Zero Wing's team heard daunting roars from within, deterring any demonic creatures from approaching the pit. And yet, as if he hadn't heard the roaring, Feng approached the pit and descended the spiral pathway at its edge. As they ventured deeper into the pit, the team felt an intense pressure weighing them down. By the time the team reached the pit's lowest area, even experts like Shadow Sword felt stifled. As these Zero Wing players began to fear the pressure that filled the pit, they noticed a colossal cave in a corner, leaving them stunned. A manatite vein? Aqua Rose stared with wide eyes at the numerous dark silver ore deposits along the cave's walls. Chapter 1938. Magic-Breaking Crossbow. The faint metallic luster and mana fluctuations in the dark cave stunned Zero Wing's team. Once they realized what they were looking at, they couldn't help their excitement, their breathing becoming a little hurried. Dark silver. And this mana fluctuation. There's no mistake. This is a manatite vein. Blackie's eyes glowed as he gazed at the dark silver ore. Guild leader, we're rich. Ordinary players might not know much about ores, but all of these players were guild experts. They had access to far more information than ordinary players on the subject, especially on precious ores that generated magic crystals as a byproduct like manatite. Such veins had already been the cause of plenty of struggles between God's domain's various superpowers. Based on Blackie's knowledge, 4 major guild wars had been fought between superpowers over the discovery of an ore vein that generated magic crystals. Each war had involved multiple superpowers, with at least 4 involved in the smaller struggles, and up to 6 superpowers participating in the larger wars. These various superpowers had spared no effort while competing for the vein. The most impressive war had involved over 1 million players and nearly a full day of combat. By the time the war had ended, more than 600,000 players had been slain. The participating superpowers had suffered severe losses. Considering these wars or veins that generated magic crystals were akin to a war horn, signaling the start of another mass battle. However, despite the extreme costs, the superpowers that eventually secured the veins had judged the benefits worth the cost. Magic crystals were a guild's foundation and an important resource for nurturing experts, which were essential in protecting a guild town. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, magic crystals would become even more important. Currently, players needed magic crystals to use the Divine Colosseum, trade with special NPC merchants and fuel powerful magic tools. Zero Wing's teleportation arrays, magic towers and defensive magic arrays were a few examples, all of which required a ton of magic crystals each day to maintain. Yet while the various superpowers fought to obtain veins that generated magic crystals, Zero Wing had discovered one without attracting attention. Now the guild simply needed to occupy the ore vein and send people to mine it in secret. It would be able to avoid paying a bloody cost. If Zero Wing had a stable magic crystal income, the guild could reach new heights in a short time. Blackie wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Aqua Rose was also ecstatic over the discovery of this manatite vein. Although the manatite vein wasn't as valuable as the attributed ore vein in the Flame Demon's Valley, the valley's environment was simply too harsh for players. Conducting a large-scale mining operation there was impossible. Fortunately, Karna Island was different. The thin mana here would not affect mining players overmuch. The only problem was the darkness corrosion, but that could be easily solved with darkness resistance potions. With the candlelight trading firm's current strength, mass-producing darkness resistance potions would be a piece of cake. Dispatching a large number of players to mine this manatite vein was definitely possible for Zero Wing. Once Zero Wing harvested enough magic crystals and nurtured a large number of experts, the guild wouldn't have to remain passive in the Orc Empire. It could take the initiative to face Beast Emperor and Blackwater head-on. As the team celebrated the manatite vein before them, nearly 100 dark-skinned, armed Demonkin. The Demonkin were all level 65 and above, and the weakest among them was a lord. The strongest Demonkin was even a level 66 Grand Lord. The group radiated a chilling aura and moved like a well-trained army. What startled the players the most was the Demonkin patrol squad's heavy crossbows. The weapons were covered in runes which gathered the surrounding mana to them. Even from some distance away, Zero Wing's members could sense how dangerous those crossbows were. Magic-breaking crossbows? When Feng saw the Demonkin's weapons he was astonished. Feng had known that the manatite vein was a Demonkin nest, and Pantheon had paid a high price to secure the vein in his previous life. However, he hadn't expected these Demonkin to be so powerful. A single patrol squad even wielded multiple magic-breaking crossbows. Magic-breaking crossbows were lightweight war weapons that individual players could control. They were similar to expendable tools such as engineered bombs. Not only did the magic-breaking crossbows attacks carry Tier 3 power, but they were also incredibly fast. Even Tier 2 assassins would struggle to dodge the crossbow's bolts. Meanwhile, with this Demonkin patrol squad's strength, annihilating a team of 100 Tier 2 players wouldn't be much of a problem. It was no wonder why Pantheon had paid so dearly. Everyone prepare for battle. This is a Demonkin nest. Don't let a single one escape. If any do, they'll notify their companions, Feng instructed as he watched the patrolling Demonkin. Fire, sneak over to the patrol squad with the assassin unit. Once the fight begins, focus on keeping the Demonkin with the crossbows under control. Do not give them any opportunities to use those heavy crossbows. Leave it to us. We'll make sure that they don't fire a single bolt. Fire Dance said, nodding as she eyed the crossbow-wielding lords. Feng then assigned tasks to the rest of his team. Once Fire Dance's assassin unit was in position, Feng sent Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian to start the fight according to plan. Go! The three MTs charged at the Demonkin patrol squad without hesitation. When the Demonkin noticed the MT trio, they responded by launching their own attacks, but Kola and his companions ignored them. Relying on their powerful defense and strength, the trio bulldozed through the Demonkin formation and straight toward the cave entrance, sealing off the Demonkin's path of retreat. It was then that Fire Dance's unit ambushed the crossbow-wielding Demonkin while the rest of Zero Wings members surrounded the monsters and prevented their escape, ensuring that the Demonkin couldn't flee to single their allies. Meanwhile, while Zero Wings members cleared out the Demonkin, a party of 6 assassins discovered the massive pit. Leader, I've checked their path with my advanced tracking skill. Zero Wings members should be inside this pit. Good. Let's head inside. The level 58, Tier 2 assassin clad in grey nodded before entering the pit. Zero Wings' actions thus far had rendered the assassin party speechless. The guild team had ventured through dangerous sea zones infested with sea monsters. Initially, their tracking fleet had consisted of multiple speedboats, but only a single party of players still lived by the time they had reached Karna Island. Sea monsters had killed the rest. Fortunately, they hadn't lost track of their prey and could continue their mission. Running along the narrow, winding path, the assassin party soon reached the bottom of the pit. Leader, look. Zero Wings members are fighting Demonkin. These Demonkin are so powerful. Even the weakest is a lord. It really makes you wonder what Zero Wings members are thinking. Did they really have to come this far just to grind and level up? Wait a minute. The ore at the cave entrance looks like manatite ore again. There are so many manatite deposits here. Is this a manatite vein? Chapter 1939, Secret Exposed. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Leader, we're rich. Miracle's 6 assassins gazed at the manatite deposits around the cave entrance with sparkling eyes. They were very familiar with manatite veins, and they knew how valuable such veins were. Miracle had fought other superpowers over such a vein before. Magic crystals were becoming increasingly important to the various large guilds, and having a stable source had become the foundation for a guild's development. Hence, the various superpowers offered massive rewards to players for providing the coordinates of unclaimed manatite and other ore veins that generated magic crystals. If a player provided proof of an unoccupied ore vein, they would earn 10,000 gold and a single epic weapon. When the various superpowers had announced the reward, players had frantically searched for ore veins. For the majority of the game's players, 10,000 gold was an astronomical sum. If converted into credits, an ordinary person wouldn't have to worry about shelter or food for the rest of their life. Naturally, an epic weapon was fatally attractive to expert players as well. Epic weapons were even rare among the various superpowers. They were god-tiered weapons to ordinary experts. As long as they wielded an epic weapon, their combat power would skyrocket. They might even be able to stand alongside peak experts. Players could only hunt for more resources with sufficient strength after all, and as long as an ordinary expert had enough resources, becoming a peak expert wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Because of this, a large number of players had joined the hunt for or veins. Unfortunately, even though a long time had passed since the superpowers had announced their offer, not a single player had claimed the reward. Of course, they had never thought that they would find a rumored manatite vein by simply following Zero Wings members. If one of Miracle's members discovered an unclaimed manatite vein, not only would they receive the 10,000 gold and an epic weapon, but their rank in the guild would also increase by 1 level, bypassing the normal restrictions. Thinking up to this point, the gray-clad assassin serving as the party leader contacted 1,000 Miles and reported on Zero Wings' current situation and the manatite vein. Many of the guild's upper echelons had gathered in a meeting room in Miracle's residence on Thunder Island to discuss the Savage God's legacy. It was, after all, of the utmost importance as it concerned the guild's development. Meanwhile, when 1,000 Miles received the report regarding Kama Island, he displayed an ecstatic expression. He had never thought that he'd gain such an unexpected harvest by sending some of his assassins to follow Zero Wing. First the Savage God's legacy and now the manatite vein? 1,000 Miles chuckled at this double blessing. He then instructed the assassin party, "You have done well. Keep an eye on the manatite vein. I'll send the army to meet you immediately." He had already witnessed Zero Wing's naval strength, so he knew that if it really came down to an out fight between their guilds, they would likely suffer mutual destruction. However, it was a different story if the battle took place on an island. Players with sea-based legacies wouldn't receive a combat power boost on an island. Moreover, Kama Island happened to be within Miracle's range of influence. Zero Wing had only dispatched a 500-man team to the island, and annihilating such a small team would be a piece of cake. Following which, 1,000 Miles gathered Miracle's fleet in the Sea of Death in preparation to secure Kama Island's manatite vein. Meanwhile, inside the Demonkin's nest, Zero Wing's members continued to clear out the patrol squads under Feng's command. While these Demonkin patrol squads might be difficult for any other expert team, but they were no challenge for Zero Wing's members. Ordinary MTs would not even be able to stop the first volley from the magic-breaking crossbows without breaking their stances. However, Kola could block 5 crossbow bolts at one time without issues. At most he would lose around half of his HP, but by the time the Demonkin launched their second volley, Fire Dance's assassin unit suppressed the monsters. Kola then tanked the Grand Lord-ranked Demonkin that led the patrol squad, while Turtledove and Yi Wumian tanked the Great Lord-ranked Demonkin. The rest of the team systematically dealt with the remaining Demonkin. The Demonkin granted more EXP than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, and they dropped relatively good weapons and equipment, all of which were level 60 and 65 bronze and mysterious iron rank. Occasionally the Grand Lord-ranked Demonkin even dropped level 60 secret silver equipment. When the team had defeated the 4th patrol squad, a tattered piece of parchment dropped from one of the Demonkin. "This actually drops here?" Feng was stunned as he inspected the tattered parchment piece. This leaf of parchment was a fragment of the magic-breaking crossbow design. If he could gather 6 fragments, he'd be able to form the complete design. Although the various large guilds were ignorant of the magic-breaking crossbow, Feng wasn't. In the past, small guilds had commonly used the weapons. Small guilds teams had even considered it necessary for grinding in the fields. At the end of the day, only a small portion of God's Domain's player base would reach the realm of expert players. Very few would reach Tier 3 and even less would climb beyond that to Tier 4 and 5. Having Tier 4 and 5 players would be practically impossible for the various large guilds. So what were these guilds supposed to do if they encountered hostile Tier 4 or 5 experts? The answer to that question was reliance on lightweight war weapons and tools like the magic-breaking crossbow. The magic-breaking crossbow's attacks carried Tier 3 power, and while that might not seem impressive, the weapon's attack speed was so high that even Tier 4 players struggled to evade its attacks. If a group of players fired magic-breaking crossbows simultaneously, even Tier 4 players would be at risk of dying. However, the magic-breaking crossbow design was extremely rare, generally only available in ancient ruins. Now that he knew that the Demonkin here dropped fragments of the design, why wouldn't he be surprised? Even in the hands of a Tier 0 player, the magic-breaking crossbow would exhibit Tier 3 power and threaten Tier 4 players. If he could mass-produce these weapons, even dealing with an army of Tier 2 experts would be child's play. Thinking up to this point, Feng inspired his team to grind the Demonkin with far greater fervor. Unfortunately, after nearly 4 hours and constantly using divine providence, the team had only collected 3 fragments. They were still far from completing the design. As Feng prepared to lead his guildmates further into the Demonkin nest, Phoenix Rain called him. Guild leader Black Flame, just what are you doing on Kama Island? Phoenix Rain demanded with a serious expression. I've just received a report stating that Miracle is gathering a force of more than 30,000 players to head for the island. Over 7,000 of them are Tier 1 experts, and more than 400 are Tier 2 experts. She found it truly unbelievable that Miracle was mobilizing such a large force just to deal with Zero Wing's 500-man team. Miracle's gathering more than 30,000 players to take us out? The news confused Feng. Suddenly he realized something. Has information on the manatite vein leaked? You should hurry and retreat from Kama Island now. Once Miracle's forces arrive, they won't let you simply walk away. Phoenix Rain advised. A 30,000-man army from Miracle was no laughing matter. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would have to take the force seriously, not to mention Zero Wing. Thank you for informing me, but Miracle will have to think twice if it wants to force Zero Wing to flee, Feng said, smiling before disconnecting the call. Although he hadn't expected this development, Zero Wing wasn't as weak as it had been in the past. If Miracle wanted to plunder Zero Wing's riches, he would make sure they lost a limb or two in the process. Chapter 1940 Feng's decision. Big Sis Rain, how are things on Zero Wing's side? Based on the latest update, Miracle's forces should arrive on Kama Island in 10 minutes or so, Blue Phoenix asked anxiously as she read the most recent report she had received from her subordinate. It might be fine if Miracle had simply sent 30,000 elite players, but a considerable portion of its army was expert players. This wasn't a trivial matter. If such a powerful team trapped Zero Wing's team, it would be annihilated. Aqua Rose's sea-based peak legacy couldn't help them either. The battle would take place on land, and Aqua Rose wouldn't receive a boost to her combat power. Based on Black Flame's attitude, I doubt that Zero Wing will leave Kama Island without a fight, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. She felt that Feng was simply too reckless. She then ordered, Blue, relay my commands. Have all nearby guild members gather on Kama Island. We'll hurry and reinforce Zero Wing immediately. I'll get it done. Blue Phoenix nodded. Meanwhile, in the Demonkin's nest on Kama Island, Zero Wing's members were horrified when they heard about Miracle's mobilization. They had never thought that the guild would be so ruthless as to dispatch an army of 30,000 players. This was the army of a super first-rate guild, not a first-rate guild. Moreover, Miracle had only dispatched slightly fewer Tier 2 experts than the number Zero Wing currently had on the island. If they tried to stand their ground against Miracle's army, the battle would definitely end with their deaths. Guild leader, are we going to retaliate? Aqua Rose asked Feng. No. With our current strength, fighting Miracle would be suicide, Feng said, shaking his head. They might have had a chance if Miracle had merely dispatched ordinary and elite players. With Zero Wing's team of Tier 2 experts, they could use guerrilla tactics and have a chance of surviving Miracle's 30,000-strong army. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. The expert players Miracle had dispatched were far stronger than ordinary expert players, and if they tried to take these experts on while so drastically outnumbered, not even guerrilla tactics would save them from a miserable death. Miracle was a veteran super first-rate guild that could rival veteran super guilds in terms of overall strength. It simply hadn't earned the title of super guild, due to lacking a legacy. Miracle's Tier 2 experts were of a far higher quality than those from first-rate guilds or recently risen superpowers. The quality difference wasn't a result of a gap in basic attributes, but due to a difference in combat standards. Refinement realm experts were considered top-ranked players in first-rate guilds, but to superpowers, refinement realm experts ranked nowhere near the top. Naturally, the difference between a refinement realm expert and one who hadn't reached that realm wasn't easy to make up. Zero Wing had been able to stand against super first-rate guilds and super guilds because these powers had only dispatched a small number of their refinement realm experts or by relying on its players' overwhelming advantage in basic attributes. However, this situation was different. In an era where weapons and equipment drop rates had decreased, Zero Wings Tier 2 experts no longer had as much of a basic attribute advantage. In a one-on-one fight, Miracle's Tier 2 experts would stomp on most of Zero Wings. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped. Miracle had secured its foundation after many years of hard work and investment. This was also why the various large guilds tried so hard to nurture experts. In God's domain, experts were a guild's true support pillar. Weapons, equipment, and tools were only one of the many means used to improve a guild's strength. Then, are we going to retreat? Aquarose asked. No. We cannot afford to do that. This is a manatite vein we are talking about. Finding another one won't be easy, Feng said, shaking his head. Aquarose was speechless. If they weren't going to fight or retreat, what were they going to do? For now, you'll continue to lead the team and clear out the Demonkin next. Leave Miracle to me. No matter what happens, don't leave the cave, Feng said, chuckling in response to Aquarose's confusion. Guild leader, you're not planning on dealing with Miracle by yourself, are you? That's too dangerous. I'll go with you. Aquarose anxiously insisted after realizing that Feng intended to act solo. He might be alright if he were surrounded by dozens or hundreds of Tier 2 experts, but if Miracle used magic arrays or traps to suppress him, the army would even whittle his HP down to 0, regardless of how extraordinarily strong Feng was. The various superpowers were even capable of killing mythic monsters, much less a Tier 2 player like Feng. Do I look that stupid? Feng laughed when he noticed Aquarose's nervous reaction. Relax. I know what I am doing. After saying so, Feng left the Demonkin nest alone. Meanwhile, a large fraction of Miracle's members had gathered on Kama Island's beach. Even 1,000 Miles had arrived to command the battle personally. Miracle's 30,000-strong army occupied more than half of the island's beach. Even the lowest-leveled player present was level 56, and they were all well-equipped. As for Refinement Realm experts, just the ones participating in the expedition this time numbered more than 150, and every one of them was a Tier 2 player. Vice Guild Leader, the Manatite Vein is located in a massive pit in the island's valley. The leader of the assassin party that had tracked Zero Wings' team reported from 1,000 Miles' side. I've already stationed my party outside the cave entrance to deal with Zero Wings members. Thus far, the guild hasn't shown any signs of retreating. Zero Wing must be suicidal. They still haven't fled. 1,000 Miles laughed. Haven't they made peace with losing their Manatite Vein? Miracle had not tried to hide its large-scale mobilization. With Zero Wing's connection with Phoenix Rain, how could the guild have possibly missed Miracle's movements? The only explanation was that Zero Wing was being stubborn. But it didn't matter. The difference between the two guilds' strength was already massive, and the Sea of Death's inner region was Miracle's territory. Zero Wing didn't stand a chance. Suddenly, the gray-clad assassin's expression darkened as he reported to 1,000 Miles. Sensing the change, 1,000 Miles demanded, "What happened?" A moment ago, Black Flame abruptly charged out of the cave. Moreover, he discovered the 5 players I left to guard the entrance and killed them all, the assassin muttered softly. Interesting. He dares to emerge alone? Does he plan to use guerrilla tactics with the power of a single player? 1,000 Miles' lips curled into a smile. Perhaps we should play along. Relay my orders. Have every team prepare a magic array and use it the moment they spot Black Flame. I want to see what he is capable of in the face of Miracle's army. After 1,000 Miles issued the command, Miracle's members swarmed Kama Island in 100-man teams, sweeping across the island like a fine-toothed comb in their search for Feng. With how closely the various teams operated, if one of them discovered their quarry, reinforcements would reach the scene quickly. Meanwhile, roughly 2,000 yards away from Miracle's army, Feng grinned as he watched Miracle's approaching army from the top of the island's valley. He then pulled a tome that radiated demonic energy from his bag. This tome was none other than the ancient Abyssal Book, an abyssal treasure that he could use to open an abyss passage. Dark Abyss Descend. Chapter 1941, Abyss Descends. Within Kama Island's shriveled forest, Miracle's members advanced on the valley near the island's center. Vice Guild Leader, I found Black Flame's tracks. By the looks of it, he has traveled past here before. It's very likely that he is ahead of us in the valley. Although the terrain here is complex, it is also a dead end. As long as we surround the valley's exit, he won't get away. The gray-clad assassin said, grinning at the tracks on the ground before gesturing to the valley ahead. Miracle had already sealed the island with magic arrays, so players couldn't use return scrolls or instantaneous movement magic scrolls to flee. In other words, the only way to leave Island was on foot. While Feng would have the ability to employ guerrilla tactics from within the valley's complex terrain, he had also sealed off his own path of retreat. It might not have been a disadvantage if Feng were merely facing several thousand players, but what awaited him was an army of 30,000. Such a large force was more than enough to search every inch of the valley. Feng wouldn't have room for guerrilla warfare. As long as he revealed himself, he'd be surrounded and killed. Good. Since Black Flame is so eager to die, we'll grant his wish. Leave 50 Tier 2 players to guard the exit. Everyone else search the valley. Leave no stone unturned. 1,000 Miles barked as he watched the dark, distant valley. Remember, start recording the moment you spot him. I want everyone to know what happens when you make an enemy of Miracle. I will also reward a piece of epic equipment to anyone who kills Black Flame. Miracle had suffered significant losses in the battle on Savage God Island, and although they had achieved their goal, securing the Savage God's legacy, the various large guilds had learned of the Water Ghost Legion's miserable defeat and the loss of dozens of ships. This had wounded Miracle's prestige among the guilds. Now that Feng was trying to cause trouble for his guild, 1,000 Miles was more than willing to slay the man, using the opportunity to restore some of the guild's lost reputation. When Miracle's members heard 1,000 Miles' orders, they bubbled with excitement. Although a lot of epic weapons and equipment had been found in God's domain thus far, even the various superpowers considered such items a luxury. Aside from the various superpowers' upper echelons and peak experts, guild players had no chance of wielding an epic-ranked item. Now that they had the opportunity to obtain a piece of epic equipment by killing Feng, why wouldn't they be excited? Under 1,000 Miles' command, Miracle's members swiftly entered the valley and searched through the island like a fine-toothed comb. Everyone hoped that Feng would appear before them. Shortly after Miracle's members began their search, a powerful storm brewed above them. Countless spatial tears ripped apart the dusky sky. Seeing this, Miracle's members slowed to a halt, watching the scene above them. As they all wondered what was happening, the numerous spatial tears merged into one massive black hole, nearly half as large as Island. Darkness energy then poured out, making the space around the black hole muddy and violent. A spatial passage. 1,000 Miles, who was quite knowledgeable about God's domain, found the black hole similar to spatial passages he had seen before. Only the one above Island was on a much larger scale. As 1,000 Miles wondered about the spatial passage that had appeared above the island, deafening roaring drifted out of the pathway. A winged monster covered in pitch-black scales, then pulled itself from the spatial passage. The moment this scaled monster appeared, Miracle's members felt the threat of death looming over them. When some of the players used their identification skills on the scaled monster, they could not help but gasp. This monster was actually a level 160 lord. How is this possible? Why has such a powerful monster appeared? These players' thoughts became chaotic when they learned the scaled monster's identity. A lord-ranked monster might not be a tough opponent since it was only the equivalent of a Tier 2 player, but a level 160 monster was basically invincible to current players. While the army was stunned by the sudden development, another scaled monster emerged from the black hole. Not only was the second monster much larger than the first, but its aura was also leaps and bounds more powerful. To make matters worse, more scaled monsters followed, swarming out of the spatial passage. 3. By the time these monsters covered half of the sky above Island, Miracle's members had gone from panic to full-on despair. One level 160 lord was enough to wipe out their 30,000-man army, much less an entire force of such monsters. Retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. 1,000 Miles shouted as he snapped out of his daze. Unfortunately, by the time 1,000 Miles had issued the command, the scaled monsters had descended on the players in the valley. They gave Miracle's members no chance for escape. Not only did the level 160 lords attack with unrivaled strength, but their speed was just as overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, Several hundred miracle members had transformed into streaks of light and vanished from the island. Several thousand players had died by the time Miracle's army had fled the valley, and plenty of Tier 2 experts had been among the slain. While Miracle's members ran for their lives, 1,000 Miles noticed a figure at the top of the mountain. He was very familiar with this figure. It was none other than Feng. Like an uninvolved passerby, Feng casually admired the massacre below. Damn it! It must be him. He must be responsible for opening that spatial passage. There's no way these monsters' arrival was a coincidence. Confusion and fury overwhelmed 1,000 Miles as he watched Feng. He actually summoned these monsters just to prevent Miracle from stealing the manatite vein, to prevent anyone from obtaining it? He is definitely insane. Chapter 1942. So what if I am? A flood of monsters still surged out of the spatial passage above Kama Island. Moreover, as the swarm grew, stronger monsters emerged from the black hole. At first, only lords had come forth, but then great lords and grand lords had begun to arrive. Now even mythic monsters appeared from the passage. Like hungry wolves spotting fresh meat, these monsters descended on the fleeing Miracle members the moment they emerged. Level 160 lords were enough to instant-kill Miracle's members, not to mention the higher-leveled Great Lord, Grand Lord and mythic-ranked monsters. Although Miracle's members had scattered and run the moment they received 1,000 Miles' command, the flying monsters were too fast to outrun. In the seconds after Miracle had initiated its retreat, over 3,000 members had transformed into streaks of light and vanished. Vice Guild Leader, these monsters are even chasing the members that have left the valley. They have no regional restrictions. With how fast the monster force is growing, I'm afraid that they'll annihilate us before we reach the shore. Silent March said, watching the monster-filled sky with a grim expression. An endless number of monsters flew out of the black hole above, and even though their forces had split up, the monsters wouldn't need long to eliminate them all. If the 30,000 players had only consisted of elite members, Miracle's losses wouldn't have been so severe, significantly harming the guild's operations if they all died, but over 400 of these players were Tier 2 experts. If these players were slain as well. We can't break through? It seems that we have no choice but to use the Magic Breaker scroll to remove the seal on the island. 1,000 Miles gritted his teeth as he watched his guildmates die, one after another. March, instruct our elite members to do everything they can to attract the monster's attention. Once I remove the seal, have our guild experts use return scrolls to get out of here as soon as possible. Very few magic scrolls in God's domain were capable of removing regional seals. Even a super first-rate guild like Miracle had only managed to obtain 6 thus far. Normally, these scrolls were reserved as life-saving tools to prevent other superpowers from ambushing their key forces. Since he was one of Miracle's vice guild leaders, he had been allocated one of these scrolls. If he used it now, he'd have to wait a long time before he'd receive another. However, he couldn't hold anything back with so many of his guild's Tier 2 experts at risk. Understood. Silent March nodded. Following which, 1,000 Miles took an ancient golden magic scroll from his bag and began to activate it. In response, a golden light pillar flew from the unfurled scroll and pierced the invisible magic barrier that enveloped Kama Island. The magic barrier shattered, and players on the island could once again use teleportation spells and tools. As the magic seal faded, Miracle's members breathed sighs of relief. With the barrier gone, they would not have to rely on their own feet to escape the island. Once they found a safe location, they could use a return scroll and leave this nightmare. However, just as Miracle's many experts activated their return scrolls to flee this godforsaken island, the scroll's loading bars were interrupted. What's going on? Why can't I teleport? No. We're still under the magic seal's effects. But didn't we remove the barrier? The development left Miracle's fleeing experts confused. Even 1,000 Miles, who had just used the Magic Breaker scroll, was bewildered. Vice Guild Leader, look at Black Flame. I think he just used a magic seal. A ranger with sharp eyesight announced as he pointed to the mountain and Feng. Hearing this, 1,000 Miles spun towards Feng. Multiple magic arrays hovered around the swordsman, all of which manifested to seal off Kama Island. Black Flame, you're courting death. 1,000 Miles' gaze was frosty as he glared at Feng, his enraged bellow echoing throughout the valley. Every miracle member in the valley stared at Feng with hatred and killing intent. They had already used their only magic breaker scroll, so only death awaited them if another magic seal enclosed the island. Courting death? Seeing Thousand Miles' wrathful expression, Feng couldn't help but laugh as he replied, "So what if I am?" In truth, Feng hadn't wanted to open an abyss passage on Kama Island. Once it opened, it would affect the region, and with the exception of himself, the ancient abyssal book's owner, the abyssal monsters would hunt down every player within range. Activating the abyssal passage had greatly affected his plans for the manatite vein. Although Feng had expected information on the manatite vein to leak and had prepared certain countermeasures, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Moreover, Miracle had intended to take the vein for itself rather than negotiate. He couldn't afford to be courteous with the enemy guild. He would teach Miracle the price for trying to steal Zero Wing's manatite vein. Black Flame, do you truly think Miracle will let you off the hook for this? Thousand Miles threatened as he watched the sealing magic array complete. Your entire guild will face Miracle's wrath, not just you. Guild leader Black Flame, many of Miracle's experts are on Kama Island. Our guild leader isn't exaggerating. If you complete the seal on Kama Island, Miracle will do everything it can to destroy Zero Wing. Silent March attempted to persuade Feng. Since you have developed Zero Wing to its current power, you should understand the various superpowers' strength. You should know how powerful our guild is. Do you really want to make an enemy of Miracle? Zero Wing had already become a noteworthy force in God's domain, but to a top-ranked super first-rate guild like Miracle, it was still a trivial opponent. The only reason Miracle had not turned against Zero Wing thus far, despite the guild's multiple transgressions, was that it had much better things to do with its time and resources. However, if Miracle concentrated its strength against Zero Wing, removing the guild from God's domain wouldn't be difficult. You people really are interesting. You clearly came looking for trouble, yet you're making Zero Wing look like the bad guy here, claiming that our guild is trying to make an enemy of ours? Miracle's members sure are skilled with one-sided plays. Feng laughed. I'll repeat myself once again. So what if I am? Chapter 1943 Zero Wing's Wrath. Black Flame, you're going too far. Thousand Miles shouted hurriedly when he realized that Feng showed no intentions of canceling the magic array. We no longer have the power to take the manatite vein. We have even lost several thousand elites. If you complete the barrier around Kama Island, you might be able to use these monsters to kill us, but only once. However, Zero Wing will have to face Miracle's full wrath in return. Wrath. Feng could not help but laugh at Thousand Miles. I don't know how terrifying Miracle's wrath is, but you should have a taste of Zero Wing's first. Feng's voice echoed throughout the valley, and Miracle's members felt a chill crawl down their spines from the indifference and killing intent his tone contained. They had never thought that Feng was so ruthless. He actually ignored his guild's safety to ensure their deaths. Insane. He must be insane. He wants to drag us down with him. How can a guild leader like this exist in God's domain? Miracle's members were bewildered as they stared at Feng. The various large guilds' guild leaders would do almost anything they could to ensure their guild's survival in God's domain. They often set aside their personal feelings for the bigger picture. Feng, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about Zero Wing's survival in the least, acting entirely on his emotions. However, Feng hadn't lied. While they weren't sure how Miracle would retaliate, they were certain that they'd face Zero Wing's wrath right now. Good. Very good. Since you want to duke it out, show me what you're capable of. Thousand Miles shouted, his eyes turning bloodshot. Everyone heed my command. Attack Black Flame with everything you've got. The magic seal has a long activation time. If we can interrupt his channeling, he can't seal off the island. I will personally gift anyone who kills Black Flame a piece of epic equipment. The Vice Guild leader is right. Our deaths are not certain yet. As long as we can interrupt Black Flame, we still have hope of surviving. If we kill Black Flame, we'll even get a piece of epic equipment. Right. This battle's outcome isn't set in stone. We still have a fighting chance. Kill Black Flame. Hearing Thousand Miles' orders, Miracle's members knew that their only hope of survival hinged on striking Feng with everything they had. Otherwise, None of them should think of leaving Kama Island alive. Fortunately, the magic seal needed 2 minutes to complete. They weren't completely out of luck. As their morale recovered, Miracle's members charged toward Feng while ignoring the abyssal monsters around them. The only thing on their minds was Feng's death. Like wild beasts that had awakened from their slumber, the auras of the remaining 20,000+ players flared as they bared their teeth at their adversary. Retaliating even in the face of death? Feng sneered at the approaching mob. He stood just below the spatial passage, and as Miracle's members approached, they would encounter more abyssal monsters. With current players' strength, charging at these monsters was suicidal. But Miracle's players were in a frenzy. They disregarded all costs while charging at Feng, and even when their comrades fell beside them, they didn't pull their gazes from their target. Everyone keep it up. Black Flame is still channeling the magic array and can't move. If even one of us reaches him, victory will be ours. Silent March cried, rallying his troops. While a magic seal was powerful, it had an obvious flaw. The player activating it had to remain in a safe place. If the caster moved in the slightest, the channeling process would be interrupted and would fail. Although there were indeed a lot of abyssal monsters between them and Feng, Miracle's players on Kama Island greatly outnumbered the monsters. Although the price of distracting the abyssal monsters was considerably high, it was possible and it would allow a few players to slip by, reaching their target. Sure enough, 7 players managed to break through the abyssal monsters' encirclement after a short moment, arriving within 60 yards of Zero Wings guild leader. Even if I can't move, I can still use my skills and spells. Seeing the approaching enemies, Feng promptly activated Chilling Field. The moment Chilling Field activated, the 7 Miracle members immediately felt a chill envelop their flesh. Both their movement speed and attack speed significantly decreased. Before the Miracle members could move within 40 yards of Feng, icicles exploded from the ground, striking the 7 players as damages in the tens of thousands appeared above their heads. The mana on Kama Island was extremely thin, which limited the combat power players could exert, and with Chilling Field's movement speed reduction, dodging the icicles' attacks became impossible for the 7 Miracle players. In the blink of an eye, the attacks killed 2 players. Only the 5 Refinement Realm experts managed to avoid death. However, while the 5 Refinement Realm experts had dodged the first wave of Feng's attacks, the swordsman was far from finished. As a constant stream of attacks bombarded them, the Refinement Realm experts were forced to halt their advance, focusing on defense. Unfortunately, they still took hits from time to time, continuing to lose HP. In the end, all 5 died before they could move within 20 yards of their target. Although Refinement Realm experts were frightening existences in first-rate guilds, their evasive and defensive maneuvers were unrefined before Feng. Die. Following which, Feng struck one group of Miracle's members after another, mercilessly slaying every player that came within his attack range. None of them could get within 10 yards of Feng. Seeing this, Miracle's surviving members were dumbfounded. While Silent Mars came within 50 yards of the swordsman, she stopped her advance and took out a single target, Tier 4 offensive magic scroll. Numerous spiraling wind blades then formed around Feng. Under Silent March's control, these wind blades bombarded the immobile guild leader. Boom. Explosions rang out in succession, the resulting shockwaves throwing dust and dirt into the air. He's finally dead? Silent March could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief as she watched the dust cloud surround Feng's location. She had used a large number of guildmates as bait to get within 50 yards of the swordsman and find an opportunity to use the magic scroll without her opponent noticing. But once the dust settled, it revealed Feng's unharmed figure. Golden divine runes circled his body, isolating him from the outside world. These runes were the result of the 7 luminaries' ring's absolute defense. However, rather than the runic barrier, everyone's attention was on the pitch-black magic arrays around Feng. The arrays had completed and sealed off Kama Island. Chapter 1944, Slaying 1,000 Miles, U. 1,000 Miles paled when he saw the fully formed magic arrays. Magic scrolls like the Magicbreaking scroll was the only way to remove the magic seal once it was complete and before its duration ended. It's over. We're doomed. When the rest of Miracle's army saw the magic barrier slowly spread out from above them, they were distraught. Thousands of abyssal monsters had already emerged from the spatial passage. They had thought it would be possible to reach the island's shores before their annihilation when there had only been several hundred, but that hope was gone. Several hundred more Miracle members had died while the army had succumbed to their despair. Players only snapped out of their daze, fleeing like madmen, when the fallen players' weapons and equipment hit the ground. Although they knew that they had no hope of surviving this, they prayed for a miracle to save them. "Vice Guild Leader, what should we do?" Silent March asked anxiously as she watched Miracle's Tier 2 experts fall, one after another. "We're out of options now that the magic seal is complete. Have our experts bring up the rear." "We're retreating," Thousand Miles said, shaking his head. Now that the magic seal had taken shape, not even he had a countermeasure. Fortunately, he was one of Miracle's Vice Guild leaders, and his guild had allocated him plenty of life-saving tools. Unfortunately, he'd only be able to save a small number of players with the tools he had on hand. But Silent March felt her heart bleed as she watched the abyssal monsters slaughter their guild's experts in the valley. Miracle had brought more than 7,000 experts to Kama Island. This was the first time their guild had suffered such a severe loss since joining God's domain. "Enough. If you don't hurry, I can't guarantee our safe escape." Thousand Miles snapped gravely. He too was reluctant to make the decision. He was, after all, responsible for this offensive operation. He wanted nothing more than to kill Feng, but he understood that with Feng's strength and the abyssal monster's interference, slaying the swordsman was impossible. All he could do was leave this godforsaken island as quickly as possible. "Understood." Silent March nodded. As Silent March began her retreat, several hundred experts formed a tight circle around her, guiding Silent March and several upper echelons out of the valley. "Black Flame, just you wait. It won't be long before I pay this back tenfold." Thousand Miles bellowed as he glared at Feng, already thinking of ways to deal with Zero Wing. After ensuring that his guild's upper echelons had gathered around him, Thousand Miles retrieved a dark purple globe from his bag. Countless divine runes had been engraved on this crystal globe, the globe itself giving off waves of pressure. This globe was one of the treasures Miracle had obtained from an ancient ruin of the Wind God's Orb. The Wind God's Orb was a consumable that temporarily granted players the power of the Wind God. With the Wind God's power, players could fly freely through the sky for 5 minutes. Moreover, players' flight speed would be so incredible that not even flying ships could keep up with them. Whether one was using the Wind God's Orb for escape or pursuit, the orb was a very useful tool. Unfortunately, it could only be used 10 times. Once all 10 uses had been expended, the Wind God's Orb would turn into dust. Although the magic seal on Kama Island prevented teleportation, it did not prohibit players from flying. As long as they had the power of the Wind God, they could easily shake off the abyssal monster's pursuit. Moreover, 5 minutes of flying would be more than enough to escape Kama Island. Once they were off of the island, fleeing from the abyssal monsters would be a piece of cake. After taking out the Wind God's Orb, Thousand Miles began to chant an incantation, granting him and the others the Wind God's power. With Thousand Miles as the center, a gigantic dark purple magic array formed on the ground, hungrily absorbing and devouring the surrounding mana. At the same time, a powerful storm enveloped Thousand Miles and the others, preventing other players from approaching the group. "The Wind God's Orb?" Feng muttered. He could not help but feel a little astonished when he saw the dark purple globe in Thousand Miles' hands. Miracle really is quite generous to have given him such a precious item, but you must be dreaming if you think you can escape with that. Feng then activated Gale Domain, transforming into a blur as he flew toward Thousand Miles. The Wind God's Orb had been extremely famous in God's domain, a masterpiece crafted by an ancient civilization. As long as there were no magic arrays that prevented flight in an area, even Tier 5 players wouldn't stop a player endowed with the Wind God's power. Only Tier 6 players would have the ability. Hence, the Wind God's Orb had been publicly acknowledged as one of the top 10 treasures for pursuit and escape in God's domain in the past. However, the Wind God's Orb had an obvious flaw. It required a lengthy channeling time. Each endowment required roughly 15 seconds. Although Feng was currently around 800 yards away from Thousand Miles, He could cross the distance in less than 10 seconds with the effects of Gale Domain. Of course, Miracle's members noticed Feng's movement. Black Flame. 1,000 Miles' rage burned even brighter when he saw Feng's approach. Escort team, block him with everything you've got. I'll kill him myself in a moment. He had called off the assault on Feng simply because he found the task troublesome. He had decided to ignore the man and let the hateful bastard live for a few more days. However, Feng ignored his benevolence and now targeted his life. Vice Guild Leader, rest assured we'll make sure he doesn't leave your sight. We'll show this brat just how ignorant he is. A silver-armored, middle-aged man confidently declared as he watched Feng's approaching figure. After saying so, the middle-aged man who led the escort team, and the team's 200-plus members vigilantly awaited Feng's arrival. Once the flying swordsman was within 100 yards, the escort team activated their berserk skills. A few members even activated a magic array, trapping Feng within a magic barrier. Shatter. When Feng was less than 60 yards away from 1,000 Miles, he activated Power of Darkness and swung down Killing Ray. Lightning Slash. A blue lightning bolt tore through the sturdy magic barrier, and by the time Miracle's players noticed it, the bolt had pierced through 1,000 Miles' body, devouring all of his HP. Chapter 1945. Miracle defeated. How is this possible? Silent March stared at 1,000 Miles' empty HP bar with wide eyes, shocked. That attack had been too fast and sudden. The escort team had clearly trapped Feng in a magic barrier that even a Grand Lord would need some time to struggle free from, yet Feng had broken free and killed 1,000 Miles with the same single attack. Any player capable of rising to the position of Vice Guild Leader in a superpower had more than just strong management abilities but also had enough individual strength to convince others to follow them obediently. Although 1,000 Miles had been focused on activating the Wind God's Orb, landing a ranged attack should have been impossible, but Feng had taken advantage of the moment 1,000 Miles had lowered his guard due to the magic barrier, claiming the man's life. God's Domain had many spells and skills that quickly took effect, and by the time these abilities activated, even experts would be hard-pressed to dodge them normally. Players had to predict the attack's trajectory, taking preemptive measures to dodge or block the attack. However, Feng's execution had been so fast that she hadn't even noticed his movements when he activated the skill. Needless to say, it would have been impossible for 1,000 Miles who had been distracted to notice the attack. The other members around the Vice Guild Leader's corpse were just as stunned. They stared at the body with incredulous looks. 1,000 Miles was one of their guild's Vice Guild Leaders. Not only was he extraordinarily powerful as an individual, but the guild had also given him plenty of treasures. Even super guilds would have a difficult time killing 1,000 Miles. In fact, regardless of the several thousand abyssal monsters on Karna Island, they had never considered that the monsters might kill 1,000 Miles, yet their Vice Guild Leader was dead. Moreover, 1,000 Miles hadn't died at the hands of a superpower. He hadn't even died while surrounded by enemies, overwhelmed and outnumbered. Instead, a guild leader from a guild that had only recently become famous had claimed his life. If news of this spread, it would cause a sensation throughout God's Domain. Black Flame. The escort team's leader turned ashen as he shot Feng a glare. From today on, neither you nor Zero Wing will have a place in God's Domain. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can protect you. Had someone from another superpower killed 1,000 Miles, it would not have had much of an impact on Miracle's reputation. At most, the public would think that the offending superpower had grown stronger. However, the fact that a minor power like Zero Wing was responsible for the Vice Guild Leader's death was humiliating. If word of this got out, Miracle would become a laughingstock among the various superpowers. Others might even assume that Miracle had grown weaker, doubting its qualifications as a super first-rate guild. If Miracle did not annihilate Zero Wing after such an insult, it would have no hope of mingling in God's Domain in the future. That's my business, Feng said while slashing the abyssal blade at the escort team. Lightning Edge. Countless arcs of lightning streaked toward the dazed escort members. Although a portion of the escort members had reacted to the attack quickly and dodged Lightning Edge's trajectory, the attack killed more than 70% of the team. I'll kill you. The escort leader, Nameless Hacker, gnashed his teeth in rage as he watched his teammates die. Nameless Hacker and the other survivors charged at Feng, killing intent flashing in their eyes. They would slay this swordsman even if they had to sacrifice their own lives. "I'll support you." Silent March was just as resolved to kill Feng. After activating her berserk skill, she began to chant an offensive spell, aiming for the guild leader. Although Nameless Hacker was not a match for Miracle Dragon, he was a peak expert at the Void Realm. If he had 20+ melee Refinement Realm experts supporting him, not even a Domain Realm expert would dare to take him on. Furthermore, he had the support of a magical class expert, Silent March. She could make up for the melee player's flaws by launching attacks at Feng's blind spots, which the melee players could not reach. Die. As Nameless Hacker reached Feng, he raised his greatsword and executed a downward slash. The greatsword transformed into a rainbow that descended on Feng. As the rainbow passed, even space began to crack. At the same time, the other escort members circled to Feng's sides and executed their strongest skills. As they attacked, they paid no attention to defense. They were fully intent on trading blow for blow with Feng. Once Silent March saw Nameless Hacker use his ultimate move, she followed by releasing her channeled spell, the Tier 2 curse, Death Coffin. With Feng in the center, death energy filled a 30-yard radius, constantly corroding the players' lives. Silent March planned to use the escort team to buy time for death energy to detonate, killing the team and Feng. Meanwhile, Nameless Hacker and his comrades paid no heed to Silent March's spell. Now that Thousand Miles was dead, they had no way to escape Karna Island before the abyssal monsters killed them in any case. They were more than willing to sacrifice themselves if it meant Feng's death. In response to his opponent's suicidal attacks, Feng used Dragon Breath and 9 Dragon Slash. He had no intention of dodging the attacks. His basic attributes were far beyond Nameless Hacker and Miracle's members. He could simply stop the attacks with brute force. Boom. The moment Dragon Breath collided with the descending rainbow, a massive explosion shook the valley. Dragon Breath shattered the rainbow and blew Nameless Hacker away. Abyssal Blade's phantoms, meanwhile, put a stop to the melee Refinement Realm expert's assault. Before the death energy Silent March had summoned could detonate, Feng used Instant Strike to appear before her and swung Killing Ray at the female necromancer. Although Silent March tried to block the attack with her staff, she was too late. Killing Ray shattered the magic barrier protecting Silent March and cut straight through her neck, instantly obliterating her HP. So fast. The escort team members were stunned. First 1,000 Miles had fallen. Now even Silent March had died before the rear line healers could do anything about it. Feng's attack power and attack speed were terrifying. Without Silent March's assistance, Nameless Hacker and the others were utterly helpless against Feng. Even though they still had their healer's support, Feng killed one after another. With the abyssal monster's interference, the entire escort team had been eliminated in less than 20 seconds. Seeing this, Miracle's surviving experts who had been rushing over to help, turned and fled, losing any motivation to attack Feng. Unfortunately, the flying abyssal monsters gave Miracle's members no opportunities to escape Karna Island. In less than 10 minutes, all of the 30,000+ players Miracle had dispatched to the island were dead. None left the island alive. Chapter 1946, Impossible Outcome. After Miracle's forces on Kama Island were annihilated, the abyssal monsters circling above began to scatter to the surrounding areas. And Feng couldn't be any happier to see it. Although this turn of events would be a problem for players developing in the Sea of Death, it would benefit him. The abyssal monster's presence would deter anyone from approaching Kama Island. However, the abyss passage he opened above the island was small, unlike the medium passage in the Twin Towers Kingdom. As a result, its influence would be very limited. In the continent of God's domain, abyssal monsters couldn't roam freely since they were foreign to this world. Hence, the world's power constantly suppressed them. The farther they ventured from the abyss passage, the stronger this suppression would become. With the power of a small abyss passage, the passage's range of influence was very limited. Moreover, he could only use this method to deter players once. Each ancient abyssal book could be used to open only 2 abyss passages, a medium passage and a small passage. King's Return's Hellfiend had already opened the medium passage to deal with immortal light in the Twin Towers Kingdom, and now that Feng had used the remaining small passage, he'd have to make sufficient sacrifices if he wanted to use the book to open another. To open another passage he would need to sacrifice 50,000 players for a small passage, 300,000 players for a medium passage, or 1 million players for a large passage. Capturing so many players to sacrifice would be an immensely difficult task. He might be fine if his actions went undiscovered, but once other players found proof of his wrongdoing, the consequences would be horrendous. After watching the abyssal monsters venture away from Island, Feng began to loot the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's temporary residence on Thunder Island. Big Sis Rain, I've notified every fleet in the Sea of Death. Since we cannot command those under 9 Dragons Emperor, we only have 3 fleets heading towards Island. They should arrive in half an hour at the earliest, Blue Phoenix reported. They had begun to gather their forces the moment they had heard of Miracle's interest in visiting Island. However, the island was located in an extremely dangerous sea zone, and the various superpowers on Thunder Island didn't usually operate in that area. As a result, their fleets had been some distance from Island when the situation had occurred, and even the closest ships would need some time before they'd arrive. Half an hour? Hopefully they'll make it in time. Phoenix Rain nodded. While half an hour wasn't very long, it wasn't very soon either. If Zero Wing acted rashly, annihilating the guild's forces would be child's play for Miracle's 30,000-strong army. However, if Zero Wing's members split up and hid, they might last for another half an hour. Just what is Zero Wing trying to do? Despite knowing that Miracle has dispatched an army of 30,000 to Island, Zero Wing is insistent on clashing with Miracle. Blue Phoenix was exasperated over Feng's decision. She had the feeling that Zero Wing must have fought so many first-rate guilds that it was treating Miracle like one of those old enemies. Zero Wing only had 500 members on Island. Even if these members were all a part of Zero Wing's main force, they wouldn't even serve as a warm-up for Miracle's army. After all, they were talking about 30,000 elite and expert players. Moreover, all of those players were from a veteran super first-rate guild, not a first-rate guild. As Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix discussed the situation, the doors to the guild leader's office swung open and 2 people walked in. The moment these 2 people entered the office, Blue Phoenix's expression darkened. Rain, long time no see. 9 Dragons Emperor greeted Phoenix Rain with a smile after entering the room. It seems you have secured quite a harvest in the Sea of Death. You've already replaced quite a few pieces of your equipment. 9 Dragons Emperor, why are you here? Phoenix Rain responded dryly. 9 Dragons Emperor was closely tied to the ambush she had suffered on Savage God Island. If not for her lack of evidence, she would have long since reported him to the Great Pavilion Master. Just the sin of setting her up would instantly get 9 Dragons Emperor banished from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Unfortunately, 9 Dragons Emperor was too clever to leave evidence. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find any proof. This is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild residence. Is there some reason that a pavilion master such as myself cannot be here? 9 Dragons Emperor returned Phoenix Rain's question nonchalantly. Although this is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, this place is under my management. I believe you of all people understand how the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion operates. Neither pavilion is allowed to interfere with each other's work. Or do you need me to remind you of the rules? Phoenix Rain asked coldly. Fine, I won't waste words with you. I am here on official business. The Great Pavilion Master has issued an order. Since this is such a crucial moment, you're not allowed to interfere with Miracle. 9 Dragons Emperor said, chuckling. If you still don't get it, I'll explain the order in greater detail. The Great Pavilion Master had stated that you are not to interfere with the situation on Island, and you must recall all of the ships you have sent. Have I made myself clear? All matters on Thunder Island are under Big Sis Rain's management. Why would the Great Pavilion Master give such a command? Blue Phoenix refused to believe a word 9 Dragons Emperor said. I knew you all would ask that. Here is the Great Pavilion Master's order. He had intended to inform you directly via call, but fearing that you would disobey, he sent me here to carry his orders out, 9 Dragons Emperor said as he playfully displayed the system message Ku Rong had sent him. How could this be? Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw the message. Our guild is in a precarious situation and Zero Wing has made too many enemies. All of the various superpowers have expressed their opinions on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After lengthy consideration, the Great Pavilion Master has decided not to interfere in the matter between Miracle and Zero Wing to avoid exposing the pavilion to even greater danger. If you refuse to follow orders, then all responsibilities on Thunder Island will be transferred to me. Nine Dragons Emperor said, smiling. Even if you sent reinforcements, it would be futile. 1,000 Miles is leading the operation personally. Zero Wing has no chance of survival. He was very pleased with Miracle's actions. Whether Phoenix Rain helped Zero Wing or not, Zero Wing would suffer severely, and Phoenix Rain would lose a powerful helper. Fortunately, this increased his chances in the next contest for Thunder Island. The naval power Zero Wing had displayed near Savage God Island had been too frightening, forcing him to take the guild seriously. But there was no need for that now. Now that Miracle had crippled Zero Wing, the latter would no longer pose a threat in the upcoming contest. Moreover, with Zero Wing's main force crippled and Ku Rong's current attitude toward the guild, he could take advantage of the situation to deal with Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. Big Sis Rain, what should we do? Blue Phoenix asked anxiously. Phoenix Rain considered the matter, her expression ugly. She hadn't expected Ku Rong to interfere. Rain, you best decide quickly. I don't have that much patience. If you can't, I'll make the decision for you, Nine Dragons Emperor threatened. The twisted expression on Phoenix Rain's face delighted him greatly. You. Phoenix Rain frowned. However, before she could say more, she received a message. It had been sent by the spy she had planted in Miracle. How is this possible? Phoenix Rain was stunned as she read the message's contents. She simply could not believe what she read. Rain, are you trying to disobey orders? Nine Dragons Emperor demanded after Phoenix Rain's long silence. Inwardly, though, he grinned ear to ear. As long as Phoenix Rain refused to obey Ku Rong's orders, he would take control of Thunder Island. It would save him a lot of effort with his future plans. Sure. Of course we'll follow orders. Phoenix Rain smiled as she glanced at Nine Dragons Emperor. Blue, notify the fleets to return immediately. Return. Blue Phoenix was confused. Are we really doing this? Nine Dragons Emperor stared at Phoenix Rain in shock. He had never expected her to be so decisive. Of course. The battle on Kama Island is already over, Phoenix Rain said. Including 1,000 Miles and Miracle's other upper echelons, the 30,000-man army has been eliminated. There's no longer a need to visit the island. Chapter 1947, Bountiful Harvest. Miracle's been annihilated. Nine Dragons Emperor was dumbfounded when he heard Phoenix Rain's announcement. How can this be? Miracle wasn't an ordinary super first-rate guild. Aside from its weaker legacy, it was stronger than some super guilds overall. Furthermore, 1,000 Miles had led the operation personally. If another superpower had to face Miracle's 30,000-man army, the battle would be bitter even if the superpower thoroughly prepared, much less annihilate Miracle's forces. Annihilating Miracle's army would be far more difficult than simply defeating it. If Miracle's 30,000 players decided to scatter and flee, no power should be able to eliminate them all even if the army were badly outnumbered. How could Zero Wing possibly achieve such a feat? Big Sis Rain, are you sure? Even if Zero Wing managed to obliterate Miracle's army, 1,000 Miles shouldn't have died. As one of Miracle's vice guild leaders, he should have plenty of life-saving tools on him. Killing him should be much harder than annihilating Miracle's army. How could he possibly die? Not even Blue Phoenix could believe the report. As a member of a superpower herself, she knew just how serious the various superpowers protected their upper echelons, especially their vice guild leaders. Even before God's domain, the various superpowers guild leaders and vice guild leaders had faced assassination in other virtual reality games. This wasn't new to them. However, as the various superpowers adapted to God's domain, they provided even better protection for their upper echelons. Take the ambush Phoenix Rain had faced on Savage God Island, for example. While Miracle might have had the ability to slay the main force members under Phoenix Rain, it hadn't been able to kill her. Had Phoenix Rain's subordinates faced annihilation, Phoenix Rain would have used the life-saving tools the guild had given her to flee the island. Of course, losing her main force members would have affected her plans. When Nine Dragons Emperor heard Blue Phoenix's question, he could not help but nod in agreement. He decided that the news must be fake. It would have already been impressive if Zero Wing's small team of 500 escaped Miracle's forces, but no matter how strong those players were, annihilating Miracle's army should have been impossible, not to mention slaying 1,000 miles. I wondered the same thing, but I've just verified the information. Miracle has issued a red annihilation order on Zero Wing. It's the highest-ranking annihilation order available in Miracle. Issuing this order means that there are no options for reconciliation between Miracle and the order's target, and only one of them will be allowed to live, Phoenix Rain said. Why would the guild issue a red annihilation order if Zero Wing didn't annihilate its army? That is a lie, right? Miracle's army had more than 400 Tier 2 experts. Such a severe loss will certainly affect Miracle's future plans. Blue Phoenix still couldn't believe the news, but faced with the facts, she had no choice but to accept it as truth. Miracle had issued the red annihilation order in the past, but only when the guild had expected a decisive battle with another superpower. No matter how she looked at it, now that Miracle had used the order on Zero Wing, it must have suffered a humiliating loss against the smaller guild. Nine Dragons Emperor, what a pity. It seems that my ally is quite reliable and no longer requires my help. If you have nothing else, I must ask you to leave. Unlike you, I don't have much free time. I still have to take care of many matters on Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain smugly dismissed Nine Dragons Emperor. You? Veins bulged on Nine Dragons Emperor's forehead. After taking a moment to calm down, he sneered and said, Phoenix Rain, don't get excited so soon. Zero Wing might have gotten lucky and defeated Miracle, but you know better than I just how frightening Miracle is. Zero Wing has ignorantly pushed itself onto the path of annihilation. It won't be long before Zero Wing is thoroughly removed from God's domain. After Nine Dragons Emperor finished, he turned and left the office in a huff. Seeing Nine Dragons Emperor's frustrated expression, Phoenix Rain felt refreshed. However, she knew that Zero Wing had gotten itself into more trouble than ever before. Phoenix Rain wasn't the only one to learn of Miracle's extermination. All of the various superpowers received reports on the battle on Kama Island. Haha. Zero Wing really is impressive to cause so much damage to Miracle. Even 1,000 miles was slain. The guild has dragged Miracle's reputation through the mud. Let's see if Miracle still dares to call itself #1 among super first-rate guilds. I had never thought that Miracle would suffer such an upset one day. If Miracle doesn't deal with this matter properly, it will become a laughingstock in the sea of death. Zero Wing is quite powerful. With such capabilities, it should easily rank among the top 5 of up-and-coming guilds. The news of Miracle's slaughter surprised all of the various superpowers, although they also pitted Zero Wing. With how much potential Zero Wing had displayed thus far, it was guaranteed to become a super first-rate guild if given enough time. However, now that Zero Wing had provoked Miracle, the guild had no future to speak of. Had Miracle's defeat been minor, it would have, at most, sent some guild experts to harass Zero Wing. As a superpower, Miracle had a lot on its plate after all. It couldn't utilize its full strength to deal with some small guild. However, this situation was different. Not only had Zero Wing slaughtered Miracle's 30,000-strong army, but it had also killed 1,000 Miles, one of the guild's key figures. This was a great embarrassment for Miracle. If the super first-rate guild didn't obliterate Zero Wing and restore its reputation, even as a superpower, it wouldn't survive long in God's domain. Meanwhile, Zero Wing, which hadn't been particularly famous in God's domain outside of Starmoon Kingdom, had become a household name. Even the kingdoms and empires far from Starmoon Kingdom now knew the name Zero Wing. Meanwhile, back on Kama Island Dash. After working tirelessly for more than 2 hours, Feng finally collected the items Miracle's members had dropped. Miracle had dispatched over 30,000 players to Kama Island, and over 7,000 of them were experts. The guild had also sent more than 400 Tier 2 players. One could easily imagine how powerful the dropped items were. However, Feng did not store everything in his bag, which only had a limited amount of space. Hence, he only stored the best items, ignoring the common weapons and equipment. Even so, he still claimed more than 7,000 items, including over 500 level 50 fine gold weapons and equipment, and over 100 level 50 dark gold items. When exploring a corner of the valley, Feng noticed a crimson crystal globe on the ground. Within the globe burned a golden flame, and as if the flame had a life of its own, it transformed into a small flaming dragon as Feng approached. Fire Spirit. Feng gasped when he saw the item. Chapter 1948, Special Epic Tool. Snapping out of his daze, Feng stepped forward and picked up the crystal globe. Although he had seen this crystal globe at an auction during his previous life, he found it hard to believe that the item before him was the same one. He had to verify his suspicion. Sure enough, it really is a fire spirit. Miracle is amazing. It actually got its hands on this. Feng could not help his elation as he inspected the crimson globe. Current players should be wholly ignorant of the fire spirit. Even if they managed to find one, they wouldn't know the fire spirit's true value. Based on the fire spirit's attribute panel, it was a weak epic tool that could only cast one spell, the Tier 2 spell Fire Spirit. When cast, the spell would summon a Tier 2 fire spirit of the same level. In other words, obtaining the epic tool only granted players one additional summoning skill. While a Tier 2 fire spirit might be of some help to Tier 1 players, it was hardly of any use to Tier 2 players and above. Moreover, each fire spirit summon cost 5 magic crystals. Although the summoned fire spirit did not have a duration, to Tier 2 players, 5 magic crystals per summon was very expensive. Moreover, the summoned Tier 2 fire spirit wasn't even stronger than the summoners. Rather than wasting 5 magic crystals to summon a meat shield, it was cheaper to party with an MT. Because of this, the various large guilds paid no attention to the fire spirit, despite being an epic tool. However, Fire Spirit had one passive skill called Devour Mysterious Flame, which allowed the fire spirit to absorb mysterious flames, growing stronger. Unfortunately, no guild dared to use this passive skill. Mysterious flames were incomparably precious in God's domain, helping lifestyle players increase their production success rates. Losing a Tier 1 mysterious flame might not be so painful, but only a fool would sacrifice mysterious flames at Tier 2 and above to strengthen an epic tool. Tier 2 mysterious flames were, after all, just as valuable as ordinary epic items. Sacrificing a Tier 2 mysterious flame to upgrade the fire spirit was simply unprofitable. No one knew what the fire spirit would do after devouring the flame, and on the off chance that it received a minor basic attribute boost, the sacrifice would be an utter waste. Hence, the powers that obtained a fire spirit generally considered it useless. Even worse, the fire spirit would drop upon death. If one accidentally died after expending a mysterious flame to upgrade the fire spirit, they'd die a second time from regret. However, players hadn't yet discovered the fire spirit's frightening growth rate after devouring a mysterious flame, especially a high-tiered flame. Not only would feeding the fire spirit mysterious flames increase its tier, but its life rating would also improve. One guild in the past had become incredibly famous due to the fire spirit. The guild had been Thunder Family, a first-rate guild. A super first-rate guild had backed Thunder Family into a corner, and all of its territories, save the guild's main city, had been taken. Everyone had thought that the Thunder Family was finished, but the guild had summoned a fire spirit. The highest-tiered fire spirit in God's domain had only been Tier 3 back then. However, the Thunder Family had summoned a Tier 4 fire spirit. Moreover, it was an archaic species-ranked fire spirit. Fire spirits might not be as durable as ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, but as pampered children of fire, they had plenty of Tier 4 curses. A Tier 4 archaic species was already a challenge to take down, not to mention one with multiple Tier 4 curses. One could easily imagine what the influence the Thunder Family's Tier 4 fire spirit would have on a large-scale battle. In the end, Thunder Family had won the final battle at its main city. Afterward, the various major powers had paid more attention to the epic tools known as fire spirits. Although Thunder Family had remained a first-rate guild even after 10 years in God's domain, no superpower underestimated it. The guild had eventually nurtured its fire spirit to Tier 5, and its life rating had risen to Fallen Angel. It had become almost invincible among opponents of the same tier, and even Tier 6 God-ranked players had fled from one-on-one battles with the Tier 5 fire spirit, including its many Tier 5 curses. The fire spirit had become a terrifying adversary. One could say that obtaining a fire spirit was the equivalent of obtaining a capable Tier 5 helper. It was unimaginably valuable. However, nurturing a fire spirit wasn't easy. Thunder Family had practically bankrupted itself to nurture its fire spirit to Tier 5. Even superpowers had a hard time getting their hands on Tier 3 and 4 mysterious flames, and unless one obtained them in secret, countless problems would plague the player. Even so, the fire spirit was worth the cost. The fire spirit tool had another amazing aspect as well. After devouring enough mysterious flames, the tool's rank would increase. Once it became a fragmented legendary item, it would gain an additional skill called Flame Refinement. The skill could grant a maximum often players the fire spirit's flames. Naturally, the strength of these flames would depend on the fire spirit's strength. The stronger the fire spirit was, the stronger the flames would be. In the past, various superpowers and first-rate guilds would frequently rent these flames from Thunder Family, which in turn allowed the guild to make a fortune. Although Aqua and Snow failed to find any clues leading to Tier 2 and Tier 3 mysterious flames, they did obtain quite a few Tier 1 mysterious flames. I can use them to feed the fire spirit. Feng was quite satisfied as he gazed at the crimson globe in his hand. Tier 1 mysterious flames might not upgrade the flame spirit by much, but if it devoured enough of them, it would undergo a qualitative transformation. After Feng finished organizing the loot, he returned to the cave that contained the manatite vein. He then set up an abyssal barrier and a teleportation point outside of the cave. In the future, Zero Wings members would be able to teleport directly there without worrying about the abyssal monsters. From now on, the manatite vein belonged exclusively to Zero Wing. The guild wouldn't have to worry about competition from other superpowers, and it wouldn't have to dispatch players to guard the mine. The island's abyssal monsters would serve as a natural deterrence. Following which, Feng regrouped with Aqua Rose and the others, continuing to lead them deeper into the Demonkin nest, defeating one patrol squad after another. The Demonkin nest was quite large and the pathways within were incredibly complex. As a result, exploring the nest was far more difficult than Feng had assumed. Guild leader, I found the nest's boss. Fire Dance excitedly announced. To mine the manatite vein, they first had to defeat the nest's guardian boss to stop the Demonkin from respawning. The Demonkin would only respawn once the guardian boss had, but the bosses based in or veins had very long respawn times. Although the guardian boss would grow stronger with each respawn, it wasn't a cause for worry since players would be much stronger by the time it did. Alright, I'll lead the team to you. Feng rejoiced when he heard Fire Dance's sudden declaration. He immediately led his team to her location. However, when Feng made it to the cavern, Fire Dance stood in and saw the Demonkin. He was stunned. The Demonkin was 6 meters tall and fully geared in dark gray armor. Its back was decorated with all sorts of long swords. Currently, the Demonkin stood in the middle of the cavern with its eyes shut. A Tier Master. Chapter 1949, Tier Master. Everyone felt stifled as they watched the quiet Demonkin in the middle of the dark cavern with grim expressions. Demonkin King Alva, Mythic Tier Master. Level 68. HP 600, 000/600, 000/000. What kind of monster is that? How is it giving off such intense pressure? Is that really a Tier 4 monster? I can already feel death loom over me just by looking at it. Why do I feel like I can't even hit it even though it's just standing there? What does Tier Master mean? Although none of them knew what a Tier Master was, after a long time fighting in God's domain, they had developed their instincts. Those instincts screamed a warning. If they set foot in this cavern, they'd get a one-way trip to hell. Naturally, Feng wasn't particularly surprised by his team's reaction. After all, their instincts were correct. If they entered Alva's cavern carelessly, their deaths would be guaranteed. The concept of a Tier Master was still foreign to current players. It was akin to a king among those of the same tier, but unlike ordinary archaic species or dragons, a Tier Master's strength didn't originate from extraordinary attributes. Rather, it came from the monster's extraordinary combat standards. Dealing with Tier Masters was far more difficult than dealing with archaic species that had high attributes. A fight against a Tier Master was a test of players' combat standards. If players' combat standards were lacking, they would die instantly. In comparison, players would have a fighting chance against an archaic species even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. Moreover, when raiding tier masters, players would not be able to use their numerical advantage. In fact, raiding a tier master with more players than necessary would only increase the raid difficulty. Tier masters were capable of summoning an army of monsters, and they would summon more monsters based on the number of players participating in the raid. The summoned monsters might not have high attributes, but even the weakest combat standards would be at the trial tower's 3rd floor. This was why tier masters were so fearsome. Normally, tier masters only spawned after level 100. Feng had never considered that the boss guarding Kama Island's Manatite Vein would be a tier master. Guild leader, this boss is giving off a very dangerous feeling. We have quite a few players with us. Should we send some players in to test the waters? Aqua Rose suggested. When dealing with unknown bosses, particularly field bosses, teams usually dispatched a small group to test the boss's abilities and search for appropriate countermeasures to avoid excessive losses. After all, dying in the field meant losing a full level. Even when resurrected, players still lost half a level of EXP. Forget it. Compile a list of data on every member of the team. I'm going to reform a 100-man raid team, Feng said, shaking his head. There was no point in probing a tier master. Such bosses were straightforward. Unlike other bosses which used many strange skills and spells, a tier master would only use normal attacks and the occasional team wipe move. If players could keep up with the boss's combat standards, they could defeat it. If they couldn't keep up, it didn't matter what strategies they employed. They'd all die. Moreover, the 500 Tier 2 players present were all true experts in the guild. Whether they lost half a level or a full level, it would deal a significant blow to Zero Wing. They'd be better off going all out on their first try. Following which, Aqua Rose gathered the details on the 500-man team and sent the information to Feng. She had collected data on players' basic attributes, weapons, equipment, and current progress in the trial tower. After planning for about half an hour, Feng finally decided on the 100 members that would take part in the raid. The weakest of the players he had selected had already reached the late stage of the trial tower's 6th floor. They would have no problems facing the tier master summon mobs in a one-on-one. Alright Kola, start the raid. Feng commanded once everyone had their tasks. Kola nodded seriously. Although he was nervous, he willed himself to enter the cavern. The moment Kola stepped into the cavern, a bright light illuminated the space. Rather than a cavern, this place looked like an ancient temple. Faded murals covered the cavern walls and stone pillars stood at intervals, supporting the cavern's vast ceiling. Although severely damaged, magic arrays were visible on the stone ground. Once Kola was within a certain range, the Demonkin King opened its eyes. The moment Ava's crimson eyes were revealed, Kola felt as if he had plunged into an icy hell as a chill seeped into his bones. Unlike other monsters whose auras contained death and violence, Ava's aura was calm and indifferent. Before Kola could overcome the frosty sensation, Ava moved. Unlike other monsters they had faced, Ava wasn't lightning fast. They could all follow every single movement with their eyes, but despite the several hundred yards between the boss and Kola, each of Ava's steps rapidly devoured the distance. Crap. This monster's an expert. Kola had an incredibly bad feeling as he watched Ava approach. Hurriedly he raised Titan Guard to defend himself. Dang. A crisp, metallic clang reached everyone's ears as dazzling sparks flew from Kola's Titan Guard. Kola stumbled back several steps before stabilizing himself. However, before he could catch his breath, another sword descended on him. This time Kola instinctively raised his shield to block the attack. As they watched Kola receive a series of attacks from Ava, everyone could not help but gasp. Although Kola only lost around 13,000 HP from each attack, the tier master continued to push him back. In the battle between the expert MT and the guardian boss, Kola was at a complete disadvantage. He had no opportunities to launch a counterattack, he could only defend himself. If he diverted his focus in the slightest, Ava's blade would likely find its mark. When the rest of the 100-man team came within 100 yards of Ava, the Demonkin King bellowed with anger. Multiple Demonkin then began to rise from the ground, ranging between level 64 and 66. By the time they stopped emerging, A total of 200 Demonkin stood before the players. Among them, the weakest was a chieftain while the strongest was a lord. At first, Zero Wings members paid little attention to these monsters due to their low ranks, but after clashing with them, these expert players were stunned. These Demonkin commanded incredibly high combat standards. The weakest Demonkin could easily reach the trial tower's 3rd floor, while a few lord-ranked Demonkin could reach the 5th floor, the publicly acknowledged expert standard in God's domain right now. Of course, Demonkin's attributes were already higher than players. Combined with expert combat standards, the lord-ranked Demonkins instantly slew several Tier 2 players. Fortunately, Violet Cloud managed to rescue some of them in time, reducing the number of casualties. Thank goodness. It seems this Demonkin King is only at the late stage 5th floor standard. Defeating it shouldn't be a problem. After watching Kola fight Ava for some time, Feng had a rough estimate of the Guardian boss's combat standard, and he could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. Not all tier masters were equal. The weakest among them were close to reaching the trial tower's 6th floor. In other words, the 5th floor's late stage. In a large guild, a player with such a combat standard would be considered a relatively strong expert. As for the stronger tier masters, some had even reached the Void Realm. Fortunately, Ava was one of the weakest tier masters. Had it been slightly stronger, Kola would have died instantly even if he met the attribute requirements for this raid. The only reason Ava was able to suppress Kola was its mythic-ranked attributes. Although Kola's life dangled off the side of a cliff, Ava couldn't push the MT any farther. Furthermore, Kola could activate his Berserk skill to bridge the gap between them. Under Feng's command, Kola activated his Berserk skill, instantly decreasing the raid's difficulty. Meanwhile, with Turtledove and Yi Wumian tanking most of the mobs, the rest of the team was free to attack the Demonkin King, decimating its HP. 90%, 70%, 50%. When Ava only had 1% of its HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence and finished the Demonkin King off with Shadow Blade and Lightning Slash. As soon as the Guardian boss fell, a system notification reached everyone's ears. Chapter 1950 Demonkin King's Loot. System: congratulations. You have killed the Demonkin King Ava. Due to the Demonkin King's death, all Demonkin in the area will not respawn. System: congratulations. You have obtained the first kill on the Demonkin King Ava. Rewards doubled. Guild popularity plus 500 and humanity reputation plus 20. When they heard the system announcements, Zero Wings members cheered in joy. Now that they had killed the Demonkin King, the Manatite vein had finally come under Zero Wings' control. Their guild could now mine the vein freely. Currently, only a few superpowers had possession of or veins that produced magic crystals. Once the system notifications ended, the Demonkin King's corpse burst into countless particles of light. Items began to manifest in the air, falling to the ground one after another. These dropped items glowed with colorful lights, dazzling the watching players. By the time they stopped appearing, a small mountain had formed on the ground. As expected of the first kill reward. The loot is frightening. Feng was a little astonished as he gazed at the small mountain of loot. Although the Demonkin King hadn't dropped as much loot as the Void Serpent, it still surpassed ordinary mythic monsters of the same level. After Feng had the healers start resurrecting the dead, he began to organize the loot. As his team watched expectantly, Feng spent more than 20 minutes inspecting the items. The Demonkin King had dropped a total of 176 items. Although more than half consisted of materials, there were still 33 weapons and equipment, a considerable amount. As many as 17 were level 60 secret silver weapons and equipment. Level 60 secret silver equipment was better than level 55 fine gold equipment at this stage of the game. Even level 50 secret silver equipment was extremely rare among the various large guilds, let alone level 55 fine gold equipment. Without hesitation, Feng held an internal auction for the 17 level 60 secret silver equipment pieces. Although level 60 secret silver equipment was too high-leveled for most of the players on the team, there were level reduction gemstones in the guild warehouse. They should be able to equip level 60 weapons and equipment after equipping the gemstones. Everyone on the team fervently bid for the weapons and equipment. As for the 8 level 60 fine gold and 6 level 60 dark gold weapons and equipment pieces the Demonkin King had dropped, he had no intention of distributing them via internal auction. Instead, he stored them in the guild warehouse and made them available to the guild's core members for purchase. Not only did these items cost a large number of GCPs, but players also needed to contribute sufficiently to the guild. After all, weapons and equipment of such level and rank could even tempt superpowers. He would not allow other guilds to claim the items by spending a few GCPs. The Demonkin King had also dropped 2 pieces of epic equipment, a pair of cloth armor boots and a leather armor belt. Both pieces offered excellent attributes. The boots granted magical class players a chance to reduce their spellcasting time by half, while the belt increased physique by 5% and granted players the leap skill, which gave players greater flexibility. After some consideration, Feng decided to give the boots to Aqua Rose and the belt to Fire Dance. Both women's combat standards ranked among the top in Zero Wing, and they could best utilize the power of these 2 epic equipment pieces. At this point, Zero Wing lacked peak experts more than anything else. Compared to the various superpowers, the guild's number of peak experts was pitiful. Moreover, as the various superpowers gathered more peak equipment, Zero Wing's attribute advantage would decrease. Hence, instead of splitting the guild's peak equipment among its many experts like the various superpowers, Zero Wing needed to concentrate its resources for greater effect. After Aqua Rose and Fire Dance equipped their new epic equipment, their basic attributes soared. Among the 2, Fire Dance's current equipment lineup was simply dazzling. Fire Dance currently wore 6 pieces of epic equipment, as well as the fragmented legendary weapon, 1000 Transformations. Not even a super guild's guild leader was a match for her equipment now. Even if she encountered a superpower's apex experts, she'd have a high chance of triumphing. However, the Demonkin King's remaining items delighted Feng far more than the materials, weapons and equipment the boss had dropped. No matter how many Demonkin patrol squads they had killed, he hadn't been able to get his hands on the last fragment of the magic-breaking crossbow design. Fortunately, it had finally dropped from the Guardian boss, completing the design. So this is the magic-breaking crossbow? Sure enough, its production method isn't easy. It's no wonder why only superpowers had managed to mass-produce the weapon. Feng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the complete design in his hands. The magic-breaking crossbow had been the perfect tool for ordinary players to combat experts in the past. Even ordinary Tier 0 players could defeat Tier 3 and 4 experts with the power of this weapon. Because of this, the various large guilds had treated it like a precious treasure. Unfortunately, the magic-breaking crossbow design was incredibly rare, and as a result most guilds, those that hadn't acquired the design, had only amassed a small stockpile of the tool. Even Shadow had only collected around 500 crossbows after spending a long time accumulating them. Even so, a 100-man expert team that was fully equipped with magic-breaking crossbows could kill a Tier 4 player, much less 500 crossbows. The only downside to the magic-breaking crossbow was that it was a consumable item. It would disappear once its durability ran out. Hence, guilds avoided using the weapon unless they had no other choice. But now that Feng had the complete design, this flaw wouldn't be a problem. Although crafting the magic-breaking crossbow required very rare materials, a master engineer, a master forger and a master alchemist, these requirements weren't a problem for Zero Wing. After Feng stored away the magic-breaking crossbow design, he shifted his attention to a small magic crystal box. Among the items the Demonkin King had dropped, this small box's value was only second to the magic-breaking crossbow design. This item was a bloodline box, capable of randomly generating a single bloodline when opened. The bloodline this box would generate would range between basic and advanced rank. The box was no less valuable than an ordinary fragmented legendary item. Hopefully it gives me something good. Once Divine Providence's cooldown had ended, Feng took a deep breath and activated the godly skill. He then activated the bloodline box,